shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see I will.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way, so you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are.
हेलो गाइस, आप सभी का स्वागत है एक और लाइव स्ट्रीम पे। तो आज हम टूर्नामेंट देखने वाले हैं जो अभी चल रहा है दो टीम के बीच में, DRX वर्सेस ZETA। तो पहला मैच इनका आर्केड में हुआ था जिसमें DRX जीता है। तो अब सेकंड मैच स्टार्ट होगा, तो देखेंगे। बट भाई उसमें क्या मारा है इन्होंने, गंदा मारा है पकड़ के, गंदा मारा भाई DRX ने।
Yeah, and I will note that compared to Lockett, their calls did seem crisper, right? They started to lose their duels and what.
क्या खेल रहे थे भाई, लिटरली क्या खेल रही थी DRX। पहले तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि जेटा जीतेगी, बट भाई बाद में क्या कमबैक करा है उन्होंने, मस्त है एकदम।
So I'm curious because he was trying to play these other Sentinels over at Lockett right after Cheaper has been nerfed. So does he now go back and attempt on a sense? So he could very well still be playing that on Pearl, and Last still plays something like the Beta. So
the operator and how that affected Zeta's flow in flow state. Do you think Carlton, right? An operator?
Yes, I mean it's almost you kind of need an operator, but they have to have these other plans ready for the site where there is no operator. So we'll have to wait and see.
तो अब देखते हैं दूसरा मैच कौन सा होता है।
Surprise to see Harper Viper. This is going to be another one of those matches on Pro where everyone's going to have to keep their eyes peeled because we're going to see so many walls go up from Viper and Harper on both sides. But
दूसरा मैच है पर्ल।
so he is going to play not only Intel,
एक सेकंड।
flash for that team, and that's the big difference, right? We've got double initiator on the side of DRX, actually not going to make sense.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see the Viper Harbor combo coming into this here. Other overlaps are going to be Jet here, but that's not a shocker either, just with Jet for boxing line.
Yeah, and again, the big difference is TRX is, I guess, understanding.
Wait a minute, guys.
Viper still. She could be a semi-sentinel. We can still lock down sites harder to push out the other side on defense. Whereas Zeta is preferring to have that reliable killjoy utility to buy time on defense and also make sure they're able to watch.
थोड़ा सा इशू हो रहा है, आई थिंक तो मेरे को देखना तो जरा।
love to see this based on and role and pretty much what he's been doing for the team. Last is the key here, right? And last
यप अब ठीक है, अब कोई इशू नहीं है.
get that intel for his team and make the right calls, we could be going to a match.
And with that, I think our agent select is done. We're gonna throw it over.
भाई क्या व्यू है यार, क्या व्यू है 3D में भाई, 3D में सिलेक्शन है भाई. अभी मैंने गेम का म्यूजिक ऑन नहीं कर रखा क्योंकि भाई कॉपीराइट आने का डर है. तो जैसे गेम स्टार्ट होगा तो गेम वॉइस ऑन हो जाएगी.
It is really interesting for both. Very different
comps than what we saw at lock-in. Now, I'm not super surprised that people are leaning into the Harper Viper combo. This kind of reminds me, you can kind of play it similar to how you're going to play Icebox. You know, the B long side has a little bit of kind of that same flow, that same idea, you know, where you want to cut off multiple angles.
बंद कर देते हैं म्यूजिक जब तक. अब ठीक है.
The KO is pretty interesting to me here from Stacks. It seems like he's really gung-ho on this agent once
तो
again.
ZETA ने लिया है जेट,
with a few different agents, but
हार्बर, वाइपर, KJ,
no
स्काई,
you know, no sentinel
Fade,
on the side of DRX.
Jet,
Doesn't surprise me
KO,
too much, if I'm
Viper,
being honest. Like I think they can get away with
Harbour.
it, especially with the fact that
सही है.
Buzz isn't here today.
Sure.
It makes a little bit more sense to me.
Well, this is now
एक तरह से डबल स्मोक, डबल वो है साइड कवर करने के लिए इनके पास.
Comp that they're showing us. We did see the Viper Harbor combo from them when they were playing against Loud, but that was with a Killjoy as well as a Sky instead of the KO, instead of the Fade. So it's yet another adjustment. I'm curious to see how this is going to go for the side of ZETA, who continue to not
A पे हो रहा है.
really go for the double controller. The Harbor can kind of fit into that role, but
ये
it's not
सारे
the
मिड पे हैं.
Astra that they have shown us in the past. They played that versus Gen G as well as versus Boom at the Guangzhou event.
ZETA
as
मिड
well
पे,
as
वो
the
A पे
champions.
आ रहे हैं
See them
मिड पे
trying
आ
to
रहे
get
हैं.
forward position though in mid. Everybody getting
भाई
themselves
close है, close है.
DRX fairly wary of this, and crucially, they're not going to be able to get that shot across. Realize that we have Zest on the player cam, but it's all right. We'll get that adjusted.
Yeah, so quick rotations coming
Rotation
here,
मार रहे हैं
for
B
ZETA.
पे.
They're reading this just fine. They
वो
know
भी B
what
पे आ
DRX
चुके हैं.
is doing, what
Mostly
they're thinking.
सारे आ
The
चुके हैं.
defenses are in place here for 10. He had some good defensive moments on a set. Let's see if he
अब
can
बोले वाली बस सड़.
Find themselves forward here into the side.
भाई क्या हेडशॉट है बे.
Kill, they get that haunt reveal onto one, but Depp pushing
क्या
out,
मार
gets the
रहे हैं.
headshot across. Foxy9 gets taken out. Push in. Spike now
Spike
stranded down on the floor.
Spike drop हो गया.
Barely missed out on the opportunity to get that plant. Dog comes playing forward.
3v2 है, 3v2 है.
And significant damage now out on his Zest. Mako trying to find one. Manages to get one across.
Oh my,
Zest is the last
DRX
man
लेके
standing.
जाओ.
Will narrowly be able to close out
लेके
the
गए
round.
DRX
DRX winning now their second pistol in the series.
It just took a little bit too long
Pistol
to
round
get that
जीत गई.
kill in front of Zest for ZETA. Had they been able to find that a little bit faster, I think they're able to get this round. I saw a lot of the things I wanted to see out of ZETA here. They're playing off of each other. They're playing for trades. You know, one person comes in, another. If one person goes down, another one comes in. So
भाई क्या मार रहे हैं
overall,
बे.
really liked what I saw, but Zest here just a little bit too
क्या
clean.
लेके गया ये Zest.
And ZETA just not clean enough in that crucial end of the round moment. They had a good setup. They were ready for it. They played that round fairly well, but it's the firepower there for DRX that's going to carry them through. Now it looks like an A hit here for DRX. The knife, 0 point.
Second round.
Allows them the space to get the orb, but they aren't making any aggressive moves.
Ek
It's kind of curious to
second.
see if DRX was just going to put the pedal down here, just make a go for a fast play, but I think, you know, with what they saw in the previous round, with how aggressive ZETA pushed out early, especially with them being on the eco again, you know, we see this a couple times with ZETA today
चार
and
A
also
पे है,
previously at Lock-in.
एक
That
mid
when
पे
they're
है.
on those ecos, they're not afraid to start pushing space.
8 जा रहे हैं.
Just looking to
नहीं.
go ahead, grab the orb here for RB. I mean, speaking of RB, one of the biggest praises that has, you know, been surrounding him
Rotate
as
मार
of
रहे हैं, B
late
पे rotate मार रहे हैं.
has been his flexibility and how much, you know, the roles that he's able to shift into.
ZETA
Now
A पे
seeing
अभी
play
तक.
so many different agents. This is his 12th, I believe, agent that he has played
B पे सिर्फ
uniquely
KJ है भाई.
of all time.
Of all time.
And it's
I was gonna
just
say,
rotation
like,
आ
this
रहा है,
year
आ रहा
he's
है,
played
उनका
it-
भी
it feels like it's been
7?
it
Fast
feels like
rotation
it's been
दे
12
रहे हैं.
this year, but yeah.
बॉल कर दी, बॉल कर दी.
It's just
हार्बर ने बॉल
amazing
कर दी
to
अपनी.
see him go from, you know, this
Ah,
what is his
उसमें
future
और में
looking
कर रहा
like
है.
for the squad to
गया
now
KJ.
being one of the most consistent and valuable players on the side of DRX. So we'll see how this fares, obviously, as we go deeper into this matchup with his Harbor for the first
Guys,
time.
अगर कुछ इशू आ रहा है तो बता देना यार.
Fairly clean and easy plant down from the side of DRX. Foxy9's not sure which way to look.
ले जाएगी, ZETA ले
He's
जाएगी.
gonna manage to find his second. Can he get the third? No, he cannot. That's
ले गई भाई, ले
Zax
गई.
will swing on the corner through the
मेरे
back
को पता था
wall.
ले जाएगी
Close
round.
it out for, again, a fairly clean 2-0 beginning. We'll take the anti-eco. Foxy9, the only casualty, but the Bulldog is recovered.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is everything you want to see here from DRX. Very quintessential hits. Take their time,
Guys,
get everything set up.
Discord पे आ सकते हो, Discord पे आके बातचीत कर
In the
सकते हैं.
back site. You know, they look for those picks coming out of heaven, coming out of that doorway underneath heaven from hell. And this is, you know, Buzz usually is the guy we're seeing in this position, right? But now Foxy able to
Sorry,
fill
माफ
in
करना,
just
थोड़ी सी
as
black
well
screen
for
हो
this
रही है
team. But yes,
बीच-बीच.
I looked it up. It is the 7th agent that RB has played.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And you can see a little bit of what seems like miscommunication there in
Push
that
मार रहे,
last
push
highlight.
मार रहे हैं.
As
ZETA
Depp
push
is getting
मार
ready
रही
to
है.
push his way in the back hole. That's why you see initially that Hawk, that flash is
अकेला ही
gonna
है.
go deep, and then they say, no, I'm going to push this. Swings it
माँ
back,
को
throws
अकेला
flash
है.
behind so that he can get in front
पता
of
चल
it.
गया है B पे.
Unfortunately, they just don't read that Foxy is going to be in that forward position.
It's the danger of
Close the भाई, close the both.
Just reading this beautifully.
लिखा दिया
Struck
भाई.
down. Nice
ले
response
गए.
there. Depp obviously going to get healed back up very swiftly there from Laz.
I will say
कवर पे
one
खेल देते, वो कवर पे खेल देती भाई.
you know, bright spot here for
Sky
Zeta.
heal के लिए उसे cover दे रही थी
Depp
पीछे
was
से.
4-2 on first kills versus first
हाँ,
deaths,
push
so,
अभी भी है अभी.
you know, for what that is
आठ जा
one-sided
रहे
as
हैं.
that map ended up being, not bad at all. And Depp, in fact, another thing I want to point out here, he has been pretty good with the early trades, with his first kills versus first deaths, and even duelist v duelist at lock-in.
ओ भाई,
He
close
won
तो है.
his duels with Taco Leah, 6 and 5. So, you know, for what it is, Depp plays pretty well at point.
He does. Well, 10 just spraying through.
Entry ले ली.
Won't be damned. Finds Foxy9. Bringing it now to a 5v3. Spike will still be planted. They can see the site, just looking to play for the retake. They're playing right up here alongside, pushing Secret. It's a very
भाई
aggressive
भाई
position to
अगर
take
गोली
here.
मार देता ना.
Surprising
ओ,
assessment
ले गए.
shot. The follow
दो
line
down
is
कर दी भाई.
absolutely gorgeous, but now Stacks, last man standing. See if the IGL can get it done. Double push coming through, the spraying, so close to connecting on him. Swings around the wall, they will find him.
भाई come back.
Can come through. 3 rifles going to be held on to here as Zeta get themselves
ले
on the
गई
board
round.
nice and early.
Yeah, I mean, Zest playing really well. Anti-flash there. Comes around the corner.
DTEC सही खेल
moment
गई.
to sweep up 2 kills. At least do some economic damage here to Zeta, and then Sugar Zero pops right in and comes up with 2 big kills of his own.
अच्छा retake था.
Yeah, I mean, Depp here really clean out the rip. Just a very swift kill onto Mako. Z10 just spraying
Oh.
it down there as KJ
क्या spray था भाई.
finds it with that last little spray.
क्या
He turns the
spray था
flash.
वो.
That's- Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is crazy good. I thought maybe he was playing a little bit further back.
ये
and
अंदर
just
घुस
was
गए,
able to
पूरे अंदर घुस
play
गए
off
थे
the
ये.
flash. No, he just turned it.
No, Zest just a quick adjustment to catch him right on the back end of the tailwind. Gorgeous rifling, but not enough to get them the round victory. So Zeta put one up on the board, but that's the
देखते
bonus
हैं.
out of the way. Winning here and knocking DRX back economically. Now that would be a major turning point for them.
Side hold कर
Streaking
रखे अभी
some round
इन्होंने.
wins in.
I mean, I'd really,
art
like
close
to
है.
continue to try to find ways to find success on the A site. Because, again, going back to lock-in, that's where I felt like they struggled a little bit more
B
with
जा
getting
रहे, B
plans
जा
down on
रहे.
their attacker side, getting space created there. And they tend to drift into this. Now, particularly with the Harbor Viper comp, now I feel like this is definitely a side that they're going to want to lean into even more. They're going to pop the KO.
Harbor की
Reckoning
ulti,
down,
KO की
as
ulti.
well. So the site very much
दो ulti
left
साथ में है.
abandoned by the side of Zeta. No reason to be messing with this. Just let them have it. Invest all this utility, right? They're gonna
Organ the
use,
plant.
so much to get through here. The cove was already put down, so now that my question for Zeta is have you been doing homework? Are you going to be able to clear backside here? Are you going to be able to clear these 2 players out of there and start
ZETA की
making your
ulti
way
नहीं,
through to get
ZETA की
a
ulti नहीं है.
successful round in your hands?
Oh sorry.
And clearing that 0 point. Fox is coming out. Fox
DRX
again,
की.
playing forward. Spots 1 and he's in
Ulti
a rough
खत्म हो गई.
spot. Can't find the second, but
Oh
Stacks picks up
भाई.
3 for himself. And in the blink of an eye, just Crow left standing, and yeah, as he gets revealed, not
ले
ready
गए
for the
भाई
long
round
place.
DRX.
Will
ले
go
गए
down.
round.
DRX again, clean get the attack here onto the B site. It's only
सही ulti मारी KO की ulti और Harper
Go
की
ahead
ulti में
deny
पूरी
that
side clear.
momentum build away from Zeta.
Yeah, and you can see that Zeta tries to
Fade
go
की और
for the
Jet की
clear
ulti आ
here
गई अब.
towards Foxy, but Foxy sets up a one-way that makes things really difficult. And then, you know, even though his spray was a little bit
भाई
off,
क्या
Stacks
मार
just
रहा है
starts going
Stacks.
absolutely nuts off of those pings right through the smoke on there at the
क्या
end.
मार रहा है भाई
Reveal the player, and
बंदा.
Stacks is grooving, he's jiving, he's feeling it, having a good time.
What a frame to freeze on as we go for our nice little,
New profile picture incoming. Yeah.
like our little transition where the Pacific logo swirls. Reminds me of
Blind?
the old Batman.
Oh God. The old Adam West Batman. Yeah.
पांचों mid है,
And you
चार
can-
mid है, एक A पे है. B आ रहे हैं.
I like it. All right.
There's some nice silliness from my childhood.
I know a lot of us
Bhai,
grew up
boli,
watching that
boli.
at our grandparents' house in America. All right.
Plant कर रहा है Harper. Smoke net गिर दिया.
Nano close? I don't think so.
हो गया
So
but
he
plant.
shorted it.
Yep.
Well, actually, no. Okay, RP does get chunked down.
Half
he did,
HP
okay.
कर दी भाई.
Just a
Decided
little
to
bit
stick it,
delayed.
so.
Yeah.
Obviously, not having the sky, can't go ahead and get any heals out. Wall's going to go across to get a tap onto the spike. That's going to
Healer नहीं है इनके पास DRX के.
He's looking to zone. Mako
उनके पास
still
फिर भी
holding
इसका
on
है.
to snake bites.
Heal करने के लिए.
Line up at the
एक
range.
down.
Stacks finds the first. Cove
KJ
goes
गया.
up, but the bites are already in. They still can't get themselves over onto the spike. The Cove is instantly broken down. You can see
Harper आराम से
has to be made.
खेल रहा भाई.
It's beautiful. It is
पीछे
actually
चले गए.
beautiful from DRX. I mean, it's a pretty simple entry.
हाँ
Not a
एक
bad
backstep
idea
जा रहा
here
है.
from
Get
10
backstep
to-
जा रहा
Oh, have they heard him?
है. 11 HP है वो.
I think they may have. Oh, Stacks.
Oh.
Get some punch, get some kills. And the rest of the side of Zeta sacrificing themselves over to the spike. They will
मर
be
गए.
in trouble. And Stacks really wanted to get some extra ult charge, I suppose. Looks to run them down. Ends up with a bit of egg on his face.
भाई क्या round निकाल रहे हैं
All the
भाई.
same, the round
DRX.
victory is still found for DRX.
Yeah, and what I want to say here is for DRX is, you know, you don't have to commit a ton of utility on the entry this time. Zeta is already playing back. You know, with the economic situation being not so good, they are going to be able to grab an op. It's only a half armor here for Laz and Deptho on the back of that. But that being said, like, DRX knows they don't have to invest a lot. And they show them a different look on the post plant, right? They're all playing by pillar. Everyone's playing back. It's a deep kind of traditional DRX post plant where they want to just
भाई ये
smother
होता
you
है
with
team
utility,
game.
just kind of drag the round out as much as possible, force you off. And that's exactly what they did. And, you know, Zeta, you know, of course, without the proper guns in hands, maybe it's a little bit of a different story in that situation, but still, I like the changes from DRX. Adaptation is the key for me for them throughout this year. If they're going to really challenge for a Masters or Champions title,
8 है दो.
they're going to have to find better ways to
Zeta के.
adapt to adversity, to go through the mid-round,
दो
to use
mid
information
हैं
against their
DRX के और
opponents. I think
3 A पे हैं.
one other thing that I think DRX is really good at is getting information. What I don't think they're good at is toying with
गया
their
गया
opponent.
jet गया.
And again.
He's good, man.
I mean, through the smokes, he just doesn't
Ulti
care.
मार
He
दी उसने,
somehow
इस guy ने.
manages to have these bullets back at
आ
him.
गया
On
ये
the
भी
Fox
fade.
Knight's head, now he swings back over to Art, finds Zez for his trouble as well. Mako will be able to pick up one. Spike in the
KJ
meantime
down हो गया.
has been planted. Right out in
Spike
the
तो plant
open
हो
here for DRX.
4v3 है.
Already fairly limited. They've got one bite, one fragment.
Mako's out, looking for the backstab here.
He's trying for it.
आ गया भाई पर.
Very wary
हो
of
रहा
this.
है.
Ends up finding it. Cloudburst down.
मर
Right,
गया.
they get the spike diffuser killed. Diffuser now falling. Spray again. RB. Finally,
Oh,
it holds it
bhai.
down. Finds Crow. They go pushing in depth. Was that a
Ah,
no-show? I don't
bhai,
know.
ले गए.
I would love to see that back from his POV, but
क्या
either way,
मार रहे बे?
it's so damn close. But DRX just continue.
क्या मार
Find
रहे?
these wins, whether it's clean or they're scraping
गंदा.
by. They now find themselves in a 5-1 advantage.
Oh my God, RB, absolutely nuts
Attacking का
there.
पूरा
and the
फायदा
Dep
उठा रहे
just
भाई. पूरा
turns on the
फायदा.
jets and goes for it.
I feel like he had to have barrel stuffed him there.
I think he did. I mean, that's something that is a depth special where he likes to get up close and
क्या
personal.
मार रही है भाई DRX?
I mean, RB here, just phenomenal work off of this. And that, I don't know if you scoped it or not, that he got RB right as he stuck his face out through that cascade. I mean, oh boy, what a round there. RB though,
वो
once
ये
again,
से
he's
पुश
so
मार रहे हैं सारे के
devastating
सारे
with this.
नीचे
I saw this all the time. at Lockheed. He
Lol.
plays that so well.
Now you see this gamble stack here from the
अब
center.
आ रहे हैं
Trying to get
पीछे.
a sense of what DRX is going to do. They go for that A push, but unfortunately,
पूरा
it's
retake खेलना पड़ेगा.
DRX. They're just now figuring out that the side is
तीन-
completely unoccupied.
सारे मिड से आ रहे हैं ये.
See if Zeta
एक
does some
backstep आ रहा
damage
है.
here. As for now, it's looking like 3-man approach through shot.
सारे backstep आ रहे हैं बे.
As all 5 of them
सारे backstep आ रहे हैं.
working their way into long.
See if you can get a gun and get something going.
Yeah.
पांचे को पांचे
One
backstep.
by one at range. Defensive protocols are there. Zest is watching. Prowler going out.
पकड़ा गया एक.
Finds the first one.
Damage हो गया.
This becomes so much more unassailable. But now you have to make sure that you get into a
अब
spot
rotation
where
का भी
you
time
can
नहीं
get
है.
into the spike.
Yes.
You
कि
don't want to
वापस
give
से
away
rotate
extra
कर
ult charge.
जाए.
You need to be able to get something done here. Depp will find stacks as he once again tries to go and punish. As a little bit awkward. Mako draws down a bit faster.
Lol.
They go rushing in, and they will in fact be able to get the sacrifice across.
Bye.
Alright. Catastrophe avoided.
Yeah, it could have gone a lot worse there for Zeta.
क्या
Great
game है भाई?
for
क्या
DRX
खेल
there.
रहे हैं?
With the Prowler, Mako around the corner. He's got the Poison Cloud to put up to make it oh so difficult to get through in towards B long. So, nice setup from DRX once again on the B side against these ecos. Haven't faltered much. Zeta here, this has to come through. This is a must-win round.
Yes, and this is leading into my concern, which is so far we
Jet
have not seen a timeout.
Jet और Viper
DRX
MP.
have been, they pick up the first 2 rounds, they drop the bonus, okay, whatever.
Goal तो दे दी
They
उसने.
have been now on a 4-round winning streak. Depp taking a shot.
इस पे मार दिया R1 ने फिर
Foxy
से.
going for the deep entry, gets himself tucked away back in the hall. And again, Zeta just have to completely and utterly concede the site. Reckoning is
अच्छा,
still
Zeta का ult है.
committed here by Crow, but they need to get
Zeta के
themselves
Harper
into
का
the
ult
site
है.
to make this work. The spike has already been planted.
Plant तो हो गया.
On RB, but he's
गया
still going to
Viper.
swing out wide, find Sugar Zero, and there's no one there to counter trade.
Oh, RB
ओ
again.
भाई.
He's so good right
क्या
now.
मार भाई क्या बहुत.
RB can
KJ
do
बहुत
no
पिट
wrong.
रहा है.
Take that one, I suppose, out of pants.
Harper down.
Lexicon
3v4.
will eventually get picked off
DT
after the
होना तो
initial
मुश्किल है
damage,
अब.
but now you have that Nightfall coming across, clips onto 2, so you get the decay out.
Harper
And
को वो
again,
भी
the
तोड़
call's
दिया.
gonna have to be made because Depp is working with an operator. He needs to hold on to this. They do not have the economy to buy another one, so they will just back away, go for this 3-man save. Mako now on the hunt.
Oh, if he gets that op.
Had he made
Kill
the
निकालने के
decision to
चक्कर में
actually
है.
push the
Kill निकालने के
connector
चक्कर में है.
over towards water, would have been able to find him. Angle still being held. Oh boy!
ओ भाई क्या exact time पे खत्म हुआ था.
Still though here, I mean, the scary part about this round for DRX is, yeah, they use the Reckoning on the entry, but they're still sitting in the Nightfall in the back pocket. They're able to play really deep. Mako is super deep in the mid this whole time, watching for those lurks that Zeta has been attempting at times to come through towards the B main side.
भाई क्या
Didn't
मार
even
रहे
come
हैं.
through this time for Zeta. Zeta can't get there. Everything here looking really good for DRX. I'm liking the different looks that I'm seeing. These different post
Half हो
plans,
गया.
these different ideas. The amount of utility they even use on these executes. Sometimes it's just a wall. Sometimes it's
भाई क्या खेल
everything in
रहे
the
हैं.
kitchen sink. It kind of depends on what they feel like Zeta's going to do. And it's making it really tough for Zeta to adapt. Like, they want to play close that time, right? They're trying to push a little bit further in. Instead, the
What the-
utility investment is much higher from DRX, so they have to back off when they necessarily, I don't think, wanted to do that. I think they wanted to get a
भाई
little bit
Zeta को
aggressive,
बहुत
try
मेहनत
to
करनी
cut off
पड़ेगी.
DRX before they're really able to get those executes into place. But this time around, it wasn't to be.
7-1 है भाई.
This is not where you want to be. This timeout needs to instill a change.
Comeback करना पड़ेगा
The way
भाई.
that Zeta is approaching.
Zeta को अगर
side of the
comeback
ball.
करना है तो.
It's like you mentioned. I mean, putting up a fight, looking strong overall.
पर attack अच्छा भाई. DRX का attack
It
अच्छा
seems
है.
like DRX, after kind of getting obliterated twice
काफी अच्छा
by
attack है
both
भाई.
Cloud9 and then Loud, seems like there's been some course correcting.
Yeah, they went back to the drawing board, right?
Yeah.
And I think they went with something that was working for them on a map that they don't normally feel comfortable on, which is
दूसरा
Icebox.
मैच
It's
चाहिए.
a very similar
पहला
competition.
मैच था वो
And so they're
आर्केड
able
का
to
आर्केड
adapt
भी
it
जेटा
here
जीती
onto this map as well and do the things that
और
DRX
जो अभी
likes to
चल रहा है
do.
वो भी जेटा का ही
Smother
लग
you
रहा है
with
हिसाब
utility,
तो.
cut off your vision, cut off your information, set up for the those
Mid.
great phantom players that they have. DRX actually wants to fight you pretty up close and personal. They
दो
don't
spawn है,
usually
तीन
wanna
mid
fight
है.
you at long range, other than maybe if Foxy or Buzz has an op. So this is a team that like
B
this.
mid चला गया.
I think the double controller right now really suits their meta and their play style and their players.
B mid पूरा
DRX,
घेर रखा भाई अब.
These changes are phenomenal, and it's tough for Zeta, man. You had you don't have a lot of information on this comp.
Yeah, and look how much space because of that they have to concede. They get the Prowler out from not
एक ही
Prowler,
तरफ है,
they get the dog out
mostly
there
एक ही तरफ
from
ही है.
Flowers, manage to spot one over towards Art, but they're playing so far
Entry
back.
ले चुके हैं
I
भाई,
don't mind
entry
this
ले
as
चुके
long as
हैं.
the retake executions can be
घुस
clean, but so far that has
गए,
not
ए पे
been
घुस
the
गए
case.
भाई.
Stacks will find one, spraying across, catches
कॉर्नर चेक कर रहे
him
हैं.
there, so nice pick off from Laz.
पता लग गया पूरी साइड खाली है.
Position, and as Laz sprays out, Mako just answers back, and now the pit is going to be
वाइपर
invested.
नेल्ट मार दिया
How
और
will you attack into this?
You do
4v4
have the
है.
lockdown here to invest.
केजे ने भी अल्ट मार
Really
दिया
know
अपना.
if there's going to be a counter available, so DRX might just have to back off. They're waiting for the last moment here, trying to buy some time.
It pushes them out of the site, but it doesn't push them out of this pit, and 10 narrowly gets away. Another bite now dropped in. Foxy9 starts creeping forward. Push up onto the corner. Depp reading that flank was going to be coming through, but he just can't clear it
गया
out.
भाई, गया,
Just
ले गया
will,
round,
but
DRX ले
Foxy9,
गई
the
round,
cleanup just
कब?
comes in as death rains down upon Zeta.
ले गई भाई.
Fortunately, it is yet another buy round after a timeout that has not led to a victory. And DRX continue the onslaught now 8-1 with still 3
मस्त
more
भाई,
rounds to
मस्त
play
मार
out in this
रहे हैं.
half.
And this is to go to the point I was making during the technical timeout about how the rifle rounds, either the semi-buys or the full buys for Zeta were extremely concerning against
भाई
ZETA.
क्या मस्त एंट्री ले रहे हैं भाई. DRX
Win
क्या
rates,
मस्त
less than
एंट्री ले रहे हैं.
40% on those rounds, and that's, you know, you're seeing the same kind of thing come through here, even worse in this case. They're just really struggling. So Haunt out early. Check Sugar Zero's position. They're going to use the Cascade to try to push it. Sugar Zero can't get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing to back up that swing. No Hawk, no Flash. Coming out from Laz as he goes in for that. You can hear the footsteps. He just tries to play it aggressively and win out the fight. The best he can do is just
ये मिड
Shotcar
पे
being
हैं
down to 29.
और ये
And as the
बी
Viper,
जा
it's
रहे
your
हैं.
job to be
Mid
like the desk was saying, a pseudo sentinel. And
Sure.
in this case, you know, Sugar Zero just
ability-
got the mustard, and I think he just didn't expect to maybe see that much firepower. bearing
अब
down on
rotation
him.
आ रहा है
But with the
उनका.
Cascade, you have to be really careful. A lot of teams will push very heavily behind that. They'll send their forces in with it. To try
आ
to take
चुकी
that
दोनों
space.
टीम आ चुकी
And,
है.
I like the readjustment here from DRX.
हार्बर प्लांट कर
Zeta
रहा
has
है.
to say about it, but this angle
आ
is so
भाई इसका
good.
गया.
Nothing to say.
ओह ले गए भाई.
Dead man
ले
down, no
गए.
tails, paper thin. They just
Proxy
keep
ले गया
knocking down
भाई.
one after the other. A flawless round here for DRX.
फॉक्सी ले गया.
So they now bring it 9-1. And again, some of these gambles when they're on the ecos are just. they're
Guys,
just
जिन्होंने अभी
incorrect.
तक
I
like
don't know what other
नहीं
way
करा
to
like
put
करो
it.
subscribe
They
करो
had some
subscribe करो भाई.
firepower there from Sugar Zero, who I believe had that bulldog as he goes for the swing.
क्या मार रहे हैं
You
यार.
can't trade a kill. You can't find an extra weapon for somebody to come and recover.
1-9.
They also don't recover it. They just try to get themselves over to the B site, and just by that point, DRX are so thoroughly entrenched that it just becomes completely
क्या स्कोर है
unassailable.
भाई.
You cannot retake after that point. Not with the way that things have been gone. You can see the pit now going to be invested over towards A.
अच्छा ये पे अल्ट मारा वाइपर
Sugar
ने.
Zero says, please don't come here.
जेटा के.
This time, surely, I can already see the spike drifting in his direction. I mean, some utility exchanged in towards mid, but Zeta playing very far back there towards B-Link. So, you know, now they're going to have to use that Trailblazer to go and check that angle. They're not going to get any information. Let's see how ready for this 10 is.
पता तो है यहाँ पे है.
Prepared. Oh,
ले गए entry, ले गए, ले गए.
The turret. Push out. He will
एक
get
अच्छा
one.
कर दिया राउंड.
Will be noted by the rest of the team. Have to try to play around it, and obviously they could surmise where Sugar Zero is.
प्लांट हो रहा है ये वाइपर यहाँ है अभी.
Even if he decides to push out of that pit, there is that wall waiting for him that he would have to push through. So for now, he's going to be locked off until that can drop down and until they can get the rest of the team in position to try to get this retake. They've got the man advantage. They cannot
बिल्कुल
afford to
कलमी
squander this.
वैलो में आना.
On this lurk, he finds 10.
अरे भाई टूर्नामेंट देख रहे
Now he's
भाई.
going to come back and maybe go
Tournament.
through water. Yeah, he's going for the spawn.
Let's go through secret. Oh, no. Oh, I thought he's thinking about it. That might just be caught on a
गया गया गया.
Well, now should be the best moment to try to go for this one.
भाई
Pro
कैंप
take
कर
it
रहे हैं
down.
तो
Depp
बस
hears
कैंप
it,
कर
he
रहे
swings
हैं.
back, but Mako gets the headshot.
ले गई
and
भाई.
Foxy finds 3.
Looks like I was
पे क्या मार रही है DRX भाई पकड़ के.
Locked in, and with the money completely in shambles
क्या
for the
पीट
side
रही
of
है भाई
Zeta.
पकड़ के.
This is almost assuredly an 11-1 half. One
गंदा
away
भाई.
for DRX to kick off Pacific.
I mean, they look great, and even swapping in Foxy, it doesn't look like they missed too many beats. A few stumbles early in his match.
पूरी
Since
site
then,
ऐसा
it has
घेर के
been
बैठे हैं
all
ना.
DRX all the time. And
Read
Foxy
तो है
in
भाई,
particular
इनकी read
got
तो
that
है.
multi-kill to kind of
मस्त
change
रीड कर
things
रहे
up for himself
हैं
and
ZETA
the
वालों
team.
को.
Up for
And
him.
now he's just cruising. Now he's just knocking them down like dominoes.
Knives out.
I want pizza.
I believe from both sides. I'm always in the mood.
I know.
Much to my stomach's chagrin. A blade beat blade.
गया
Yep.
जट गया भाई.
Finds him. That was a right click, but no, just gets him in the head. So holds on to that extra bit of firepower, and that's exactly the kind of start in the round that ZETA needed.
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है ये वाला राउंड गया इनका.
Good for these first
DRX
kills, for
Yeah.
these trades early. It's just later in the rounds, he doesn't seem to have that same presence when things, when they're playing for retake, when he's deeper in kind of the formation, maybe, because he's got the op or something like that. It seems like they can't find any
मेरे को अच्छा खेल
success
रहा
in
है.
front of him, and then he tries to do too much. We've seen it too many times where he's getting up close and
मेरे
personal
को
with those
Fox से
ops.
अच्छा खेल
Sometimes
रहा
he's
है.
the first one trying to push angles
आल्ट
with
मार
those
दिया.
Okay, and there's the reckoning out as Saxton just go ahead
अब
and push
थोड़ा
his
है.
hands. Completely sequenced
Plant
down
हो
into the
जाएगा.
corner. Spike planted within the cove. You can see the creep up sugars there trying to get in there, but Zest is covering for it. And this is
Nice
the thing.
cover,
They're
bhai. Nice
constantly
cover.
playing together, and that's what we have not been seeing from ZETA for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like once ZETA kind of, started to struggle, it just snowballed, and now it seems like they're just one by one, just walking in here. Depp might be able to do something with these blades still. Yep.
गया जट.
Spotted. Stacks counter swings back in the hall. Does end up getting taken down. Spot one. Fight
line up. Rifle line
trying
up.
to get some wallbang damage on the Mako. They will chip away at him just a little bit. RB taking a quick jump.
yeah.
Good one, but last now gets himself
Lol.
off the spike, but they can just go ahead and spray
Lol,
away
bhai.
main. It's 11-1 in the half. Utter devastation at the hands of DRX.
1-11 भाई.
I mean, this
1-11.
is ZETA's pick, and it's going even worse than Ascent. I thought for sure this would be a much closer affair on this map, but right now, no one
क्या
on ZETA is
खेल
really
रही है
finding much
भाई.
success. I mean, there isn't many bright spots, a few decent moments from
क्या
Gap
खेल
10,
रही है
but
भाई.
it's like they're sprinkled in amongst an avalanche of DRX. I mean, they're just snowflakes in this avalanche. Plays, but DRX overall.
भाई खोल दिया literally पकड़ के.
Tell how seriously
244 KDA 1.7 kill 12 death 7. ओ भाई 12 जने मार दे भाई. क्या मारा भाई. लिटरली क्या मारा है.
and it would be one hell of a miraculous run back to the field. So
भाई क्या प्यारा रीड कर रहे थे बंदे. क्या प्यारा रीड कर रहे थे उनको. जेटा वाला को.
rather than just 2 rounds picked up from the DRX, big thing will be done. Move on to the next series. Give us something here, ZETA.
I
We
would
want to
love
believe. We know what you're capable of.
Just think if they string together like
11-1
so like
जीत जाएगी भाई.
I'll be like, okay, ZETA's got it.
एक भी राउंड गया ना तो दिक्कत आ जाएगी.
Goodness gracious, we want to see some life up. We want to see them come through here, get some confidence for the next match after this. Obviously we talked about a lot here. That's gonna us. Obviously, it's the big 4-2 on the list. The best in the
33 सेकंड है
in Pacific, nobody's gonna deny.
हाफ टाइम खत्म होने में.
So, obviously, a tough start. We need to show some signs of life.
भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल गेम था भाई. डिफेंस क्या डिफेंस तोड़ रखा था इनका.
To show their fans at home what they've got, because there is going to be an insane amount of fans who they can make the match. I mean, it was absolutely insane. I was there at Yokohama, and it was just a show match, a one-day show match, and the fans were nuts.
And they weren't allowed to scream and
They
yell.
were not. It was just boomsticks. And let me tell you, they were clapping hard.
We call them thundersticks.
Oh, is that what it is?
Boomstick is what Ash uses in Evil Dead.
Ah, see, this is why I like you. You have Evil Dead references. That makes me happy.
Wow.
Army of Darkness in this case.
3 मिड और 1-1 ए.
Going in
Side
now.
है.
Second half, ZETA
मोस्टली बी आ जाएंगे.
Need
बी
to
की
find
तरफ है पूरा.
themselves a second pistol round win in this set.
जेटा बी जाएगी पूरी.
Otherwise, they're going to be repeating the record that they set.
हाँ बी एंट्री ले रहे हैं.
Knife to check here, but the ZETA only reveals 1. They just show 10.
अभी तक रोटेशन नहीं
Try
दिया.
to bait DRX into not rotating to this, and it works. This is a pretty good little setup here from ZETA.
Yep.
Backstep आएंगे
Wall
क्या?
comes up, Stack's gonna start
Entry
doubling
ले ली
back.
इन्होंने?
Actually, I think he's wrapping around, yeah, getting himself up now into heaven.
एक
Move comes in,
हार्डवेयर बी से आ रहा है.
goes down fragment. Zones
तीन
it away,
backstep
delays
है.
for a little bit longer. Bro, just chipped away, but the heal is
Backstep
there.
KJ
crucially.
watch कर रहा है.
Laz picking that up.
केजे वॉच कर रहा है
No,
backstep.
no flashes left available.
हाँ देख लिया केजे ने.
Great presence here from 10, not
रोटेशन
to
गया
repeat
पीछे
that.
की तरफ इनका.
Got the Prowler to check close, and they will. Depth, nice headshot.
भाई क्या
Takes down
हेडशॉट था.
Foxy 9. The Jet Duel 1. A little bit of damage out, but Zest as well getting tagged up. They finally break the turret. Still getting themselves out into main is going to prove to be difficult. They start moving their way forward. Zest swings the corner, finds 10. In the meantime, Sugar Zero finds Stacks, guns him down, pull off on the defuse, and
Nice.
RP going to be taken out. Zest with
Heal
3
दे दी,
HP,
heal दे
Mako
दी.
at 93. They're looking for the covering fire,
नहीं
but
है.
Sugar Zero will find 4.
ले गई राउंड.
Zeta will find themselves a second pistol round victory.
So much of this round here is 10 and Dep buying time on the B main side, just playing that so nicely. It's such a great little setup there. 10 able to use his utility, you know, spots the first. I think he might only see 1. I don't know if he sees 2 there, and he doesn't go for the repeat. Crucially, backs off, you know, maybe feels that DRX is going to try to overstack this side. He is correct. The haunt comes through,
भाई क्या
and it's
headshot
Dep
मारा
who's
पे.
able to cover it. So really well played here. Yes, Zest eventually breaks it down, but not before taking a ton of damage. That's when DRX pushes the button to go.
हीलिंग का फायदा उठा गई.
Piling into the site, yes, they get some favorable trades in there, but because it took so long, because Zeta was able to buy enough time, with some phenomenal play there on the backside.
B B B B B B.
Crucial pistol round.
Step back
और
going
ले
for the moment, but
गई.
Stacks actually
केजे
was
गया.
gonna try to swing
ओ सॉरी
back.
क्या हो गया.
break that line of sight, but instead continues to advance and ends up getting punished for it. So a good early kill here from the side of Dep, as it seems like it's just going to end up being a full send over towards B.
आर्केड में अच्छा खेला था स्टैक्स.
Wraparounds coming through here as RB will
इसने भी
clear the
अच्छा
bot
खेला.
out of shops. See, still wary that there could be somebody on this B site. Protocol's looking decent right now on the approach here from the side of Zeta.
साइड तो क्लियर है
Can't
इनके
afford
लिए.
to make any assumptions. Now they feel safe and secure about it. Go ahead and get this plant down.
Pings are coming
वो
down.
भी भाई
Step and 10.
तीन
once
आ रहे
again.
हैं बैक स्टेप.
Watching B main.
तीन के चारों बैक स्टेप है.
2 better guns in their hands. And I think they've got a pretty good
Pistol है
opportunity
उनके
to convert.
पास.
Let's see what DRX wants to dial up potentially to try to get, you know, in here, maybe get a kill or 2, and then try to, you know, if not, okay, they don't like this. Something's wrong, and of course, you either want to die to the spike if you can, or, you know, winning the round would be ideal, but at this point, DRX looking for a way to, you know, give as little over to Zeta as they can.
Well, I don't know if that's going to work out for them as they go ahead and push up. Zest will be able to find 1. Mako gets another.
Bye.
That does do damage. Well, that's
ले गए.
going to be one of the weapons lost.
दो
now.
तो Vandal ही
Bulldog
ले गए
left on the
थे.
ground as well as a Spectre. But Zeta crucially
दो तो
hold
Vandal
on
ही
to the
थी.
Vandals. Hold on to one of those Bulldogs. And that's a good amount of firepower. I like that buy overall because they have such a severe run back that they need to accomplish to keep themselves in
दोनों
this
का बाय
match.
राउंड अब.
Yeah, having that extra firepower as you go into the bonus, as you know DRX are going to have rifles across the board, can be pivotal. But economically, it's still not great.
Yeah, no, I think you make a great
Phantom
point.
Vandal
I
है
mean, you
इनके
got to
पास.
take risks. You got to start cutting corners
Harbor
here
के
as
पास
Zeta
Bulldog
to
है.
get further into this match to try to make a
Zeta
map
के.
of it, try to make a match of it. But
AM
it pays off
mostly.
pretty decently. I would call that not bad
Viper
for
फंस
Zeta,
गया.
not bad for DRX. Like nobody's walking away from
वाइपर
it.
फंसेगा वहाँ पे.
Super great, super terrible. Mako a little bit under pressure, but just backs off after the utility flies in. Looks like DRX
पता
here
है
ready
मिड में
for
है.
something got spotted.
गया चट गया.
In the meantime, trying to look forward. Sugar Zero.
एक और
Comes
गया.
up with 3. With a swing around, finding them both at top mid. What a play from him, and this is something that was lacking over in Sao Paulo. We did not
डैमेज
see
नहीं पड़ा उसको.
that clutch factor in Sugar Zero that we're so used to
Oh
seeing.
my.
Oh man, he is now on for an ace. He's going to start cutting over towards water. Should hear the footsteps, and he wants that gun out of Stax' hands.
See the pings coming through. They know which way Stax is going. They're running parallel to him, and now Sugar
पता है
Zero
सेव कर रहा है
they
वो.
have an opportunity for this.
मारने के लिए आ रही है.
This is a gorgeous round.
मारने के लिए आए हैं.
Does he get the idea that he's
Sound दे दी
tucked away in
इसने.
dugout?
No.
गया ये गया वाइपर गया.
Scout for it. Surely Stax Surely Stacks doesn't try to knife him. Not here in day one. Not in front of this crowd. No, he will not. But Stacks will also not hold on to that gun. 10 crucially gets himself in position, shuts him down. So while they may not find the ace, they find absolutely every single weapon and rip them from DRX's hands. Bonus is converted.
What a round here from Sugar Zero. So he's on point. His partner goes down, and he backs off and starts picking off long flankers from the side of DRX. Just great heady play here from Sugar Zero. This is the play that, for me, has been missing for a little while. Sugar Zero. Oh, Stacks. Never change.
क्या मारा भाई सुगर ने?
So funny.
Having a bit too much fun, it seems.
He's been dancing today. I mean, we've seen
Split है. Split खेल रहे हैं. इस पैक नहीं उठा रखा इन्होंने अभी तक.
Sometimes he's kind of stressing out a little bit when he's playing matches, so it's good to see him enjoying himself. They're going to really take their time here. And DRX
time दे रहा है आराम से खेल रहे भाई आराम से slowly.
From Art, thinking about maybe, you know, if they're
एक ही तरफ push
double swing that, use the haunt, kind of a pseudo flash and dash here, maybe to set up Foxy. I'm kind of curious what they're thinking. You do have Crow watching that angle, but yeah, like you were talking about, Sugar Zero, that player that when they were making their Rakier Vic run,
he
was so consistent as a controller. Since then, frankly, it's not been quite as good.
B पर है.
Encouraging to see these kind of plays, but yeah, a lot of the successful rounds that ZETA was able to string together against Leviathan were like on the backs of multi-kills by Crow, Laz, 10.
Yeah.
Not necessarily Sugar Zero.
rotation जा रहा है.
I mean, also worth mentioning, he was IGLing at that event. Now that weight has been taken off his shoulders with Laz again, taking the mantle. And so far, it's working great. Stacks left alone here on the site, ends up falling down. Foxy9, the first one to arrive to try to turn the tides of the battle. He'll get cut down as well.
RB ले गया. Serif से.
Headshot across with the Sheriff. So many more than that if they want to steal this round away. Take this to match point. Mako gets the tag across, cannot get the finish, and that'll be the cleanup coming through. ZETA losing out on one player. Widely hold on to their weaponry, and already the economy is so thoroughly built up for them.
Yeah, this is great. This is exactly what we want to see. Multiple rounds strung together here for ZETA, and now they have the cash built up that pretty much this is either, you know, going the distance or they're going to go home. So I really like this moment here, by the way, on the backside from Laz on the Foxy9. That's the only way that really this round probably could have gone real wrong outside of some miracle Sheriff shots on the site. Laz was way out in attacker spawn there. Foxy tried to flank through mid, got picked off by Laz, so that really secured things. So overall here, a really good round. ZETA waited that one out to see if DRX was going to get frisky, was going to push out, you know, get some kind of odd man push out like we've seen on those eco rounds from ZETA on Ascent and others. So yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need from ZETA. Clean rounds like that need to continue, especially when DRX is on ecos.
Hold खेल रहे हैं.
And so far, things continue to look excellent on this attack. I mean, look at the ults that they have. Should they be able to get onto the site once again? The Reckoning is there. The Pit as well for Sugar Zero. Save that off, but
कि कोई नहीं आएगी तरफ अभी.
Has not been going their way. 4 rounds dropped consecutively as far as ZETA, who've been just excelling on the attack.
Viper ने साथ देख लिया. हाँ पीछे चला गया.
So you do have some options here. DRX kind of deal with that.
Interesting Reckoning. Kind of cutting out across into Art. Mako going to be able to find one before getting taken down. Stacks continues to push. Will find Laz. Now the Nightfall cuts across as well. Stacks behind the box. The pop flash does catch Sugar Zero in the face, and he's going to have to back away. Pit now going to be invested. Let's go flying. The spike gets planted. Depth knocked down to about half HP. They just look to spray through. Knife nearly available. Stacks now can send that out. Cut off any extra utility. See, when does he decide to try to go for this push? Blocks him off. Foxy9 up close, catches Sugar Zero. The Pit now dropped. Not quite registering the depth is up close, but Stacks comes swooping in and finds himself now in a 1v1 versus Crow. I don't think he saw him. The time dwindling, taps on the spike, reads that he's coming for the flank, and Crow runs out of bullets. Stacks will close out the 3rd kill in the round and take DRX to match point.
I mean, Crow had an opportunity there to continue this run for ZETA. Stacks was just a bit off on his aim initially, just couldn't get it down in time. Ah, it was so close. Sugar Zero there as well as he's been playing here in the
भाई
second
क्या
half.
मार रही है
Steps
DRX.
out of his smoke at the wrong moment,
Ganda.
right into the open op of Foxy9 and gets taken down. So a good entry here under some pressure from DRX. You know, ZETA able to stabilize, get the
अच्छा
plant down,
खेल
get
रहे
their
हैं.
ults down. You know, had a really good win condition set, but Stacks here just so ready
भाई
for
हक
it.
दिया था एक बार को तो.
Initial
Harpoon
spray
ने.
off, but had enough time to get it done because Pro couldn't get it under control fast enough.
बस एक राउंड और जीतना है. ये कोरियन है, कोरियन टीम है. और ये जापान की है शायद.
Z on the ground for ZETA.
ZETA.
Is that a little extra BM?
That would not surprise me if Stacks was doing that at all.
Oh,
गया.
winning out the battle. Takes out Foxy9 before he can try to dash away. See the rotations coming through as the haunt gets cleared out. Zest just looking to get tucked behind the
Cross peak
screen.
बना रखी है.
Seems like ZETA registering that this has likely been reinforced.
Yeah, this is good recognition of the amount of utility that's been used. They know that there's at least two or three there for sure. So it's time to back off, or at least wait it out. Let's see what they want to do exactly. Laz is coming through, checking.
KJ mid है.
Is going to get confirmation that someone's there with the utility, but yeah, I mean, just that wide swing from depth. You know, Foxy just was not ready at all for a player to be that far out there. Had to try to flick for the kill. Meanwhile, Depth looked like he was pretty zeroed in.
B पे push है, B पे push है.
So, big opening kill once again for Depth.
Yep.
On the side of ZETA.
HyperX मरेगा मेरे ख्याल से वहाँ से.
Stacks starting to rotate back as the word does come through. Zest lining up one, takes quite a bit of damage, but manages to escape from out behind. But what a shot! Depth sniped out of the sky. 10 on the flank comes in, does manage to find Zest, but Stacks cleans up too.
क्या मारा उड़ते हुए. वाह, जीत गए. ये क्या हुआ? मेरा ही अटका यार.
Not make it happen.
अच्छा.
Tackle gun him down.
ओ भाई.
DRX playing the opening series of VCT.
क्या मारा यार.
Expected result here. I think
जीत गए भाई, दूसरा मैच जीत गई. कंटिन्यू 2 मैच जीत गई है.
ZETA just not quite as crisp and clean as they needed to be.
मजा आ गया
Rounds in a row there.
मैच देख के भाई. क्या खोल के रख दिया.
DRX and what a showing here for Foxy9, his first time.
लोल भाई.
It was spectacular.
It was. I mean, less impact pound here in the second half. Goes 13-13, 0 assists, whatnot. Doesn't really matter. Stacks clearly looking much more at home here on this stage, finding that impact that we've seen from him across the previous 2 seasons of VCT.
And on KO as well.
Yeah, I mean,
To be really key to see.
yeah, right back into comfort for him. Depth continues to look great. 5 first bloods for him
Yes.
on this map of Pearl, but unfortunately,
क्या मार रहे थे भाई
pretty
DRX.
much, I would surmise, almost certainly, 5 first bloods found in the 5 rounds that they were able to accrue.
It was probably something like that. You wouldn't probably be too far off. But I think, like, again, there are sprinkles of things that are good here for ZETA, and it's now you got to start building off of those. If that's
Sugar भी अच्छा खेल रहा है. Sugar
efficient with those
23.
first kills, you got to find ways to punish your opponents. You know, you can't just be a one and done. It can't just be a pick and then they rotate off of it. They've got to find ways to snowball those into round wins. Again, playing off of each other is what makes ZETA so good at their
Music
teams,
बंद कर
having
देते
that
हैं
confidence,
तभी
having
भाई
that
copyright आ
teamwork.
जाए.
And here
We saw as their mentality began to falter.
वीडियो बंद
So did that.
ऑडियो बंद करनी पड़ेगी.
Saw so many 1v1s trying to be taken, but most of them are going to be lost against a team of DRX's caliber.
Well, DRX can go ahead and take their first bow on the stage here in the opening day of Pacific.
भाई ये सही है. आप खेलोगे कब? देखते हैं. अभी 2 टूर्नामेंट हैं. अभी पहला टूर्नामेंट चल मतलब कि 2
It is still obviously early days. It's day 1. There's 9 weeks of play to go through here, including the playoffs. So for ZETA, we just need to see a rally back. Granted, this is the toughest match in theory.
पहला टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है ZETA और DRX के बीच में और दूसरा एक टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है इसके बाद.
In this tournament, here it should be a bit easier, but there's still clearly communication issues. We're still Seeing
देखी
some of the
जाएगी भाई,
fundamentals
चलने
falling
दो
apart a bit.
audio.
People not covering for each other, not having util to assist in these swings. We need to see more.
Yeah, precisely what I'm thinking here.
Read
more
अच्छा कर देते हैं
coordination,
attacking
more of
time पे
these things. We
DRX
saw
बहुत
some
अच्छा
good
read कर रही थी.
early round kind of ideas. They kind of read DRX pretty well at the beginning of Ascent. They had a really good game plan. I liked
Reading
a lot
बहुत
of
अच्छी
what
थी
they were
भाई.
doing. But then DRX made some good adaptations. And credit where credit's due, DRX, that's something that they have struggled with at times, especially as they
Rotation
go deeper and
काफी
deeper
अच्छे
into
मार रहे
tournaments.
थे.
So, yes, it's a good start here for DRX. We're all very happy about it. Can that be a consistent thing for them, not just here, but also if and when they get to Masters?
Well, we'll have to just wait and see on that front. But for now, we're going to go to a quick little break. Then the desk will be breaking down the action from this first series. But of course, we have plenty more coming up as T1 will be taking on Global Esports later on. Hello.
लेगा जोगा देखा जाएगा. ये भी अच्छा है.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
ये भी अच्छा है.
Foxy now gets taken out. Pushing in. Spike now going to want his ass. Tomahawk trying to find one. What is his future look? Look, the flash doesn't come in. And he's going to manage to find his second. Can he get the third? No, he cannot.
क्या मार रहा था भाई ये मैं को.
Surprising assist. What was that shot? Punch coming out. Foxy 9 again. Playing forward. Spots one. Oh, he's in a rough spot. Can't find. They may have. Oh, snap heavy. Magnetized.
म्यूजिक बंद करना पड़ेगा भाई, नहीं तो लग जाएंगे. अरे क्या है ये यार. ओबीएस थोड़ा सा इशू कर रहा है मेरा. हाँ CS2 आने वाला है भाई, मैं खुद वेट कर रहा हूँ CS2 का कब आएगा. कल मैं उसकी स्ट्रीम देख रहा था राका की. CS2 बीटा वर्जन अर्ली एक्सेस खेल रहा था वो. मैं खुद इंतजार कर रहा हूँ CS2 का. तो दोनों मैच जीती है भाई, दोनों. अब दूसरा मैच होगा इनके ग्लोबल ईस्पोर्ट और ये जीईएस और T1. इट्स ओके कॉपीराइट आएगा, बट वो कॉपीराइट से चैनल बैन नहीं होता. ऐसा क्या? पक्की बात? हाँ फनेटिक का और उसका था मैच. एक फनेटिक के साथ था तब देख रहा था मैं. मैं टीम का नाम भूल गया जिसमें एस्केरोसी है.
Sheesh, DRX just cleaning up at Pearl. But I had a lot of fun watching that final round, the sniper face-off between the two jets for a bit there. But I mean, what happened, Will? You mentioned something about the pacing of the game.
Yeah, I mean, ZETA,
this was one of the flaws that they had in lock-in as well, where they're so slow to make their decisions.
मुझे नहीं पता कौन से बंदे हैं, मुझे तो इसके रस्सी का पता है, ये भी ठीक है.
They looked a lot cleaner in general today, but then we started to see certain rounds again when they were trying to make that comeback, they would still just wait and just be afraid of, well, what if DRX is still here? And then they wouldn't either use their utility, and then they would make their decisions, you know, past the 40-second mark, at which point you have to rush in, right? So you lose one duel and you're out of the round, and we started to see them kind of fall back into that trap that they've set themselves up for.
It's one of these situations where, yeah, if you're not able to get the information or get the position enough, when there's only so many seconds left before the spike is planted, things get a little bit predictable. Okay, they're going to have to come somewhere, right? And maybe a little bit too slow, a little bit too passive.
देखी जाएगी भाई, देखी जाएगी.
Well, I mean, maybe one of these days we'll have a team that doesn't plan.
देखा जाएगा भाई अब
give up a round and they're like, they'll never expect this.
Music का आएगा, वैसे नहीं आएगा. Music का आएगा.
Again, I mean, first kills is still 9-9. Like, that just goes to show that ZETA's default, that's not a core problem, right? That's how they expand from that moving forward into the middle of the round. And the casters are mentioning as well. I mean, Sugar Zero, he's back in form where he's able to make some of these clutches happen. He's able to make some of these turnarounds happen now that the IGLing has moved back onto Laz's shoulders. But it just wasn't enough to take on DRX.
It was definitely a game where nowhere near as important as the first.
Community strike मिलता है गधे, मेरे को मालूम है.
So many of the rounds were gone.
हाँ बंद कर.
अरे वीडियो पे नहीं मिलता, ऑडियो पे आता है.
अरे वीडियो भी हो, स्ट्रीम भी हो, पर कम्युनिटी स्ट्राइक मिलता है.
अरे नहीं, देखा जाएगा बे, क्यों टेंशन ले रहा है?
जाएगा चैनल दिखेगा हाले.
और क्या कर रहा है? भाई मजा आ गया जो DRX ने मारा ना पकड़ के जेटा वालों को.
देखो पकड़ के मारेंगे यूट्यूब पर.
भाई डरा रहा है?
ठीक है तू देख ले.
देख लेंगे बे, डरेगा. और तेरा बैन हटा नहीं हटा बैनों का भी.
हट गया मेरा.
सही है.
बैन लगा भी नहीं था मेरे को.
अरे अब लगा नहीं था, वो 170 घंटे का जो पड़ा था.
नहीं रे, नहीं लगा था.
ये भी ठीक है.
नहीं था वो. 2 या 3 मिनट का बैन था.
अच्छा. चल ठीक.
Pushing out main, always use these cascades and then a prowler, or cascades and then another skill to push into mid and then say, okay, now this area is ours, we can rotate to whichever site. And that's just excellent maneuvering from DRX and their understanding of Pearl.
I think there were also, you know, a couple of moments where we really thought ZETA was going to get that round.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean, there were these moments, you know, not all rounds are created evenly, or equally, I should say, in a game of Valorant. And so, you know, one of them that we had up here was coming up where we see the Viper ult to use. So they bought in heavy to their guns, they bought in heavy to their kit, right? They've tried to secure A. And if they win here, they might be able to take that momentum. It won't be a next easy round or two after this, but they can try to secure that. But you see, at this moment, DRX is going to come in here with the Killjoy ulti, and with just precision, they're able to come through and shut this down. And you have to think about these other rounds where they were basically saving, where they were playing, you know, pretty cheaply, pretty frugally. The fact that this was shut down so handily was just brutal, because then they've spent all their income on all their guns, they've spent all their ultis, and it's back to square one.
And I love that you brought up the fact that they were saving so often. Again, we saw this on Ascent too, but we saw it on Pro. You buy the operator, either you drop it and you have to rebuy it, or you have the operator, you're like, okay, well, maybe we should save, because in theory you should, right? And then you're just constantly on your back foot saving. And it happens because of plays like this. If you lose control of mid, right? I mean, look at just how free Mako is. But the reason that area was opened up on the map was because of how DRX was attacking with those cascades, with the Harbor utility. And the fact that he actually goes through B-Link to come back into Art, I mean, there's no way. That's not even Kent's fault. It's just the way that ZETA was playing the map versus DRX. Eventually, we see him actually just wrapping all the way back around and is able to clean up this entire thing. But after rounds like these, you can't blame ZETA, right? They go back and say, okay, well, let's play more passively, right? We got to hang a little bit further back, and then they give up the site, and then they have to, you know, save, again, a couple guns, and it just does not open up a chance for them.
Yeah, and Foxy, again, really an all-star here coming into this. And I got to say, this is another one of the many factors that makes DRX such a threat. You know, it's not a top-heavy team in any regard. I mean, this is the substitute player. This is kind of the ringer of the team, and he's playing out of his mind. He's playing so well.
I think one of the greatest things for DRX now is that now that Foxy's been proven that he can perform at the highest level, you're on a team full of jet mains, right? RB used to be a jet main, Buzz used to be a jet, Mako used to be a jet main. But if Foxy can always sub in as the jet, and these other players have now learned so many different agents, if you ever have to sub someone out or you want to change your, you know, kind of strategy, you have so many options. And people aren't gonna know what to expect moving forward.
It's a really good point. You can make any combination of teams.
Insane, especially from you. You look scarier than the last time we saw you in Brazil. So what has been the secret? Is it the post-Brazil buff? 마코 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 이렇게 개막전 승리를 가져가게 됐는데 브라질 때보다 확실히 더 무서워진 모습이거든요. 특별한 계기가
कहाँ गए यार कहीं नहीं वो थोड़ा सा इशू हो रहा था
축하에 정말 감사드리고
तो वो
제
ठीक कर रहा था
개인적으로는 브라질
कहीं नहीं गए भाई यहीं है यहीं रहेंगे
개인적으로는 좀 그래요. 네.
개인적으로 못한다고요?
भाई हमारे समझ से बाहर क्या बोल रहे हैं
만족하지 못하시는 건가요?
평소에도 그렇고 약간 락인 끝나고 이후로 제가 좀 별로 좋지
I
않은
think
상황이었어가지고 근데
पैसिफिक एशिया का है ना ये मैच तो मुश्किल है
좀 평소 기량대로 온 것 같긴 한데 아직은 좀 부족한 것 같아요.
कौन सी टीम में है
To be
वो
honest with
टीम
you,
कौन सी है
personally, after Brazil, I think I've been underperforming both in ranked and scrims as well. But in match settings, I guess I kind of came online, so I'm satisfied with how I performed today. Well, today was also Foxy9's first day at work in VCT. What did you make of his performance, and what did you make of the teamwork in overall? 그러면 마코 선수 오늘 폭시9 선수의 VCT 데뷔전이기도 했는데 폭시9 선수의 활약은 어떻게 보셨고 팀을 맞춰보니까 좀 어떻던가요?
मेरे को भी वैसे भी esports और esports का देखना है.
폭시9 선수가 스크림 때는 생각보다 좀 많이 힘들어한 것 같은데 오늘 대회에서는 좀 침착하게 잘한 것 같고 대처도 잘한 것 같고 스크림 때보다 더 잘한 것 같아요. 약간 대회 체질인 것 같아요.
그러면은 이제 특별히 폭시9 선수에게 경기 전에 해준 말이 있었을까요?
그냥 스크림 때 기죽지 말고 그냥 이대로 쭉 해줬으면 좋겠어요.
Well, Foxy9, he was struggling in scrims, so he was having a tough time. But I guess he suits the stage. Stage is just made for him, and I think he's done pretty well today.
Global कहाँ है?
어차피 우승은 DRX라는.
अभी इनका ये इंटरव्यू चलेगा ना उसके बाद.
이어갈 자신감 어느 정도인지도 물어보도록 할게요.
तब आएगी भाई.
So yeah, everyone just has high
इंतजार करो भाई.
expectations for you. So how confident are you?
सबर रखो भाई सबर का फल मीठा होता है.
뭐 그런 말 해주셔서 정말 감사드리지만 저희는 일단 저희를 낮게 보면서 이제 방심하지 않는 선에서 계속 열심히 하려고 하니까 그냥 방심 안 하고 끝까지 또 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I'm very grateful for everyone having high expectations for us and also supporting us all the time. But we always try to stay humble and also keep our guards up all the time. And we promise you that we'll deliver every single time. Well, before I let you go, I have one more question brought to you by our gaming PC partner, HP Omen. So any advice for someone who's looking to purchase a new gaming laptop or desktop? 그러면 이제 마지막 질문인데요. 이제 새로운 게이밍 장비를 게이밍 컴퓨터를 사려고 하는
चल रहा है यहाँ पे
조언이 있을까요?
पता नहीं क्या बोल रहा है अपनी भाषा में.
장비는 저도 잘 모르겠어요. 저도 많이 바꾸질 않아봐가지고.
바운서를 자 रहा है 바운서.
이제 모니터랑 이제 본체라고 생각하는데 그 중에서 제일 중요한 게 모니터라고 생각해요.
वो भी ऐसा बाउंसर है कि
심하더라고요. 안
अता पता नहीं है कुछ भी.
HD 오멘 추천드립니다. 네.
Well, I don't go through a lot of gaming gears myself, but I can tell you this: I think desktop and
वही
monitor especially is
वही तो
important when
सीन
it comes
है.
to playing games, especially Valorant. So I can tell you that anything from HP Omen will be good for you. Well, you heard it from the men. Get something from HP Omen if you want to play Omen like him. Well, thank you so much, Mako. Congratulations once again, and thank you for your time. Well, I'm actually gonna throw it over to a short break here, but when we come back, it'll be T1 versus Global Esports.
मोटू अभी बंदा सही खेल रहा था बट अच्छा खेल रहा था बंदा. मेरे ख्याल से भाई इसको म्यूट करना पड़ेगा भाई. ये म्यूट करना पड़ेगा. ये म्यूट करना पड़ेगा भाई. बट इस रोंडे का नहीं. अभी भाई वो करो जब तक ये ऐड आ रहा भाई. ये भी सीन है यार ऐड का. ऐड हटाने पड़ेंगे भाई जब तक ऐड आ रहे हैं भाई. होल्ड रखो. ऐड खत्म होने दो. आप खेलोगे कब? मैं ये टूर्नामेंट खत्म होने के बाद देखता हूँ. जब टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो जाएगा उसके बाद देखते हैं खेलने का. यार ये एड वेड है ना दिमाग खराब करते हैं.
Even if the original three-site map is balanced, a unique characteristic that already makes the map a tackle base. A site is notoriously difficult to retake for the defenders due to halfway to the corners coming in defense. While the same applies for the attackers, the retake is made exponentially more difficult as the defenders have limited angles of utility. A defending team needs to clear and set up angles for tell, default, short, and main, which is a monumental task to do within milliseconds of each other.
आज मैं थोड़ा है ना जल्दबाजी में स्टार्ट करा वॉच पार्टी का. ये कल से ठीक से करेंगे अच्छे से एकदम. ये जो म्यूजिक का इनका सीन सब सेट हो जाएगा. चलो ऐड तो खत्म हो गया.
But watch out, that operator might be waiting for you down the straight sight lines of C main on any given round. Some say the best defense is a good offense, and it's never been more true than on Fracture. A unique map with 4 points
Fracture
of
तो मेरा
attack.
favorite map है
Defenders will always
भाई.
need to consider an aggressive approach to handle this map. Agents with large area
Cypher के
defense
साथ
ultimates like Breach,
ये जो
Fade,
था ना मैंने
and Killjoy are
पता
commonplace on
नहीं
this map as
जो
they can
अभी
consistently
टूर्नामेंट गया
clear
था
an entire site.
उसमें
The
देखा था.
tunnel is a crucial area for attackers, as most of these ultimates can be used to clear out B site, defender spawn, or both for easy access to the site.
कि एक
Defenders
ट्रिप
have their
मार डालो
options as
ड्रॉप
well.
पे.
A
एक ट्रिप
simple
मार
but
डालो
effective method
आराम
is to
से
use
कैंप
Breach's
करो फिर.
Rolling Thunder right from the start towards tree, bench, out of hall, dish, and really any of the 4 paths. On rounds without these big ultimates, defenders will often use utility combo to clear one of the pathways first, while attackers will need to mix up their defaults to keep the defenders on their toes.
करो भाई, स्टार्ट करो। कितना टाइम लोगे भाई स्टार्ट करने
Often touted
में?
the most traditional map, Ascent has been a mainstay of Valorant since the beginning. The map layout is brutally simple: A site, mid, and B site. Attackers start with only one narrow entrance into each site, a choke point surely swarmed with all sorts of utility. These paths are also vulnerable to well-timed recon skills, making it a nightmare to strike without proper preparation. Mid becomes a crucial area for the attackers, as it opens up rotations, mind games, and eventually a two-pronged attack into either site. And defenders will favor utility or an operator in pizza to control
भाई ये
the
किसके
general
कपड़े सूख रहे हैं यहाँ
area.
पे?
Duelists with vertical movement can easily attack on either site, as they can rise up to generator on A or fly above switch on B to create additional angles while thoroughly scouting the entire site. Once the spike is planted, attackers still have their hands full, as there are a number of lineups and flashes that will open up a tactical retake. And never forget,
सबसे बेकार मैप तो मेरे को ये सेंट्रल वही लगता है भाई, स्प्लिटी।
on the other side of B main.
करो भाई स्टार्ट। कितना टाइम लोगे यार? अभी 7 मिनट यार, 7 मिनट लगेंगी, हद है। तो ऐसा कर सकता हूँ मैं, 7 मिनट जब तक है ना। अरे नहीं रे, देखने में क्या हर्ज है भाई। अगर गेम अच्छा होगा तो जबकि जब देखेंगे, टाइम का क्या पता। पहले गेम भी तो होना चाहिए उसके लायक, और उसके लिए भैया टाइम, मेहनत चाहिए, मेहनत लगेगी उसके लिए। अभी तो हम भाई, बट यू हैव टू ग्राइंड मोर। वो तो है, ग्राइंड करना पड़ेगा। बट है ना गेम, उसके लिए टीम होनी चाहिए साथ में। बट यू हैव टू ग्राइंड ऑल डे, उसके लिए टीम भी तो होनी चाहिए साथ में। अब क्या चलता है? अब चलता है कि सीधा जो भी देख रहा है भाई अपना अपना खेलते हैं। उसमें मेन सीन है कॉल्स। अभी तो ये है, सब अपने अपनी कॉल पे खेलते हैं। प्रॉपर कॉल देना, गाइड करना, वो चीज भी तो चाहिए। सोलो तक भी स्पोर्ट्स नहीं जा पाया अभी तक। सोलो में तो मुश्किल है, रेडिएंट होने के बाद भी। वो तो है खैर। मैं फनेटिक का, जब फनेटिक जो पिछला टूर्नामेंट हुआ था उसमें भाई मैं फनेटिक का देख रहा था, उनमें सिर्फ एक ही बंदा कॉल दे रहा था, बाकी सारे उस कॉल्स को फॉलो कर रहे थे। सोलो मैन की बात कर रहा हूँ। अच्छा, ये भी ठीक है, ये भी ठीक है। मेरे को लोटस गंदा मैप लगता था, मेरे को लोटस अच्छा मैप लगता है। सेज लेके खेलता हूँ, मस्त एकदम। सबसे बेकार मैप कौन सा लगता है वो बताओ। मेरा तो स्प्लिट है जो सबसे बेकार लगता है। लोटस अच्छा है, पहले बहुत बेकार लगता था जब आया है ना, जब बहुत गंदा लगता था लोटस। अब तो भाई बहुत प्यारा लगता है लोटस मेरे को। तुम्हारा सबसे बेकार मैप कौन सा है, जो सबसे ही बेकार हो? ब्रिज फ्रैक्चर? ब्रिज फ्रैक्चर तो नहीं लगना चाहिए। अरे भाई ब्रिज सही है फिर भी फ्रैक्चर। फेवरेट इज बाइंड। बाइंड तो मेरा भी फेवरेट था। बाइंड तो मेरा भी अच्छा था, पता नहीं क्यों हटा दिया। बाइंड हटा दिया, ब्रिज भी हटा दिया। ब्रिज में ये था रोटेशन ज्यादा मारना पड़ता था उसमें, बीच से नहीं जा सकते थे, पूरा गोल घूम के जाओ अपने उससे स्पॉन से ही। स्प्लिट से तो ठीक ही था ब्रिज। बाइंड भी मैप अच्छा था, मेरे को अच्छा लगता था बाइंड। अभी तक मेरे जितने मैप सबसे बेकार मैप लगता है मेरे को स्प्लिट ही। सीन ऐसा है ना उसमें, बाकी जितनी मैप है थोड़ी ओपन मैप है, उनमें एंट्री के लिए ओपन एरिया मिल जाता है। स्प्लिट में छोटी सी जगह रहती है, उसमें से घुस के निकलो, कोई प्री फायर मार रहा है तब लपेटे में आ जाते हैं। एक मिनट और बाकी है स्टार्ट होने में। कल का दिन खराब था, लिटरली मेरा कल का दिन खराब ही था। कल 2-3 मैच में टीम एमवीपी लिया था तब भी हारे ही थे। इतना गंदा दिन था कल तो। दो मिनट रुको, मैं पानी लेके आता।
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just saw our first game of the International League just happen.
Like just now. It's pretty epic.
We were all there.
Yeah, were you guys
It was
there?
crazy.
Did you see it? Did you see
I
it?
was there. In fact, I just want to make everyone know I was there. But yeah, we finally kicked off, right? We've been waiting for this for a while. And the result, sure, DRX wins. I think that was the expected result. But ZETA showed some good hope for the rest of the season as well. And again, this is just the very first match for both teams. So there's still a lot to come.
I mean, it was DRX did so well. How do you think this is going to affect ZETA's, I guess, mental moving forward?
Well, you know, I think you got to keep in mind that, first of all, these are two of considered to be two of the very best teams, and obviously we're going to find out who's the best as we get further along in the tournament. But in some sense, it's good that ZETA can get this out of the way, right? I mean, it is kind of a warm-up match, you know, for them, but also the other matches should, unless we have a lot of surprises in this tournament coming forward, it should be a little bit easier for them. So we talked a little bit about how they were maybe like a little bit too slow, like a little bit too passive, and really weren't utilizing the clock, which is, you know, besides the resources in the game, you know, another economy in of itself you have to master. Maybe they could bring something a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I mean, again, they can only really move forward from here and learn from these hard lessons they learn against potentially the best team in the Pacific. So now that you've taken your lessons early, let's see you improve week to week, and then come Super Week, maybe they can really make a push for the playoff spots and then try to make a deep run in that bracket for the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's important to remember, nobody's getting eliminated yet. We're just getting started.
Yep.
I mean, we could have some bizarro world where DRX is at the bottom anyways, and ZETA wins everything from here on out.
I mean, that's what happened at Masters Reykjavik last year. Let's just be very clear, right? ZETA comes back and they eliminate DRX. So it has happened before.
Yeah, so we are just in the phase of the tournament where we're basically getting to experience these teams interact with each other and how it looks. Obviously, yeah, DRX crushes, especially in map 2, more so than even in the first map. But look, ZETA, they said earlier on in their interviews, they're here trying to improve. They think they know what they need to sort out on their end. And the only way to really improve on that, you can't just scrim all day. You have to actually have tournament experience, event experience, playing in front of an audience, and playing when it matters the most against the
कितने
team
मैच हैं इसके
you're competing against.
DRX और ZETA के?
And like I said, that's sort of the beauty of VCT.
2 मैच तो हो गए.
You really don't know what the outcome is going to be. We're finally also going to go into our second game, which includes a team that is not so close to here. We have like Global Esports that's going to be here. I hope they guys enjoy some of the cherry blossoms that are starting to kind of come in.
It's good season right
I saw
now
like
in
one
Korea.
or two like the
they're
trees.
starting to pop up a little early here for Korea. But yeah, like you said, I mean, global esports, literally global, right? I mean, they have players from all different
They're
countries.
the most global of all the teams. We've got
They
some
actually
multinational teams, but I mean, there's 6 or 7 different nationalities at times represented on this team.
Yeah, and you can see it if you're familiar with the players, of course. From Korea, it's Texture and Bazi, but then Aaron from XFA, right? He used to play in NA and then also went to some of the international tournaments last year. Then you got Manya representing the APAC region, Ronsky representing Oceania as well. I mean, a lot of people wanted to see him at Lock, and he wasn't able to attend, but now he's here and he's able to play. And I'm just curious, how does this team look with this iteration of their roster? Because they have a deep roster.
देखने में ऐसे ही लग रहे हैं जैसे उसके DRX का बहुत मोटा और इसका एक global esports का मोटा.
But they have some flexibility as well.
Yeah, as this is just the first day of VCT Pacific here, we don't have all the players in just yet. They will all eventually be in, hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, they don't have Rossi here, and Rossi is the star of the team. So, I mean, I think this match is not going to be an easy one for them either, but I mean, this kind of sucks for them, right? I mean, and not to take away from the other players in the team, but Rossi is such a powerhouse name when it comes to global esports.
I mean, it is representing an Indian team, and when he's also the Indian rep for the team. So I am really looking forward to seeing how these guys do. And what should we be expecting with this sort of?
Yeah, with the swaps, I mean, I am curious, right? With Ronsky, does he just slot into Rossi's role, which was playing kind of the flex
things
like that, or do they make a couple more changes? I mean, Bazi has been learning a lot more agents as well, so maybe there's some flexibility between those two. But as we're taking a look at their performance at Lock-In, here's the thing: they had some shining moments. The only thing I will say is they actually released their own comments video, right, on their own team channel. And the good part was they seemed like they were still enjoying the matches. They were still in the zone. But maybe one of their flaws was maybe they were trying to play a little too loose, right? They were always just kind of bouncing ideas back and forth, which if you're winning, feels great, but if you're losing, sometimes you start to lose that overall direction of the team. So I wonder, was that just because it was Lock-In and they were testing the waters, or if that's your style, your foundation just has to be a little sturdier for you to get a good start.
Interesting you bring that comms video up. One thing that they've said as a team is that they do
मेरे
feel
ख्याल से
like they're
पूरा
kind of
मैच
their own
टूर्नामेंट
worst enemy
स्पेसिफिक
at times.
Asian-
Like they worry a little bit more about themselves than they do
का
about
ये.
whoever's on the other team. And self-mastery is obviously necessary if you're going to come out on top in something like this. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they play it out.
Specific
Also,
is
I mean, just to go back to
reason
Ross for a
का
second,
पूरा.
there's an incredible video on that same YouTube channel with his
Rossi's
story.
story,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was watching it
एक
again last
बार
night. I was getting all
Valorant
emotional.
का ad आज तक
It's great. You should
भी आया
absolutely look
था
at it if you
इतना
haven't seen it
पॉपुलर हो
already.
गया ये.
You know, speaking of some of the players and statements that they've been saying, Aaron there, IGL has also made bold statements.
Yeah.
Do
समझा
you
नहीं
know
मैं
what
क्या
I'm
बोलना
talking
चाहता
Yeah,
हूँ?
I mean, well, he says he wants to be the first player that wins a title in 2
एक बार
different
Valorant का
regions
ad
because
आज
he's done
तक
it, you know, over in North America, and now he wants to come
आज
over to
तक
Pacific,
news
leading
channel
a
पे.
new team in a new region, a new tournament. And I mean, it's doable, right? It's doable. It's going to be an uphill
Popular तो है
battle. Let's
भाई,
just
ये
say it like
match.
it is, right? Global Esports is not predicted to be like in the top 2 for now. But again, we have a couple weeks. We have a round robin. We have a lot of
Counter-Strike
iteration
के
that
बाद
they can learn
यही
from, and Aaron has IGL
game है जो
experience from
सबसे
prior.
ज़्यादा
He's now
popular है.
trying to bring that structure into Global Esports. If he can rein in some
यहाँ
of this
तक कि
raw
Counter-Strike का
mechanical
भी
talent that this team has,
डाउन हो गया था,
it'd be
पॉपुलैरिटी डाउन हो
a
गई
sick
थी.
accomplishment for Aaron to be able to
अभी
kind of
काउंटर
hoist that
स्ट्राइक टू
trophy
आएगा
and
तो
say,
पता
"Now I
नहीं,
have
नहीं तो
trophies from 2 different
पॉपुलैरिटी
regions."
Yeah, I mean,
Valorant
talk
के
about
बाद बहुत
setting
ज़्यादा
a
इस
goal
टाइम पे.
that's, pretty wild so early on in Valorant. We're already trying to dominate multiple regions in just a few years. But look, this is a really exciting team. You know, we were talking about how they're so international. Obviously, you know, an Indian org here, but it's going to be interesting to see how these guys communicate and how this team grows and continues to develop here.
Yeah, that's always been the question, right? What language do they speak to each other in? I want to see how they communicate, like just literally, and how they gel and what their chemistry is like. Now we have the other team, which is another Korean team,
Yep.
a very well-known org, super famous. Tell me more about T1.
T1. So like I'm kind of the boomer of the show here. I'm the oldest guy.
Are
here.
we going to go through the history of T1? as a
CS
brand?
1.6 बहुत खेला है मैंने.
When I was like super young.
When I was just
when
a
I,
young
when I was
Back
when I was little Zoomer tasteless, okay.
Scarpe
With
Saya
my
player
squeaky Zoomer
ZETA.
voice, I was watching
Intro.
T1. Okay.
Just
I
before
was,
you continue,
Yes.
Let's just point out that
Offline
intro
board के
is
साथ,
on
वो तो
the
मैंने भी
starting
खेला है.
roster. Now we can go back to your
वो
story.
तो मैंने भी
We'll talk
खेला
about
है.
it later. I just wanted to, because that was
Offline
kind
board
of
के
crazy.
साथ तो.
no problem. But this is a team like when I moved to Korea 15 years ago. I got a SKT1 phone. Okay, like I picked that brand because I grew up on these guys. But that being said, and as legendary as they have been in other titles, including League of Legends, they are not the powerhouse Korea team, right? They've been playing second fiddle to DRX.
Counter Strike मैंने एक बार खेला है.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right?
पर
They
मेरे से
tried
खेला
to
नहीं गया.
start a roster
ढंग से.
early on in Valorant here in Korea, and then they
एक
tried to
भी kill
build
नहीं
a
हुई थी
squad
मेरे से.
over in North America. It doesn't work out, and now with the partner league, they're back in Pacific now with an all-Korean roster. Some people were even questioning, Ban, can he speak fluent enough Korean to communicate? Clearly, that wasn't part of the problem. But now they even bring in Intro as the
But
submission,
ये
and
तो
now they're
खेला
back
मेरे को
with a
Counter-Strike
full Korean roster,
ये
bringing up some of these
Counter-Strike
Korean
तो.
talents that actually left Challengers Korea, like ZETA, like Intro, like Munchkin, and they're saying, all right, let's bring them all back, make an all-Korean roster,
क्योंकि
see how
Counter-Strike
far
का
we
कल
can
मैंने वो
go.
देखा था,
And the biggest
graphics
question
और
mark at lock-in was Carpe,
Map
right?
वैप
He's
देखे
coming
थे,
over from a different
अच्छे
title
थे,
where he is a
काफी अच्छे
legend,
थे.
but how fast
Realistic
can he
लग रहे थे
adapt?
थोड़े.
He's proven that he's ready for the job. His aim looked crisp. He was one of the better performers over at lock-in. But again, this is just like Global Esports. It's just about how much can you clean up in such a short amount of time to prove that you're ready to climb the ladder here in Pacific.
They have talked about the fact that they need to sort out their basics, and that this is probably going to be
इनका भी
a
Pearl
tournament where
favorite
they're
है
going to have
भाई.
to be trying to make
इनका भी
adjustments
Pearl
from match to
favorite.
match, from day to day. But it's good they're kind of aware of what they're at and that they know what goals they have to set out in order to improve.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Intro. I mean, he's the newest addition to
एक
this
चीज तो देखिए मैंने
particular
जिस
roster.
जो इस
Tell me
तरह
more
खेल
about
लेता है
him.
ना अच्छे से.
Yeah, so Intro, for those who have followed the earlier days of Challengers Korea, you'll remember him, and then he went over and played.
Side hold करनी
for
आसान
a
हो
while.
जाती है उसके लिए.
He's a very crafty player, and therefore he sometimes can really hold down.
भाई
a
इनके
certain
aim
area
देखा,
or site.
सीधा
He's often
head ही
seen
पड़ता है,
playing,
जब भी पड़ता
controllers, but he has flexed over to initiators in the past. So I'd be curious to see what role he's filling, if he's filling.
सीधा head ही पड़ता है भाई. Body क्या होती है कुछ पता नहीं.
He can really play the mind games on his own. He has some really good individual game sense. Now, his flaw is that he also overheats quite often. So it's on kind of the veterans like Munchkin and ZETA to say, all right, Intro, like you can do your thing in this part of the map, but like please don't go too far forward. Please wait for the rest of the team. And then maybe he can even open things up for the rest of the team.
Yeah, don't overextend, don't tilt. I mean, communication is another thing they've talked about with T1 they're going to have sorted out. So it's going to be very important that the shot caller is making the right calls and that intro can be reined in or can be directed where he needs to be sent.
Do they train in the same facilities as their other teams?
I am curious. I've been to their HQ, and I know they have several different facilities for multiple titles, but I don't know if they have all of it set up for the Valorant team just yet. But I'm sure they'll have something set, right? I mean, T1 is a brand that knows how to run many different esports teams for different titles. And of course, also, Saya player on this team, coming over from the Guard in North America. I mean, he's able to, I'm sure, give input on how he wants to see this team grow as a Valorant team and how they can become a really, really respected Tier 1 organization here in VCT Pacific.
50%. So, I mean, we've seen him play a fair bit.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing that controller over in Lock-In, and quite frankly, he was one of the more consistent players here for Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is going to be, you know, can he's got big shoes to fill here with Rossi not here, and obviously this is a totally new environment to be out here, you know, in this crazy stadium that we're casting from here, now that we're finally all centralized for, you know, Asia Pacific.
Yeah, definitely. Monya is from, he's Indonesian, and I know a lot of the team, we said they're very global. They're very international. They got Korean players, they got Indonesian players over here, Canadian, here in Seoul. Just enjoying springtime.
And they've been here for a decent amount. They were one of the teams that really started to get their players out here just to boot camp here, get used to the environment and whatnot. So I'm expecting some big things from them, not necessarily just today, but for the rest of the season. And another thing to note for Monette and Global Esports in general, this is another team that has brought in a lot of good duelists, right? And now they're trying to slot them into different roles. Like Bazi used to be a duelist, Monette used to be a duelist. So some cracked gamers now trying to make them learn different roles in different positions. DRX made it work. If Global Esports can as well, I mean, this could be another powerhouse here in Pacific.
If Global Esports can make it and play really well, it's going to be really exciting. This is kind of almost like a feeler round here to kind of see where exactly they're going to be at. Again, you know, we've talked about this a little bit before, but with this being so international now, Valorant, like the biggest international esport, we're casting an Indian-based team here, but with these players from all over the world, it'll be very cool to see what they can do.
So with that, I mean, there are a lot of uncertainty here. We see a lot of interesting talent, potential. Who do you think is going to be winning today's first day?
I mean, I think this is the hardest match to call, especially now with the starting lineups for both teams having some slight changes, right? Ronsky coming in for Global Esports, and then we've got Intro coming in, at least for the first map, in place of Bad. And I will just say this. If Intro is playing, I actually think T1 might have the edge, but my overall prediction does lie for Global Esports. What we saw at Lock-In, the way they were trading and their calls just seemed just a bit cleaner than what T1 was able to prove.
I think I'm going to go with T1. I think this sounds corny, but I think they do have that home turf advantage. Okay, and
that's fair.
And I think that, you know,
a
game like this where so many of the years of Valorant played not in environments like this, I think that is to T1's benefit.
जैसे ही पहला दिन है तो थोड़ा सा टाइम देंगे.
I'm excited. Okay.
पूरी टीम को
but I think T1's a safe.
एक तरह से पूरा introduce
it's going to be close. Like I said, it's really hard to call for this one. I do think Global Esports is a bit of a wild card right now, just because there's so much unpredictability with them. And if there's anything I've seen in Valorant, it's like unpredictable. Usually somehow gets ahead. So that's that's the only reason why I decided to go with Global Esports. Also a bit of you know, Southeast Asia love as well.
I mean, all fair, right? And that's another region. We talked about Japan in the previous match while we saw Zeta Division, but South Asia has been just huge for Valorant. They've really been growing. They've been running their own, right, like tournaments and leagues, constantly having different teams win as well. Of course, Global Esports has always been at the top there, but they've had several other competitors and rivalries. And so to build these stories and then to have a star player like SK Rossi, and now to bring that brand and that player to a broader stage, to an international stage, to start competing in VCT Pacific, it's very exciting times. And one of the other things I'll give an edge to Global Esports is, quite frankly, the IGLing. I think Aaron just has a little bit more experience, a little more stability in his IGLing compared to Munchkin, who also has been IGLing for a while, but the stylistic difference, I think Aaron perhaps being a little more open to flexibility and the mid-round calling than what we saw from T1 over at Lock-In.
Yeah, I mean, It would be, again, exciting to see global esports take a big upset. I do think T1, if they don't take this, I'd be worried for them in general for this, because I think there are these expectations for them, and the fact that they do need to actually produce some results when you have, you know, an org that's Korean as big as this, you know, repping them. So fingers crossed for them. Let's see how they do.
Have you guys personally been to the T1 tower? Like, what is it called?
Yeah, the HQ. Yeah.
HQ. Yeah,
I
I've
have
only
not.
seen videos. You haven't
been there?
You're only
Oh,
the
what?
old.
Why
old
did they
guy.
let me do this?
Yeah, you're the boomer esports.
Yeah,
You haven't even been to the T1 HQ.
No, I haven't. I haven't.
It's
I only
because-
had the phone plan, but
No,
yeah.
it's because Tasteless, he spends all his time in studios actually.
भाई
casting.
start करो यार, अब समझ नहीं हो रहा मेरे
There's
से.
a ball and chain under
जल्दी
this
start
desk.
करो
You
यार.
can't see it, but a sleeping bag draped right over there.
The T1 HQ is actually really nice and funny to say, but they actually have
मेरे सब्र का
one of the
बांध
better
धीरे-धीरे
catering
करके
I've
टूट
had
रहा
in
है.
different facilities.
Oh, no kidding.
It's very good.
Like Korean food, or they got the whole...
It's mostly Korean food, but they actually have a chef that's there at all times to really just cater different menus and different dishes per day. So they have the menu set up and everything. When I visited, it was a couple of years ago. They were like working on their roof garden and everything, just so they
जो
could
last
have
tournament
like
था
a rest area for
Fnatic का
people
और
to just get some
उसका
fresh air in the middle of Seoul, where you have
American
a little more, you know,
कुछ
gardening
नाम
and
था
trees
उस
and
team
whatnot.
Are they
So-
like gardening like the fresh vegetables
Must
that the
match
chef is
था वो
then
final.
making for their
I don't know
players?
if they're, I don't know if they're making vegetables that they're eating. I think it's probably just like a couple plants they water up there, but...
That sounds really nice.
I mean, hey,
Your
we
team
do-
won
नहीं,
roof
Icebox में
vegetables
आता
you're
वो.
gonna eat.
we do know that Faker likes to, you know, garden at home as well. That was in his old documentary, so maybe he's the gardener.
Who knows?
That's his retirement plan,
That's
is
his retirement
gardening on the top of
We
the
all know that
T1 HQ.
you know, it's like you can be a pro gamer for a long time, but eventually it's over to farming. That's the next logical step. So.
But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they are either working on or have some sort of facility, and if not, surely because of what they've learned by building that HQ, wherever they have it set up, it's gonna be catered to what the players need, right? And that's one of the advantages of being a Korean brand now here.
अरे
For
यार,
VCT Pacific,
मेरा
is you already
mouse-
know how to set all this up. It's
Right.
not going to take any longer, right? You know where you want to go. You know what's important for the players. You know what the environment's like, the traffic's like here in Seoul, and in some ways that is a slight edge.
What you were saying, it might sound very simple, but yeah, you got to be able to
Wait a
get your
minute.
players trafficked around the city and get
Yep,
integrated a little
ठीक है.
bit. But then everybody's on a really good internet connection. They can all practice kind of in the same environment online. And you're able to have, you know, regular tournaments like this that can go on for months. If
Well, that's
need
the
be.
biggest thing, right? Is
Yeah.
that we have them in the studio on stage every weekend, facing off against these other teams that they used to not be able to play against offline. So that's exciting for both the players and the fans, not only being able to watch in studio, but just across the world, right? Watching right now on stream. And I'll say
Support
some of the
हमारे-
players and teams have been adjusting quite well, right? Two teams that we're going to see tomorrow, like PaperX, they
Globally
had that
sports
video
free करूँगा.
showcasing their schedule where they were traveling around their neighborhood.
देखते हैं जीतेगी नहीं
And then
जीतेगी.
Cruz from Talon was doing a little dance video with Hype Boy where he wanted to challenge Boaster, who's not even playing in VCT Pacific, but he wants to meet him later. But he was talking about how some of the Korean people in their neighborhood was like watching him record that in the playground. But you know, he did it anyway. He was fine with it. So they're adjusting quite well. So I'm excited for how the rest of this tournament pans out.
I mean, honestly, it's really not that hard to adjust to Korea, myself
Yeah?
included. I mean, it's so technologically driven.
Sure.
The Wi-Fi, I know for some of these teams coming from certain countries, and you know how unstable. There's a little rainstorm in the Philippines, for example, and then like the whole team
Oh,
can't
yeah.
play. So to be here on like the ultimate, like esports Wi-Fi place.
Well, this is kind of why it started and it worked here to begin with, right? Is Koreans are always like technology focused, and you know the internet's very fast and quick, and so
Just to break the fantasy just a little bit, my apartment, for whatever reason, once a week, my internet dies on different days at 2 to 3 p.m. So it's not all perfect, but it's generally pretty good here in
very
Korea.
specific. I
Seriously,
feel like it's
we've got
making-
the worst internet I've heard in Korea.
I probably am unlucky there.
That's rough, man. You got to move, man.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Just making excuses for your gameplays already. My gosh.
Oh man,
See
we're
how it
starting
is.
that today on day one. We're going to start to target each other
Shots
about our
fired
ranked,
right away.
ranked games.
I know
All
we
right.
just met.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I'm just kidding. I'm sort of. I don't know. I have yet to play against these guys, so we'll,
Yeah,
we'll
but
see.
I've seen some sick clips of yours, Victoria. I won't name any of them, but there were some sick moments from Victoria's stream when she was playing Valorant. I'll just let that sit out there on the internet.
I've been fully inspired by the VCT players. I just watch and get the inspiration.
Yeah, you just gotta soak it in. You just
Yeah.
gotta soak it in.
I mean, okay, with that, I know you guys want to see game 2. We are getting ready for that, so we're going to have more coming up for you right after this break. So see you guys in a bit.
एक मिनट गाइस, एक मिनट रुको। चार मिनट का वेट भाई, सबर करना मुश्किल हो रहा था भाई। म्यूजिक अच्छा है भाई। और 3 मिनट। थ्री 360 हर्ट्ज का मॉनिटर भाई, 360 हर्ट्ज का। दो मिनट बची भाई, 2 मिनट, 2 मिनट का और वेट। चैम्बर पहले बहुत बढ़िया एजेंट था, जब से उसकी एबिलिटी के साथ छेड़खानी करी है तो बहुत बेकार हो गया। इसका भी कर देंगे, गोकू गेको जो भी है एजेंट, उसका भी कर देंगे, ये सत्यानाश कर देंगे मेरे को लग रहा है। VCT पैसिफिक। $42 सेकेंड। करो यार स्टार्ट। चलो भाई।
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are ready for game 2. Let's go and watch the walk-ins for Global Esports and T1.
ओपा क्या इंट्रो बना रखा है रे यहाँ का। ओ भाई साहब, भाई क्या वो बना रखा है।
We're gonna get over this music. It's so good. It's just so epic. And man, I just wonder what it'd be like to be a player to enter with that intro, right? And to stand on that stage. Speaking of intros, it's intro on T1, man. William Yu.
टेक्सचर इंट्रो ओ भाई।
But yeah, intro. It's great to see him back on this stage. I'm curious how he's going to play, and then ZETA is going to be the one who's really going to have to bring up a lot of, or kind of take off the pressure from T1. He's IGLing now. It's not much who was IGLing over at Lock-In, so he's going to have kind of that brain power.
Busy
Now let's not
साया प्लेयर।
even though DRX is kind of the big name out here in Korea, and it's the first team you think of when you think about Korean teams. T1 does expect to assert, Korea dominance coming into this. The Global Esports, I think they're going to put up a pretty good fight. I would be very okay with having a big upset here, though. Global Esports actually takes it and crushes through. I think that would really put some heat under the Korean scene to improve even more.
Yeah, I hear nothing drives Korean spirit like good competition.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the joke of Korea, and some truth to the culture is that if you're not number one, you're forgotten, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be an uphill battle for T1 and Global Esports as well. But Global Esports, I think their biggest thing, like you said, Tasteless, earlier, is perhaps their biggest enemy are themselves, right? Maybe they play a little too loose. Maybe it is a comms thing. Maybe it's the fact that they have to bring up all these players who are playing in different regions.
ये कोच है इनका, दोनों टीम के कोच है ये।
They can just get past that boulder. The skill on this team, it has a very high ceiling.
We've got so many different stories with the different teams out here, but a good amount of the teams, and not even just the Korean ones, are that they are almost like a brotherhood, right? They've been around each other for a long time. Occasionally there's one or two new additions to the team, but this time around, I'd say, especially with Global Esports, I'm excited to see what they can possibly do and what they can deliver. But as you were saying, William, it is so important that they don't make themselves their own worst enemies.
कुर्सी की पेटी बांध लो भाई, कुर्सी की पेटी बांध लो अब।
It's going to be a matter of self-mastery here going up against a team like T1. And one thing we do know about T1 in every game they've ever had is that they always have excellent coaching. They know how to groom and grow the best players possible in the world.
Yeah, they actually just added some coaching staff as well post Lock-In, so curious to see if that has made some drastic changes to basically how Crisply left. Quite frankly, at Lock-In, they were playing very default heavy and just working off of kind of situation-based trading rather than having some set play. Whereas Global Esports, again, that's why I give them the slight edge, is they did have certain set plays ready. They had a playbook. It just wasn't quite deep, and then there were some cases where some of their players would
मैप कौन सा आने वाला है?
So I think Global Esports, at least based on Lock-In performance, they have a slight edge in terms of starting line. But again, it's been a month, and both teams have had some roster changes at least for today's match, right? We see some
Global Esports.
Brodsky now representing
फ्रैक्चर मैप है फ्रैक्चर भाई 3D में भाई 3D व्यू क्या दे रखा है क्या 3D व्यू दे रखा है भाई लिटरली इतना प्यारा फ्रैक्चर और स्प्लिट मैप भाई
just don't feel that they've had enough time to work on the new split yet. Because while Global Esports did pick it at lock-in, it didn't look good. Okay, I'm just gonna say it like this. They looked like they had a tough time against Vitality. So curious to see that T1 still bans it out, knowing that Global Esports at least feels comfortable on that map enough to take it.
It's also
पहला मैप कौन सा होने वाला है
quite follow because there's so many matches that have to be played here. It's possible they have certain strats or plays they're saving for other teams that maybe
पर
get away with this best of three, or maybe on another map they want to try something else out here. First pick is going to be going to Pearl.
All right. I mean, this was the map they had a win on, right? For Global Esports, they were able to win that second set, and they looked good on it. And this was and I'll even say, I mean, this was something that Aaron and his teammates continue to look comfortable prior when he was on X set as well. So I think there's just comfort in terms of set plays and in terms of calling.
अरे स्टार्ट भी करो बे
Again, it seems like T1, they want to stick to kind of the more traditional maps that have been around a while, where even if they haven't had a
अच्छा इनके फेवरेट मैप है
kind of used to their own position here on this.
Yeah, a lot of times Koreans will go for kind of more of a comfort opening instead.
इनके फेवरेट मैप है ये
Maybe playing some of that more experimental stuff, whether that even be with maps or even with agents, to save that for later on. So for the Haven pick, not shocking. I think T1's going to be a tough opponent on that as well.
Lotus is still left open, right?
Yeah.
Global Esport
We'll see if it comes
Ascent
but I think both teams might be playing a little bit of chicken, looking at Global Esports wanting to ban out Ascent. Again, a very traditional map.
भाई क्या टूर्नामेंट का जो रूम बना रखा है क्या बना रखा है भाई मस्त एकदम
Okay, well, that leaves Lotus.
We're going to go to Lotus. Okay.
Yeah, get to a map 3. We're going to see what these two teams have cooked up here on Lotus. Global Esports did play Lotus at Lock-in as well, but the max we saw it for most teams was once, and it was a one and done at Lock-in. So the meta still very much a question mark here for Lotus.
Yeah, well, the good news is I think it is realistic. We do go to
रूम तो है भाई टूर्नामेंट रूम तो है
All three maps very different in terms of style as well. Even though Haven and Lotus are both 3 sites, Lotus I would say is even more attacker-sided. Does lead to a bit more of a chaotic playstyle. Just given the entry points for each site, they're a little bit tighter than they are in Haven. So I'm curious to see how each team has really broken down their own translation of each of these 3 maps.
And in a second here, we're going to be going into the Asian selection. So we got to see, are we going to have anything crazy, anything that's out there? Earlier on in the last best of one, we had some pretty vanilla stuff coming
here. So I've got my fingers crossed. We may
Sky, Jet, Harbor,
yeah, I almost forgot that Gecko on this patch right
Gecko's
now.
like, who's that? Who's the guy with the short hair? What's that?
Well, I mean, T1 is picking the much more current meta, right, with Harbor and Viper. So they're going with the same picks we saw actually from Zeta Division with Carpe on that Sky instead of the Sova. So that's a big change, right? We've only seen Carpe really playing that Sova. Now he's picking up the flashes, so he's going to have to be even more in tune with the team. Meanwhile, in Global Esports, they're going to favor the KO and the Fade, so the double initiator, and then the Astra. So a bit of a kind of previous patch meta here, but nonetheless, in terms of theory, double initiator, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, we got texture.
पीछे भाई वो जो खड़ा है ना चेकिंग के लिए है कोई चीट पेट तो नहीं लगा रही है
For a while, we've definitely seen him
भाई 3D व्यू तो है भाई कुछ भी बोलो
We are moments away from getting
3D व्यू तो है यार
on our first map.
That's right. I do think our casters are ready.
क्या प्यारा 3D व्यू है भाई
Take it away.
क्या प्यारा 3D व्यू है यार लिटरली और 3D व्यू में अगर टूर्नामेंट दिखाए क्या मजा आएगा भाई
Here we are in timeout Global Esports versus T1. Quickly before we jump into this game, gotta point out, got stage. All the way back in Overwatch, Apex run by OGN. You've got Carpe, you've got Saya Player, you've got Munchkin. These guys have been on this stage before. They have played in front of incredible crowds, and they find themselves now back home where it all began. Batsy as well, I suppose. Well, actually, no.
I'm not sure.
I believe he was contenders. He was
I was curious. I actually obviously don't know much about that community, so I'm really curious. But I mean, a really exciting matchup because there isn't a ton of tape on the current iterations of these teams, even before they made changes after lock-in. So not a lot of tape, a lot to prove here between them. And I had a really quick talk with the GE coaches before we came in here, and I just said, hey, what's the game plan for today? What can you tell me? And they said
nothing.
No, they said, look, we're just trying to focus on ourselves because there's just too many unknowns here. We don't know how set heavy. The Des really talked about this, and I think this is a great point that, you know, we didn't see a lot of set plays out of T1 at lock-in compared to GE. So GE is, I think, more just trying to focus on their own protocols, trying to make sure that everybody's in the right spot, doing the right things at the right time. And my price to pay for getting that info is I have to give a good old, you know, GE fighting. All right.
B.
Intro for now going to be the lone member here from T1 set up at B. Start working their way forward. You can see, though, deep spread here from the side of T1. Still have to wait for a couple of these rotations to come through, but side player is getting himself in behind the squad, but there's a turret set up to catch him on that flank. Should be hearing this now as the plant will be coming down as he gets the spike in.
Turret just got cleared, and that's going to send two members of GE towards B main. Trying to open up space, trying to follow up off this, but gets stunned up.
Yeah, the Daze does connect there. Jumping on the corner, Flash comes across. Zayden out, looking for the follow-up kill. Oh man, he's gonna get it. The long-range right click of all things. Zayden now finds himself the last man standing. The Cove needing to be broken, and Intro is just gonna hold for this one, and Zeta will find a third. T1 go ahead and kick off the pistol round victory.
Yeah, this is such a great start here for T1, and the way that they're going to clear backside is so crucial. All of this. Even though they have to sacrifice a player to do it, they send Munchkin through. He's stunned up. He's still following the orders, following the comms of Zeta, and that's a really good sign here for your new IGL, that your players have trust in you to push through even when the situation is bad. A lot of players are going to turn around when that Nova Pulse comes down, stuns you up. Munchkin's like, nope, I'm going to do the dirty job here, and I'm just going to push right in and break some space. You can see there, they even try to lead him with the Trailblazer, but everybody's ready. And then they stun for Zeta, and they pop on through. So really nice retake here for T1. A good start. Let's see how they're going to be able to continue this. And don't leave him hanging. All right, they got it.
They got it. Got to work on that fist bump synergy. But hey, welcome back. The timer's still at 29 seconds. So once again, we're going to have a pistol round. Then we're going to have a tech pause.
Is this...
Yeah, I mean, again, time is a flat circle. These players are back on the stage they began with. We're back after the first pistol round of a series, and yet again, we're going to have a tech pause. So hopefully, nothing too serious. As soon as we get word as far as what's going on, we will be able to push that info out to you guys. But hopefully, it'll be dealt with quickly, and we can once again get underway, because we don't like to see the momentum get halted. We want to be able to just keep plowing forward and see who takes the lead. But already a solid start here for the side of T1, picking up that pistol. We'll see how they fare, though, moving forward into this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, if this history repeats itself even further into this match, you know, T1's going to look good out the gate for the first, 4 or 5 rounds.
Yes.
And then it all falls apart. So hopefully that's not the case. I think this match and the Talon Team Secret match later on this week, tomorrow actually, should be our 2 best matches of the week. I think in terms of like what we've seen so far in terms of like perceived skill.
Yeah, exactly. Having them be a little bit more matched. So curious to see how things have gone, because obviously we had a press conference a couple days ago. Got to push some questions over toward Bans, a lot of them specifically around Carpe and how he's been improving and how he's been integrating into the team. Supposedly, it has just been an upward trajectory. Even prior to lock-in, we kind of saw that going from the Ludwig event over into lock-in. Carpe looked exceptional. Now we see him on Sky, so we're curious to kind of zoom in on him a little bit more as this progresses to see how that Sky looks, because he was already looking a bit better, a bit more improved on the Sova as far as figuring out what his timings were. We're looking like and whatnot, how he was reacting to enemy movement. Curious to see how he fares on that. But supposedly things have been moving in the right direction. It's time to prove it.
I was thoroughly impressed with Carpe at lock-in. I mean, I thought He was placing his utility really well. I thought his timings were good. His shots, his shots are the one thing that I don't think are ever going to be in question in my mind because of his history as an esports player, where he has been well known for his mechanical ability. That is not going to be of any concern to me. It's going to be more about his utility usage and his timings to be a really effective Sova. And what I saw in Lock-In was extremely promising.
Yeah, absolutely was. Should hopefully be able to get things underway here in just a quick little moment and see how things are going to fare as we get ready to jump back into this.
कर दो भाई start. कितना number रखोगे technical pose?
Situated. This is first day, kind of normal. I would say things happen. You know, it's the first day with so many things going on here. So, of course, the inaugural day of the VCT Pacific League. So many new players here in Korea. A lot of similar faces, but a lot of new faces from Korea that had journeyed abroad previously and are now back with us. Is super exciting. It's just an absolute treat to have everybody here, to have this caliber of team and player for Valorant in Asia is just stellar. I think, you know, the thing we all are really excited for this year is going to be the upward trajectory of these teams. You know, globally, it's been a struggle at times. Let's just be honest. You know, other than, you know, DRX and ZETA, you know, there hasn't been many deep runs. And those deep runs from ZETA and PRX kind of seem to be maybe blips on the radar. We're not sure if they're going to be able to recreate that sex. DRX has been relatively consistent, but, you know, the rest of the region has had its ups and downs. So now we want to see these guys all start really playing against each other more, starting to improve as a region, starting to push each other more. And, you know, for DRX, you know, they want that too. They want to be pushed. They want to get better. So all of this is just so exciting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're never tested, you're never really going to get that much better. I mean, you hear people talk about it all the time when it comes down to, you know, playing like fighting games and whatnot. You have to have your ass handed to you.
Yeah.
If you're going to get better at a game, if you're going to have the drive to improve at a game. And the DRX, they've been sitting on the top for so very long. I mean, only a handful of people have really ever been able to topple them in history. You know, New Turn, as well as, you know, F4Q delivering them their first ever loss many, many moons ago. And aside from that, regionally, have not had that pressure on Slayers picking up one single best of 3 against them during a round robin. It needs to happen more frequently here in this league. And if DRX continues to punch down on the other teams, those teams are just going to get better and better.
Exactly. So that's what you need. I mean, the best way to get better is to lose. That's the funny thing. A lot of people don't kind of think about it. It sucks to lose. It's not fun. No one wants to do it. But sometimes the best way to get better is to lose. So you gotta go through the gauntlet. You gotta test your mettle against the best of the best to be the best of the best. It's very rare that you're just gonna come out the gates and be, you know, like Vision Strikers into DRX. Like, very few teams are gonna have sort of that set history that they had, you know, in Counter-Strike, in TAC FPS, to be able to kind of propel themselves naturally. So, this year is just so fun for me. It's such a great learning experience because we get to see so many different iterations of these teams and players. You know, I love the way that Ness was talking about it with global esports, because they are global. We get to see so many interesting kind of players and strategies and ideas, and you can see the talent on this team at Lock-In. I mean, you know, Texture, maybe the Korean Jet, you know, quote unquote him or Meteor in my book. Maybe Side Player, who knows? You know, Side Player, unbelievable at times with the guard.
Yeah.
So I'm really keen on this global esports team. I think there could be a real, it sets a future for esports as well if they succeed here, right? That we can have truly global teams, that we can really start to branch out and start to grow beyond our own regions, to start to really be able to bring these communities together.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that experimentation, if you remember, all the way back in 2021 with, was it WGS who picked up, I believe, an import player?
Oh, yes. They brought a player from
they
Thailand?
imported a player from Thailand, and that was the first time we'd ever had an import player on a Korean team. And while we, you know, these aren't Korean organizations that are doing this global, obviously coming out of India, they're still saying, you know what, we can take these components, we can take Korean players, we can take duelist players, 4 of them, in fact, put them on a team together, have this mixed language, and still potentially make things work. We saw those glimmers over at Lock-In with their performance, being able to take that map off Vitality and looking good doing so. But we want to see that continued growth. I mean, from what we've seen from spending time around this team, you know, especially around the press conference that I was hosting just a couple days ago, you can tell that they are very much leaning into the family aspect around the squad, and it's being felt. Everybody's working with each other. Texture's making fun of Aaron, Aaron's making fun of Bazzi, and they're all hanging out together. And I think that one of the biggest things for me that Spin had actually said during the QA was going in early and trying to eliminate the cliques that can develop between the squads.
I thought that was really smart.
When you do have those Korean players, you know that they're oftentimes going to just, you know, typically they're going to default to sticking around each other because they can speak their natural language, and then they might stray away and not develop a strong enough relationship with the rest of the team who might be speaking Hindi or speaking English, etc. So being able to get in there and just kind of making sure that they're consistently exposed to one another, making sure that they're spending time, that is absolutely paramount to building success and building synergy both in and out of the game. So I really love the way that they've been approaching this. Obviously, there was a ton of questions around, I mean, people, myself including, asking, what the hell are they doing in the offseason? When we started seeing this team develop, it's like, this just, like, they've lost the plot. I don't know what's going to happen here. But they actually have been going about it in pretty much every single correct way to make this otherwise unorthodox system and an orthodox roster function properly.
You hit two really great points here that I really want to expand on a little bit because I think we have time.
There's a reboot.
Yeah.
So there you go.
First of all, it's the way that I'm hearing their coaching staff talk about, you know, eliminating these cliques, making sure that it's a whole team effort. It's not just pockets of players that are trying to play together. Right? It's the whole shebang, and that's absolutely the right process for any team. It doesn't matter who they are. So first of all, the way they talk really impresses me. The way they present themselves as a team really impresses me. It seems like they've got pretty good reads on their ideas. And beyond that, to kind of even further bring that home is you're talking about they took all these duelists and turned them into, you know, great players in other roles. Well, what's another team that did that?
DRX.
Yeah. So that's, you know, it's been a formula for success. Yeah, for success. I mean, it's absolutely just, it seems to be a proven strategy. If you've got players who are cracked at aim, they can learn these other agents and fill in those roles extremely well. Mako and Buzz, two perfect examples.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, again, it's still early days. We've only had that single series and a single round here in Pacific so far to make any kind of real judgments, but it seems like the overarching approach from Global is good, and that eventually they should be able to get to that level if they're not already. Time will tell as we are getting ready to go back into the game, I do believe, at least
I see a countdown.
Shortly. The countdown is happening. It's a question of,
is it real?
Is this a test round? Is this the real thing? And it seems like it's going to be the latter. So we will be able to go back into this. Thank you guys for bearing with us as we once again guide you through with our lovely little podcast. This episode brought to you by what's one of our sponsors? Not Louis Vuitton. Ralph Lauren. It's brought to you by Ralph Lauren. Anyway.
Got some nice clothes. I'm super excited, actually. Like, really nice.
Well, early flash out just to confirm some presence around A. Esports not too fussed about it. Just go ahead, grab the orb, try to feed it texture. Now they're going to cut noise. Maybe they can play around with some misinformation here, but it seems like they will just go ahead and drift back.
Yeah, again, I like these kind of eco rounds where you're getting the most value out of them that you can. And, you know, obviously you want to win it, but getting the orbs, getting a couple trades where you can, you know, overstack an isolated player, try to see if you can get a kill onto them. That flash is going to confirm that no one is over towards A main. So coming in through Art underneath this is GE. Try to sneak underneath the noses. Now there is the alarm bot right in front of them, and that's going to reveal their presence. Let's see if they press the go button.
It does get broken, but they're actually going to cut back through and move over towards water. And potentially, wrap into that mid link. That is going to be the case. Intro. 30 seconds left. The lone guardian here. Spectre in hand, does pull back. He's going to be suppressive. Cannot throw down a snake bite here. Try to slow them up, but they have the crossfire, and it's into the meat grinder. A Saya player will mow down 3. Intro claims 2. It ends up being a flawless round. It's just the anti-eco now out of the way. See how they fare now with GE getting some rifles into their hands.
Well, I liked a lot of the ideas there, but Global Esports just had a better one. You know, Intro here falling back, and even though he gets hit by that 0 point, you know, that's a pretty big piece of the puzzle to hit, to remove that utility out of that player's hands. Doesn't matter. the crossfire was there, and that's just a easy cleanup for T1. Now, I forget, who did you predict here? Who did you out of this match? T1 or GE?
I don't typically like to talk about my predictions when
Too
I'm
bad
actually
it's on
casting.
Twitter. I can go look.
I did go for T1 here.
Okay.
Admittedly, I think that
I
with
went
the
GE, so.
I was expecting that intro was going to be playing, and I liked
You're a big intro fan.
Oh, yes, I have been for quite some time. But
I am not as much. I'm still a fan, but not as big as you.
I mean, I was a big fan in 2021. Let's clarify.
He had a moment where he was absolutely insane.
He was looking like the best controller in Korea.
But
I did go for
see
that.
his breach on Haven?
The bite already set up here to try to catch texture as he drops down off the top of the box. Just a little touch of damage in. Bazzi will be able to safely get the plant across.
Yeah, but tons of info there from the Haunt. It just really makes that easy for GE. They're able to just come through, get the plant down. Now you got to play for retake here as T1, but still some couple big guns there. You still got Saya player with that Vandal. You still got a Bulldog in Zeta's hands, so let's see what they can do.
Flash is going out. Texture going to be full blind there. Bazzi able to find one. Intro pushes forward, does find Ronsky for his trouble. Texture swinging the corner, takes down Carpe, but here's the flank angle from Zeta. Runs out of bullets, Reese swings with the ghost. Finds the kill, swaps the weapon. Saya player finds Bazzi, and suddenly it's just Aaron left standing. The leader in the IGL, unfortunately, will fall. They've got just enough time to be able to get the defuse across as T1 will go ahead and close out the bonus.
This is the Zeta that we want to see. This is,
this is what we were lacking.
Exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, it's just this guy at times has really, really been just so good for Cloud9 when he was on there. Arguably, one of their best players for sure. A phenomenal Sova player who's now being asked to play a lot of different roles. The KO here, now the Harbor, and also IGLing. So he's putting it to good success, and I'm seeing a lot of confidence from T1. I'm seeing them, again, react to his calls well. They're doing a good job making sure that they're clearing that backside. And this time around versus the pistol round where they kind of just brute force their way through the close side to heaven. This time around they send Zeta. He's able to wrap through, come from the flank angle, and that sets them up to clear that angle so nicely and so effectively. And T1 takes the bonus.
Yeah, and it seems like we will have Global calling a timeout. That would be my assumption here, as we'll wait to just get full confirmation on that. But likely going to be the case. I think I just saw a ref give a thumbs up as well, so we should be rolling into that. I mean, yeah, dropping that third round, not getting kicked back onto another eco without even having those blades available. Obviously, is not a great position, a great feeling to be going through at the moment.
Yeah, it means you've got enough money for a couple rounds probably, because you can, like you're saying, squeak out a Blade Storm if Saya player does fall in the next round.
Okay.
So not a real timeout. Well,
it's a tech pause.
It's another one.
It's good to be back.
Are we sure that Brent didn't bring Pansy and Hypoc with him?
I'm fairly
sure. Okay, just checking.
Pretty sure they're back home getting ready for their own stretch to begin.
Yeah, I'm sure. Got everybody kicking
we're cursed individuals.
We are. It's true. People may not realize this. If you weren't watching VCT Korea the last couple of years, first of all, shame on you. Yeah. Second of all, we had the curse as well. We do carry that burden with us.
Yeah. It be what it do. Not much you can do other than just try to live with it. Maybe we can confer with a Korean shaman or something to see if we can do a ritual.
I like my DRX ritual.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Lift the curse off of us.
I think I can cover that now. So when I go home tonight, I'll try to come up with something. I'll try to come up with a ritual to remove this technical pause curse from us.
We literally could hire a shaman. That is a thing that we could do.
Yeah. No, I know.
For those who don't know, it's actually very commonplace for a lot of, like, when you're building a new building to have it blessed by a shaman still. That's a thing that has happened. This very building, this very studio was blessed by a shaman.
Yes.
When it was constructed, and somebody who was a part of that that ceremony was none other than Faker himself.
Yes.
Was present during the what's the word I'm looking for here?
The christening
or
the
consecration of it?
That might be right.
I think so. Because if you were going to, like, deconstruct or something, like you would desecrate a whole religious building.
Consecrate is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. But
I mean, bless would be like the simple way to go for it, but I like your word.
I had the word in my head. I just couldn't quite piece it together until the very end.
Yeah.
But yeah, Faker was there during that.
Well,
moment.
you know, I feel like I'm getting a little bit screwed here because when I was in Japan earlier, a couple months ago, after I went to the
earlier today.
Yeah, I was there earlier today, which actually could be possible. I went to after I went to the Riot event in Yokohama, I went to Mount Fuji with one of my friends who isn't from the area, but he lived there for a long time after initially moving to Japan, and I've known him for quite a long time from back home. Anyway, we went to there's a temple that's right at the base of Mount Fuji. It's the starting point for one of the hiking trails up to the top of Mount Fuji, and I got my fortune there, and I got the best one possible. So my thought was, okay, I've done it. I've lifted, the curse of this. No, apparently that was for other things.
Well, it looks like this time it is a gear issue here with one of the players, so hopefully we can get whatever is causing the issue. I think it might be with texture side. Swapped out or fixed. And we can go on our merry way.
Normal things that happen.
Yeah, I mean,
first day.
It's exactly. It's the first day. I'm sure some people are going to be posting like, lol, Korean production, lol. Work a live broadcast.
Yeah,
and
come out here and try.
Might understand
goes.
that things can be a bit difficult at times. The technology can be a bit testy from time to time.
It's challenging, and that's I mean, we've got a lot of great new equipment. Aaron was tweeting about it, how amazing all the monitors and everything here is, how it's the best setup he's ever experienced, and that's great, of course, and it just takes time to kind of make it all work together. And as someone who worked in IT for many years, in a previous life, I can tell you that the best laid plans are to fall apart very quickly in the face of random adversity.
अगर ये वाला सेव करेंगे तो मान लो
I kind of want to, at some point, maybe tomorrow, when we come in, might sneak over and try out one of the PCs because they're playing on 360 hertz, and I've never tried a 360 hertz monitor.
I feel like we need to get like all of us on stage maybe playing
to a show match.
Yeah.
Us versus the Korean casters.
Oh no, well, we're gonna get wrecked. Binbon is nuts.
That's true. Binbon is pretty sure he's ascended.
Yeah, he's ascended.
So, yeah, he would probably roll us. I have played against him before in just like in-house games. Definitely not my queues. But in like in-houses.
120 or 130.
And I guess his neon is pretty nasty. But at a certain point, you start just anticipating that he's going to run at you. And then you just buy a judge, hide on a corner, and like a lobby on Haven, and you just wait because you know he's going to come sprinting through, and you just shoot him in the face, and then swap back over to your Vandal.
Call it the old vanity, yeah, got it.
Exactly.
I feel you.
Sometimes you got to play like a rat in order to beat somebody who's better than you.
It's a legitimate strategy.
Whatever it takes to find victory.
That's true.
I will sacrifice everything to make it happen.
Oh, I am the same way. I'll do anything it takes. I don't care how ratty it is. I will do it to win. I am not above any of that.
Well, obviously, as we wait for things to get fixed, we will give you guys any updates that we do receive. But for now, the admins are still working away tirelessly on stage to try to get things rectified so that we can carry on our merry way. Because obviously, nobody wants this.
Nobody wants this.
We all just want to. We all want to play
Except
the
for maybe
game.
Tom Biz.
That's
because I know he's doing a watch party, so I'm throwing him under the
and
bus.
he's laughing at us as we have to sit through this pause.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah.
He'll have a vastly worse one, I'm sure, on his first casting day of EMEA.
I can only hope.
At the end of the day, we might be going through a long pause, but at least we live in a place like Korea, which is awesome.
It is great here.
You can't say that.
It is truly great.
Yeah.
Much, much, much better.
So
I love it here. I can't get over it.
Plus, our league has we have our own song with a nice animation.
Yeah, that's
we got
right.
A sick opening.
Get wrecked, nerds.
We've got a big studio with hundreds of people worth of capacity that we can fill.
It's true. We sold out today.
Exactly.
Tons of people here. Tons of journalists and
we
staff.
have pauses, but at least it looks damn pretty while we're paused.
I had a really nice interaction with a fan during the break here. A very nice guy from China came up and said hi and knew who we were, and he's listening to the cast. So
nice.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you coming down.
Yeah, this other guy, this British guy who was here that came up and said hi to me. He had like a mustache and everything. He said he was trying to become a caster.
A caster?
His name was like,
yeah.
His name was like Ben.
Does he?
Or like Brendan or something like that.
Wasn't he like friends with a bald guy?
Yeah.
And
yeah, something like that.
Kind of like a white head.
He looked familiar. I think I might have seen him in Sao Paulo as well. So apparently he travels around a lot to see VCT
glasses
events.
and,
so yeah, exactly.
Similar to
So,
yours a little bit.
I hope it works out for him. Hope, you know, on his road to become a commentator.
I hope.
So,
I wish him all the best.
best of
luck.
luck. I remember when I was in that position, just trying to make it work. Brent is in fact not listening to the cast.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. He said he could hear us sometimes because
Okay.
during the DRX match, because DRX was just destroying, it was getting quiet. Because there's actually quite a few Zeta fans here as well.
Yeah.
They bought a lot of tickets for today's match, so it got a little quiet in the studio when DRX was kind of pounding a little bit there.
It happens. That or we might find something more exciting or more fun in the Korean casters, so maybe they're being
That's true.
A little more soft-spoken, but we're riled up about something. Either way.
Imagine the world where we're more hyped than the Korean casters. It's hard to do.
Yeah. Well, people always beg for that. Why don't you cast like the Korean casters? It doesn't work as well in English.
I just had this very long talk about this on my stream the other day.
Yeah, it's just like a big, you know, cultural difference in the way that information is presented during a game. But I'm being told that we are going to be getting back into things now, as Texture has had his headset back on, and we can continue on our merry way. So fingers, toes, everything crossed to ensure that this does not happen again. But if it does, don't worry. We'll guide you through it as usual. Exactly. More episodes for the podcast. We're just gonna start clipping things from our broadcast when we have these, and then upload them to Spotify and SoundCloud.
Only tech pauses in the building.
सारे पे आ रहे हैं वो भी.
Tech Podcast. Something like I don't know. Okay, well, I don't think Ronsky knows what hit him.
I don't think many people would be expecting that. Munchkin was just ready.
Absolutely brutalized. Granted, again, this is going to be an eco, dropping the bonus.
Push नहीं मार रहे, hold कर रहे हैं बस.
Blades are picked up here by Texture. Charges, but he gets stunned, and as he tries to leap up over the top, Munchkin will just go ahead, snipe him in the face.
Yeah, the utility combo there, so good from T1. A Trailblazer to follow up. Just absolutely destroyed any hope that Texture was going to get any value out of those Blade Storms. Intro here, he's good for it. Clean against Aaron.
Waiting on that lurk. Scoops up the kill again. Push is wrapping around into Art, but once more, there is that alarm bot. So at this point, you suspect that they are both going to be playing together. So as soon as they destroy or trigger this thing, going to know exactly where both players from the side of GE are at. Cutting their way through. Looks like they're just going to be wrapping around, going for Link. Jump out, and 2 more kills for Intro, finding 3. So a flawless round here. No economic damage dealt here from the side of Global.
And now we start looking at this round as super important for Global Esports. You know, being down 4-0 already on a map that, you know, you had to heavily favor them on, just based on both of these teams' experiences at lock-in. But that being said, kind of something people have to keep in mind is there's been pretty significant changes to T1. Not only with Intro, but with a few coaches. So again, you know, GE, there wasn't a ton they could prep for, so they needed to kind of try to play to their own strengths. Meanwhile, T1, I think, has a little bit of an advantage here, trying to come out with, absolutely a good time for a timeout. You know, T1 could come out here with maybe a little bit of the initiative. They can come out with a few surprises, set plays, whereas GE kind of on the back foot because they have a little bit more tape on their players. Obviously, we have Wrongsky here, but you know we don't have SK Rossi, so it is a little bit different. But for the most part, you're gonna have a pretty good idea of the general thought process. You still have Aaron as the IGL. You don't have a different IGL like you do with T1. So absolutely, I think GE a little bit on the back foot. Let's see if they can use this timeout to kind of change the pace, change the initiative. Yeah,
I mean, you know, mentioning Rossi, one of the things that he had said when he was doing a stint on the desk over at Lock-In was, you know, he was talking about when your IGL is finding kills, when the IGL is fragging, and how that can really inspire confidence and a drive to, you know, want to, you know, match them in that regard. You see your leader leading the way, you want to be able to follow in their footsteps and have a similar impact. He's talking about that quite a bit, and right now, we're not seeing it as nearly as much from Aaron as we're seeing it from the side of Zeta. So we need to see Aaron really start finding impact in these rounds, do some great shot calling, find some frags to really just start getting Global up to snuff and pull them back into this. Granted, I'll have to hold that thought as, it's going to be a rush play coming out. Side player. Let's get flash, pulls back. Carpe going to be taken down, and there's Aaron finding that initial kill.
There you go.
Fragment sent out, trying to zone him back, but you see Global just pulling away from this position, not wanting to test their luck anymore. They're happy with the kill that they got, and they go ahead and they back away.
Yeah, the pick and run. And this is precisely the right time to kind of highlight the point you're talking about. Aaron needs to pick it up. But the thing that I was really impressed with Aaron at lock-in was his lurking. He was all over the map, hitting opponents in the backs at great times, especially on Lotus. I thought he was really, as not great as that map went for GE. I thought he was doing pretty well. So I like what they're doing here. Leave Aaron on his own, isolate him, and if he can start finding success, that could snowball GE further into rounds. But this time they poke out. There's no alarm bot here, so I think, or maybe it already got cleared before I looked at the map and didn't look. But regardless, GE pulling back right into the heavily fortified B site. Oh, the alarm bot is down in B. Okay, by the door. So it wasn't there, but I think that might have caused GE to kind of second guess themselves here, where they thought it might have been a trap.
However, T1, despite the early kill, they do have the correct read on the site. Fight to try to delay the entry. Texture up over the top of the screen. Side player waiting for the push out. Will get the headshot, follows up for a second one. And Intro's got covering fire. Zebronics gets taken down. And the advantage completely falls apart. Now with just 12 seconds remaining, they're backing away. Aaron tries to get the flank, tries to find another weapon, take it out of the hands of T1. But even Bazzi cannot survive. Gets picked off at the very end. And Carpe, the one casualty taken down within the first 10 seconds of the round. T1 will go ahead and close out yet another one.
Yeah. What I think happened here is that they pushed towards, or got outside of it, got to the spot where the alarm bot normally is. It wasn't there this time, and decided to rotate off of it, and just, T1 guessed correctly with their positioning, and you run into that crossfire, you run into those defenses, no matter what. The defenders have a huge advantage in that situation. So T1 able to convert with some nasty shooting from Saya player up on Heaven.
One of the things I will say is that, again, back at lock-in, I believe it was Rishi, we had an interview with him, and he had said, you know what, the team often starts slow. In their scrims, he was saying, GE, we might drop our first map, but then we bring it back after that. And we kind of saw a bit of that.
Yeah.
With their series versus Vitality. They had their pick of split. It went 13-4, and then they crushed when they went over to Vitality's pick of Pearl. Now they find themselves selecting this map, and things are looking a little bit rough. Granted, there's still time to turn things around in this map itself. But even then, I'm not going to be counting them out of this one, should they drop this.
No,
Messiah
absolutely not.
just finds 3. Texture with a nice timing, does come in off the flank. Still though, man advantage in the hands of T1. Pit going to be abandoned over in mid as they try to get themselves back into a retake position. For now, just waiting this out. Spike not planted. Bazzi going to go for it now.
Have to plant on the other side of this wall.
It's not a default, so the spray doesn't get any damage across. Right on that front left corner. Just outside of Art. Flash out, Texture tucked away in the corner. Carpe finds one, yay, the push out. Carpe gets another one. As the Cove comes up, and Carpe's got the finisher. Quick, snappy headshots coming across. As T1 will now move up 6-0.
Yeah, like I said, there's no doubt about this guy's mechanics. They're absolutely crisp and clean. He is phenomenal. Now T1 guarantees themselves at worst a 6-6 half. So that was, I mean, Saya player getting aggressive with the op, and we've seen it tons of times with this guy. He is absolutely nasty with that operator. Some super early value before the flash gets ahead of it, catches Aaron trying to cross through. Prowler follows it up, but it's a little late, and then Carpe just absolutely crisp with those Vandal headshots. Yeah, this is looking great for T1, man. I mean, it's, we can only hope that it's just that kind of typical. Okay. Oh, that was a little bit off.
We play the highlight reel for Saya player. Like, look at these off shots. His timings are perfect, and then he just kind of whiffs an easy one there. Little jiggle peek still coming out. Knife to try to force him off his position. Doesn't have a tailwind available. Goes ahead, backs away. Munchkin looking to go ahead and retake, but now they know the presence of a second player. Saya again, not connecting the shot. Swaps to the shorty in case they decide to aggress on his position, but Texture's wrapping around the back, and it's an easy kill. Now an operator in hand. The A site widely open aside from this KJ util.
Love the change of pace here from the side of GE, recognizing that that space was being left open by double doors, and Texture's able to take advantage of it, come through the pin, and get a really big kill. Now the lockdown, trying to set this up, you got to know that the back alley there is going to be open here.
Yeah, slow swing. As Munchkin, what is that? 2 quick kills, and he just gets the read! What? Mows down Texture. The gun is gone, and Munchkin's on for the ace. He's pushing for it as well.
Seconds left.
See Intro trying to set it up. Munchkin will fall, and Intro will just run him down.
I was so impressed with the way GE played that round. Again, you kind of recognizing that if the alarm bot was outside of art, that they had some open space, and I'm seeing pings out here from T1 identifying that space that Texture took to get that backstab onto Saya player, but then it's just this. I mean, you've got players stunned up here, Flash as well. I was going to say, I don't think he saw anything there. I think he just kind of sensed that, or maybe he heard the updraft.
I think that they had heard the updraft. I think that there had been maybe a shot coming across as well. Either way, they just knew that Texture was going to be positioned there. Granted, yes, it's a 4K in an eco, but the manner in which Munchkin did it, so very impressive. Might not be the kill, and ooh, Bazzi, great answer back. Punishes Saya before he can dash to safety. I was going to say, Ronski does get tagged up, knocked down to 37 HP by that clip shot through the wall. They at least still have the player alive. Texture now moving in, finds one. Carpe only going to be good to finish off the weakened KO.
Right there. Spike planted.
ZETA tries to get himself into a decent spot. Ball comes up, sprays across a little bit, trying to see if he can find any quick picks. Cope now down, instantly broken. Still have to be wary about this flank coming through from the lane. ZETA going to be good for one. They start getting the read on this, and Munchkin wins the fight. Texture going to be taken down, but do they anticipate that Aaron is also going to be in this position? They need to be watching for it. Munchkin gets at the half, tries to take the fight. Aaron will shut it down. Global Esports now on the board here in the 8th round.
Yeah, there's that Aaron flank that I've been looking for. Able to finally get some value out of it, so huge win here for GE. Still making it really, really challenging was T1, pushing it to a 2v2 there towards the end. So even investing a reckoning at that point, feeling like they had the confidence, they had the ability to potentially take that round away from GE and really put the nail in the coffin, but just barely. He's able to hold on there with a really nice flank from Aaron, but man. All right, now let's see if that slowness is out of GE. Let's see if they've kind of found their groove, picked up some steam. You know, Batsy getting that early kill, really setting the tempo here for them. Had a couple ults.
Texture taken down, no command out, and Ronski, okay, he gets himself on the board. 0 and 8 prior to that, but what a great shot. Lockdown just going to be waited out as they continue to encroach upon this A site. Still have ZETA, still have Intro. Back over towards B. Flash out confirms presence.
Yeah, caught Ronski there. Now you're seeing some pings coming out. I think maybe there might be worry about a flank coming through mid as I see a couple players pushing that way. Meanwhile, Munyet just trying to hold things down, looking for a aggressive push out of T1, maybe expecting some kind of pressure. It's not going to happen. Looks like they're going to set up for either a full 4-man push. A little bit of utility here. You do have the Nightfall for Batsy. Looks like he might be dialing that up.
30 seconds left.
Nightfall across. That's all the information that T1 need. Munchkin again. Sat back over at dugout. Carpe just pushes the smoke. Does find Ronski. Shifts instantly in to the Trailblazer. Jump on the corner. Trying to get that stun across. Can't make it happen. Intro now going to fall. Sprays out through the smoke. Bazzi managing to find two. Finds a third. Carpe will shut him down. But now needs so much more. The 1v2. Both players damn near full HP. Carpe down to 42. Goes for the tap. They know that this isn't a commitment. They get the right read. The push comes out. The timing a bit off. As Aaron will go ahead, be the finishing blow. GE put a second round on the board.
Yeah, just phenomenal discipline from the side of GE on this. Holding back, even though Carpe has a really nice cheeky little play. Find a pick out of the smoke. This backstab here finds great timing onto Ronski. Ronski kind of having to act as that entry, as the KO. Still though, Batsy, crisp. Really nice shooting here from Batsy. Starting to come alive. Big first kill in the previous round. Now he had 3 kills in this round. Aaron there for the cleanup, and GE seems to be finding some steam, finding some momentum. Texture back with the Blade Storm. Gonna go up and over.
I mean, Saya was swinging it back out to try to snipe him. Boldly played. Texture 5 and 9, I believe, at the moment. see more impact from him. This is, again, I mean, potentially a similar story to Lock-In, where we saw a lot of roughness around the edges, not a lot of impact found, and then after they had gotten past that first map, it's when they really started to jive. And obviously, you don't want to have to rely on a map 2 all the time, you know, putting yourself down at match point. You need to be able to pick up those first maps.
Trying to sneak Munchkin in here. There was a knife to check this. 2 kills, and they do convert.
Munchkin finds one. C is going to be burned. Munchkin cuts back across the opposite side of the hall. The push coming in and snaps onto Texture's head. Now spots out Bazzi. We'll start backing away. Aaron still rotating in to try to reinforce his position and make this a winnable situation. Spotted. It's not even Munchkin who finds the kill. He will get the third and final of the round. As T1 stop the momentum build up.
I love the way T1 plays this. I love the protocols in place here for Munchkin. He misses. He dodges the 0 point that goes just outside of back sight. Immediately after it's done, they pop up the toxic screen. He moves back into back sight, and they have no idea. GE's not ready for it at all, and Munchkin's able to find great kills. You know, again, you could see GE wasn't even looking in his direction because they thought it was clean. They thought it was clear because their 0 point had just touched it, but he found a perfect timing to sneak in there undetected, and that changed the round for T1. Well played by them.
Making their way forward. Heavy presence here towards A. At least want to grab the ult. Bazzi, nearly with what, his third nightfall and a half?
It's a lot. He's playing really good right now.
Pretty much guaranteed to have it now. Texture dashing forward. They're prepared for this. Double nanos. Gonna cut off any swing potential, but Texture still gets in there up in front of the walls. He didn't necessarily expecting that position. Does end up getting clipped. Munchkin, however, looking to anchor around the back of Secret. Good for one, but Texture goes ahead and trades up, finding himself a second elimination. Spike now planted 4v3. Turns away from the flash, but just can't steady the game. Carpe swings around, finds one. Shot goes wide, side dashes out. Keeps himself safe as the Nightfall is going to be committed. Manages to find 2. Saya, however, not clipped by this. Still has his audio, but Aaron comes up with 2. Now a third elimination. And again, that's what you want to see out of your IGL.
Perfect stuff here from the side of Texture in the beginning part of this round. Able to win 2 huge trades off the rip that give GE the sight. This is the Texture we're looking for. This is the guy who has been so consistent in Korea as a Jet player for so long. Previously for Damwon Kia. Now, of course, they're D+ Kia, but this is just huge here. You know, outdueling Munchkin, some help, some friends there. And then Saya player, another nice shot, but Aaron from range. Oh, what a tap.
Yeah, just swung right into it. Gets the setup to finish off Saya. Beautifully done there. GE now very much need to net this 4th round victory for them here right at the end of the half. Swing out Aaron, spotting everybody.
Oh boy.
Expecting the rush. Sends out at least 1 nano as the second, and they should know exactly where he's at, given that that dog did not clear him, and despite the fact that he opens up damage onto Carpe, takes him to 1 HP. Carpe will be able to finish it off. In the meantime, though, B site has been taken. GE are very much entrenched. I mean, look at this positioning. No one fanning out over towards main. They're all pushing towards spawn, getting ready to just clash completely against T1.
Yeah, I think they thought maybe the space would be open, and instead they're going to be challenged for it.
Close.
Taken down to 25 health. Tries to play forward, ZETA just bangs the box. Finds that kill. Texture going to be good for one, pushes back out, but the trade up comes through. Now it's just Bazzi. And yeah, I mean, lockdown committed, doesn't matter. They would have flushed him out, but they find the kill all the same. T1 going to close out the first half on the defending side, 9-3.
I really like the IGLing for ZETA so far in this half. I mean, obviously it looks good because they're up 9-3, but the call here to push onto Aaron, knowing the situation, knowing that he had his lockdown and they could remove it, one of the most crucial pieces of the equation for any team is having that lockdown, right? One of the biggest ults in the game, and as soon as they know that they've got Aaron likely isolated, because you know, a lot of Killjoy players like to play off on their own, kind of holding down the flanks, they just push. And Aaron does everything he can to try to delay it with those nanoswarms, but it's just not enough. The commit is there from T1, and they are all in, and they succeed.
Yeah. Fortunately, gambled with cutting back into spawn rather than committing in towards mid. Wasn't sure if there was going to be that extra lurk coming out of Art, so kind of felt like he was in a rough position. Had to just maybe cut across over towards B, get himself into shops, but there's just far too many people encroaching on his position. They just can't get away. So a very solid defending side here for T1. But this is also, historically, Aaron's strongest suit. So now we'll have to see how the shot calling is going to look as they swap this side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a key here for GE is, the defender side, it's kind of something they would like to lean into, but also getting that op into Texture's hands. If you guys aren't super familiar with Texture, he's a phenomenal opper, extremely consistent. He may not be the flashiest opper, he may not be a guy who's updrafting all over the place and doing wild stuff with it, but he's super consistent, he's super clean with it. He has always really impressed me with his sturdiness as an opper. So, the sooner you can get that into his hands, the better to try to turn this around.
And they definitely need it. They need that impact. And with some great moments in that first half to, be able to net them those 3 rounds. Texture as well, joining him right near the top.
Yes, it's a technical pose.
Here we go.
Technical pose, technical
At this point, I
pose
can do nothing but apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's just it's just the way. We're just destined to have this happen.
It's just one of those days. It's just one of those days, man.
Yep.
It's all right though.
So we'll wait for an update, see what the issue is. Seems like it may be on the GE side. With Ronsky.
Had fun miss
figure out what's going on, then get things underway.
I
gotta say, obviously, a bit of a rough start here for Ronsky, but it is worth reminding everybody this is his first official, VCT event.
Right.
Especially as far as something, international, because this is very international. We have an extremely international league.
Right. He's played other stuff before, but
all of Asia involved in this, and granted, wasn't able to make it over to lock-in, didn't get to perform on that stage. We saw Rossi in his position. Now that Rossi can't be here, we see him stepping up. So this is a bit of a debut for him. So, there's obviously a lot of added pressures that are going to be coming in with that. We'll go ahead and take a look back at some of the replays from this first half, though. They're able to close out this last round.
I do want to give GE some credit here. Yes, the first 6-7 rounds, whatever it was, they lost in a row. Not ideal, not the way they wanted to go. But in the second quarter, we'll call it that, right?
The second half of the first half.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather say second quarter. In the second quarter, I thought they were making good adaptations. Again, playing off, even when they lost rounds, playing off that alarm bot positioning, trying to rotate in and around that, even though it didn't go their way. The ideas are solid, I think, fundamentally. And then I really like the way that Batsy, like you mentioned, he was really cycling through those nightfalls really quickly. And towards the end there, we saw one where he threw it out as part of their execute, and then he saved it the other time for part of their post plant to really help lock it down. So little things like that actually make a huge difference because it throws your opponents off and it makes their ideas and their planning and their protocols much more difficult to follow through with. So there are some good things to take away here for GE, but right now T1 looks really good.
Yeah.
I am super impressed with the way they're being IGL'd by ZETA. I think he's calling round around some really good in-the-moment decisions. Everybody seems to be on board. The communication seems to be great. I'm seeing just commits to the right decisions. They're confident in that, like you were talking about, when you're ideal fragging as well, but also when he's making good calls, that sets your team up for success. It really just fuels that confidence.
I mean, we're talking about pressures, for both of these squads. I mean, let's talk about, pressures on T1. They come into this, an organization that, during their time trying to compete in North America, didn't find much success, didn't qualify for a couple of those challengers splits. Now they come in under this organization name, the most successful Korean org. They find themselves on this team back on Korean soil for the first time with a roster that obviously had a lot of questions around it as far as the way that it was assembled. Carpe coming in, having not been playing Valorant, there was a lot of eyebrows raised at this. So there's an immense amount of pressure on these players to deliver. T1 is not only one of the most successful orgs, but by way of their success, also one of the largest fan bases in Korea. And when you suddenly come out and you're representing that, a lot more pressure applied to you. And they're might have normally been.
Let's call them passionate fans.
Yes.
Very passionate
Very
fans.
passionate fans.
I mean, and that's the thing for T1. Like, the pressure's there to not just to succeed because of the history, but because of the fan base to bring them here, to bring them to this team, to this esport, to this stadium, to come here and support them. So, yeah, tons of pressure on them, but I like a lot of the pieces they have in place. Particularly for me, it starts with ZETA. I think he is just an all-around one of the most solid players you'll find. Clearly now showing some diversity with the way that he's able to change in his, not just his agents, but in his role on the team. And he's still performing very well. Saya player at his best. You know, we've seen some absolutely ridiculous stuff from him. Him where he just takes maps over by himself. So this team, I think, the future is bright, and I've liked what I've seen so far from Intro, and I hope it continues.
Well, multiple B.
Talking about that shot calling. Let's see how ZETA fares now on the attack, because this is where I'm expecting to see a lot more of an impact, a lot more clean calls for the side of Aaron. This is his bread and butter. And already Ronsky getting things done. They lose out on texture, but Aaron arrives, finds a third elimination for the squad as Carpe tries to get the push on Abazi. Ends up getting cut down. Intro now on his lonesome will fall. And very swiftly,
9-4.
Global will go ahead and start things off with a pistol win.
Intro just kind of got lost in the sauce there. He was in the middle of all of this, trying to find a flank, trying to find something. But Wrongski here off the back of that great haunt, able to find 2 kills. Hopefully that gets him going. You know, set up your players who are struggling a little bit, give them the opportunity to find some value. And Wrongski just kind of W-king in the back sight. Finds 2 huge kills to give. Wait, what happened to the score at the top? I looked at the top and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, we have to flip that around. Looks like we've realized it. He's having a little minor issue, and Texture with a nice early kill. Catches Saya player pushing out into B main. Quick shot across.
Camp
hopefully we'll get that UI rebooted and reset for you guys here shortly. In the meantime, T1 trying to get set up for this attack on A. You can see all of that. KJ Util just dumped in front. See how they fare against it.
It's still not pulling the trigger just yet. It looks like they want to get a little bit deeper with Munchkin's push through Art, and now they're going to commit.
Okay, and they managed to clear it all out, so Nano not going to be able to slow them up. The star not going to be used. Aaron swinging around the corner of the C's. Does get used, and he interrupts that plant, but Carpe finding another. Pull off the spike plant. Bazzi swings in. Intro now going to fall, and suddenly it's just Carpe left. But already, still decent damage found. 3 weapons knocked onto the ground. Not going to feel too bad, and see Carpe going to be feeling a bit more confident with his Spectre in his hand, but Texture does swing out and finds that elimination.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent round for T1, all things considered. So, by the way, it's 5-9 the other way around, but
yes,
9-5.
We know T1 is still ahead. Oh, okay. Texture gets the opening kill there at range onto B long. Batsy again being really solid here so far in this match. Carpe continues to show us that he is a no-doubter when it comes to an esports player. A ton of talent, no matter what game it is.
I just want to point out that I should have mentioned it at the start of the map. But actually, first pistol loss that this roster has seen, that Global Esports has seen since becoming a Pacific franchise team.
Oh my God,
we're able to get every single pistol round versus Vitality.
Yeah.
It was the follow-up anti-ecos where things started to fall apart because the sheriff coming out of Vitality was so damn clean. Intro watching, a little bit delayed reaction. Takes a smattering of damage, pulls back over towards Shops, and tries to go for that snake bite. Prowler's on the chase, but as is Texture, and 1-8's going to be the one finding the kill. Full flash in on the Texture, has to back away. Meantime, Aaron and Ronski, now Bazzi falling down. Looking for the steady aim. Munchkin will be able to get him in the end. And T1 arresting control away from them again. They will go ahead and close out the 3rd round of the half.
Yeah, Munchkin, phenomenal today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he struggled a bit at lock-in, right? And here he has looked really, really good. And that's encouraging here for T1. I think just freeing him up, maybe, the IGLing. You know, he's been in IGL in the past, so it's not like he hasn't had experience with that. But, you know, before he moved to T1, I mean.
10-5.
You know, freeing him up for this, now you're able to really get those lockdowns pushed through. He's only 1 away from that. See if they're going to make a play for the orb here, try to get him that lockdown, indeed. And then see how they want to play off of it. If they're going to commit to A site,
Ab dekho.
there's already a push through Art towards mid, so a lot of info here on GE's side of exactly what they're doing.
You can see how wary they are about this approach just to get the orb. Didn't just go for it immediately.
Yep.
They're suspecting that there was going to be some kind of resistance with GE knowing that he was going to have that lockdown available, but not found. Texture now back over from Art into the site, up at the ready.
Yeah, too much pressure here. So
Yeah.
T1's just kind of, they're not liking this. They're not liking this quick
Rotate.
adjustment. You know, even though they invested
सारे rotate कर
a
रहे
little bit
हैं
of
B की
utility,
तरफ.
not enough that they feel like they have to really overcommit. So
दो
see where
बंदे
they want to
already
place
हैं
this.
B
If
पे.
they go to B where they want to place this lockdown, there's kind of that cubby right on the right-hand side as you push in that you could potentially get it in.
पता
You
चल
can
गया
get
कि
real
rotate
deep,
कर
you can
रहे
get
हैं.
into the back of the site. We want to see how this goes.
Rotation जा रहा है इनका भी.
A lot of pressure
Global
on
वालों
him
का.
to make some value. He's able to buy a little bit of time. There goes that lockdown in that cubby I was talking about, right on the right-hand corner. And it looks like that is going to force GE back.
Ult पे entry ले रही है KJ.
It goes in. Munchkin just setting up the turret. They can move in for the plant. No one's going to be detained, but they're going to start swarming in back pretty soon. So they have to get this plant down ASAP. Hope going to be broken. ZETA taken down. The spike now not planted. Just 10 seconds remaining. Carpe able to find one, and I think that T1 overcooked this. They waited far too long to try to go for the plant. And they completely let it slip out of their fingers, and Global absolutely grab onto the victory and do not let go.
A lot of trepidation there for T1. That entire round, you mentioned it early, after they got the orb, they still played it extremely cautiously. Like, they were still super nervous that somebody was going to make a play off of that. They never did. And in fact, GE's whole game plan there was, you know, wait, post-plant. Let's wait and, you know, see if we could we got the opportunity to disrupt the plant because it took so long for T1 to feel comfortable to get into that position where they could go for the spike plant.
Yeah. I can't help but wonder or suspect that this tactical timeout being called by T1 is simply Coach Autumn coming in saying, guys, can we just actually plant off the lockdown? Don't wait until the lockdown is over. Move into the site, please.
Yeah, you guys can just, you know, send a couple players ahead there and make sure it's clean.
Yeah, it's just far too delayed. Yeah, the Cove is not reliable enough to get you a plant under those circumstances when GE's going to be rushing you when they have rifles. If it's an eco round, if they have pistols, sure. The Cove, it will last a bit longer. Even then, still incredibly risky. When you've got no time left on the clock.
It's pretty hilarious now. Like, it did not take long for teams to just be like, Cove down, ping it, everybody shoot. And then it's gone.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
does
we
not
saw
last
it.
very long.
We saw it from one match to the next, you know, with Talon playing DRX.
Exactly.
DRX were getting away with it versus C9, and then all of a sudden they go and they play up against Talon. Talon's like, oh yeah, they're doing that same thing. They're just planting on the corner at Icebox B site. They have a Cove. We'll spam through it. We'll kill stacks, and suddenly we'll win the round.
Yeah, who would have thought? It just, it does not last that long.
Save
I mean,
round
the Cove is, you know, really powerful in when there's not, a, you know, a full team or, you know, 3 rifles pointing at it. One rifle it can hold up against. Once you start adding that extra firepower in there, I mean, you know, it's really an interesting tool, and I think a lot of interesting stuff being used with it. But the coordination from our teams is, of course, top notch. So it doesn't survive too long. And oh my God,
okay. Carpe aim very good, as it turns out. Bazzi, though, also excellent.
Trying to juggle that. Actually, usually really good for it, but this time Carpe just better. Caught him a little bit off guard. You can see the crosshair placement from Texture was just a little bit off.
Saya up on top, smoking to dissipate. Bazzi able to stabilize, gets the second.
Nice.
Before ZETA can find the kill, and now he finds himself with 11 HP, and Munchkin split over towards A main. Munchkin had the spike. Could potentially creep in and get a plant down and allow for ZETA to move up. But now they're just going to go for the crunch. As Munchkin will be good for one, ends up falling. Weapon retrieves. ZETA trying to sprint, breaks line of sight, sends out the wall to slow. Fragment at the ready. Cove now thrown up. At least the plant will be coming through. It's just out of range, doesn't get caught. But this would surely be a miraculous clutch, and I don't think it's going to happen. Ronsky
Close
dodges
tha
the
bhai,
bullets,
close tha.
finds the kill, gets the defuse, and that's going to give him the ult for the next round here as GE keep themselves alive.
Yeah, a pretty good round here for T1. Get a decent amount of value, get the plant down. For an eco, so can't complain too much about it. It all starts with Carpe here. I mean, again, the mechanics for this guy are absolutely otherworldly, and he catches Texture off guard. Texture not ready for Carpe to be that far pushed up, and the crosshair was off just enough, and Carpe was clean enough with his. He's able to get it done with Batsy, man. He's looking really good today. This is that Batsy that, you know, at times when he was on Slayers last year could absolutely start taking games over.
Yeah. I mean, you have to think T1, they could just finish him off a little bit sooner. Maybe they end up converting that round. Bazzy, good to stabilize, get that spray down. Instrumental in the round victory. Intro now creeping across, Texture seemingly having a perfect idea of this.
Oh, bhai.
As his crosshair placed just perfectly to play whack-a-mole with this Viper.
See if he's got it. Carpe has his ult behind this. Going to use the Trailblazer. They're kind of cutting off angles here. This is a pretty interesting harbor wall. They used it to check two corners, right outside of mid doors and right outside of Art, to know how much space they had. Now they're going to use the Cascade to try to push through. But I did see, I was going to say Monyet had pushed up right towards the doors. Gets that pick.
Finds that kill. I mean, he's expecting some pressure coming out of Art. Backs away, but now we'll know.
Mid to
They're
be
playing in through the doors as that flash does not connect from Carpe. The audio cue, and ZETA trying to get the wall up in time, but it's just going to take way too long. So it just has to wait out the 0 point, or rather the null command. That's going to take a while.
30 seconds.
It lasts a bit.
Flash now burns.
I've got your trail.
There's going to be just enough time.
blind aane wala hai.
Looking for the blind spray. Texture going to be taken down. That's Hall's cleared out. Seeker connects. Runsky having to walk across the bite. Cope now down again. Time running low, but this time not necessarily in position for the punish RGE. So the spike gets planted. Reckoning now invested. ZETA just having built that up off the plant. Munchkin spotted. Monyet spams him down through the box. Now sends up the Cosmic Divide. No one is in front of this. No one is playing back Hall for the side of T1. Carpe has to be the difference maker. He finds one and narrowly survives. Backs away, 30 HP in his hands. Carpe could potentially be the one to make the call for if they're on the spike, but it won't even matter. They just push their way in. They force the issue. T1 again pick up a round win.
I am flabbergasted. I mean, T1 there has nothing but a Carpe flash for any kind of utility and the heal, but that's not important to this situation. And Carpe has just been absolutely insane. Monyet there trying to do what he can, but this guy is firing on all cylinders. ZETA 2 here just comes in at the perfect timing. They tie it. It's a 1, 2, 3 go. They push together, and that's huge. And you can hear them in the end of that comms. They are fired up.
Now 11-7. One more here for the side of T1 to take this to map point. Texture, no weapon in hand, just have that Blade Storm. Carpe gets a pop flash out. We'll find Monyet. Ends up falling, and Texture overheating a bit, tries to go for the pursuit, and Saya player is able to reset the aim. It's the one-tap kill.
There.
2 players down. T1, they do lose out on their flashes. That does make it a bit more difficult to approach some of these sites, but the same could be said for GE not having those defensive smokes.
I like the idea here from GE to try to push out a little bit, to try to take some space. Right there. But T1's been also kind of keen on taking a lot of these early pushes in towards Art, in towards mid. So
दोनों धीरे push कर रहे हैं.
A duel coming forward.
Bazzy needs to win this. He's good for 1. Somehow Runsky just narrowly misses out, just firing millimeters away from Munchkin's head. That leaves Aaron, IGLG now in a 1v3 scenario.
12-7.
Low HP on Saya, but he's not going to be the first challenge. It is going to be Munchkin just around the corner, and clearly not expecting it. T1 will close out the round and now take this 12-7.
Yeah, T1 looking so good here. Good to see Global Esports start to punch back, to start to find some kind of rhythm. Munchkin really damn good this map. And continues to be so. But this round just really comes down to this mid push from Global Esports that just didn't quite convert. So now they're on not great money here for this round. A Guardian, a Spectre, a Stinger, they invested completely in that previous round. So the economy here, very, very slim.
I'm curious if it's a let's move on,
एक round चाहिए बस
do
इनको.
start slow type situation, but we're not seeing that timeout call coming in.
Yeah, that's true.
We just had, what, one apiece, I believe.
I believe you're right.
I wonder if it's just a GG, let's go next, let's not linger on this too much.
Placing swarm grenade.
Really try to overcook something that's already
Swarm
burnt.
grenade out.
Can you? If it's already burnt, I mean, you start overcooking it, then you're getting into.
You're still going to start a fire.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you don't
You're
wanna
going to
do.
burn your house down. That's not ideal.
Good spray.
Yeah.
Texture taking minimal damage. Zebronics
Bunch of
needs to
smart
be
है.
instrumental here. Guardian in hand though. Sends out a couple taps, backs away. Texture finds one, finds the other, snapping onto Carpe, snapping on the Munchkin. He keeps them in this. The lockdown now invested. ZETA still going to try to go for the plant. Limited time, but doesn't have very far to go to exit from this lockdown, so they go ahead and pull away. It was used so deep back towards the spawn. They get themselves out, they check the flank. Nothing found. A single bite available from intro. Is it enough?
2v3 है.
This lockdown gave them enough room to push this angle. So now they got to get there, but that spike is pretty deep on the edge.
Cease connects. The bite being waited out. Tap on. Monier holding for it. Gets it at least to happen. He's just going to be holding this. They have to spray him up. Intro's going to be good to find one, but they can't interrupt it. The defuse comes through just a fraction of a second too late.
I wasn't sure for a moment if he was going to get it because he died like right as he finished it, and I was like,
So
did it go? Did it not? Ooh, boy. Well, okay, GE barely holds on, and now they can at least somewhat stabilize the economy here. But Texture just absolutely filthy on point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if Texture one fewer kill, this map is over.
Yes.
So, stepping up right in the moment that he needed to, but yeah, I mean, you can see just how close it was. T1 not going to be given the map victory quite just yet. Still need to work for it. Weapons, though, obviously, still not great.
Still not great.
Zebronics for now.
My ult's ready.
Still having that Guardian. Two Spectres here. No ults to speak of. Whereas there are 3, now 4 available as Carpe gets the Seekers online. T1 likely to invest all of his to end this.
Absolutely, you got everything to play with here. See how they get it done. They're going to open up the site, throw down the cove, get the plant down here. Munchkin looking to see if anybody's going to try to disrupt.
Takes quite a bit of damage, has the back away. He does have a lockdown. He's going to use this at it. Position on the 8. Does he fall for this though? The bite comes down just to try to stop him from being able to push in, get that destroy. Hit now, invested on the back end. Things coming down. Carpe searches for some tags onto Bazzi. Doesn't find him though.
Oh, Saya
1 HP! He's about wins this!
How?
He's gonna take it down. The lurk from ZETA is beautiful. Finds one Yay. That's 3v4. The pit still up, the spike ticking away. They need to get onto this. They're running out of time. It seems nigh impossible. And yeah, with an nano ticking, that's just gonna do it. Intro will spray down the final 2 players as T1. Jake Pearl, 13-8.
A really good showing here for T1. Again, a lot of changes in a lot of different areas for this team, and a lot of it looks pretty darn good. It looks like they really addressed their problems, at least so far, at least one map. I know it's not a ton to go by, but from what we saw from this map, the changes seem to at least initially be working. That's a good sign. GE, I thought this was going to be a tough, first map no matter what. Even though it's their pick, it's coming into, again, a team that has made a lot of changes, so it's tough to get a read on exactly what they're going to be bringing at you, how much they've prepped. Like, you have to assume that Pearl's going to be the map they're going to be gunning for. So you can, as T1, you could float that map and practice some stuff, and you can see that they absolutely did.
Really nicely done here from the side of T1. But again, I want to know, is that prophecy And Rushi spoke up back at Lock-In, going to come through yet again. Do we just see them drop the first map and then run it back on their opponent's map pick? We'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, that's going to be even. Have not yet seen from Global. I believe also haven't seen it from the side of T1. So this is going to be somewhat new territory. I'm excited to see who's going to be able to walk away with this one. But for now, I mean, all of the things that we were concerned about after their showing versus Fury of the side of T1, it feels like it's washed away in this series a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We like the Munchkin that we just saw is like the upside down world version of the one that we saw at Lock-In. Whatever they did with the Munchkin from Lock-In, I don't care. Wherever you lock them up, you can leave them because this version of Munchkin looks a hell of a lot better. I'll say that much. But I do want to see GE be able to have that rally back to be able to make this a more competitive series. Take this second map, take Haven away from T1, knock some wind out of their sails, take the breath out of their lungs, ride this into a third map to try to close it.
I agree with you. I think it could happen. I mean, again, you can see that GE after those initial 6 rounds where they kind of slid, they immediately were basically going blow for blow with T1 the rest of the way. So you feel like GE's got their groove. They've got a lot of the problems that they had at the beginning fixed. So let's just see if they can find that supposed magic that they've got as the round goes on. And I've heard that from other teams as well, that they do struggle in the beginning of their matches.
Well, we'll see what happens. For now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and on the back end of that, the desk will be breaking down the action from map number 1, and then we'll carry on with the series. So don't go anywhere if the action continues in just a bit.
I'm going to favor the KO and the bait, so the double initiator.
Dropping on the corner, Flash comes across. In and out, looking for the follow-up kill, and snake bite here. Trying to slow them up, but they have the crossfire, and it's into the meat grinder. And Sahlot does find Ronsky for his trouble. Texture swing in the corner, takes down Carpet, but here's the flank angle from ZETA. Runs out of the leader in the IGL, and
Blade Storm's intro here, he's good.
Link jump out, and high-power player waiting for the push out, and will get the headshot. Seconds remaining. The back corner. Carpet finds one Ye. The Cove comes. It's a third.
It's a knife to check this. 2 kills, and they do.
Side of Paul. Push coming in. Spot. Munchkin who finds the kill. Getting clipped. Munchkin, however, looking to anchor around the back of his audio, but Aaron comes up with 2.
एंगल पकड़ के बैठे थे ना जो एंगल पकड़ के बैठे थे मस्त पकड़ के बैठे थे भाई एकदम प्यारे एंगल पकड़ के बैठे थे DRX जीती थी दोनों गेम और अभी T1 जीती है पहला गेम अपना दूसरा गेम देखते हैं कौन जीतता है सेकंड टीम का एक मिनट दूसरा मैप देखना है एक तो कौन सा मैप है डिफेंड बड़ा प्यारा है बे T1 का प्यारा है डिफेंड भाई क्या डिफेंड करा था, प्यारा डिफेंड कर रहे थे। डिफेंड भी नहीं, रीटेक भी भाई बड़े प्यारे थे।
Talking about, we were really unsure how this could go, and even during the game, we thought it was going one way, then it started going the other way, and we weren't really sure who was going to win until the very end.
Yeah, I mean, lots of back and forth, but one thing's for sure, T1 looks way different than they did at Lock-In, right? I think Global Esports, the pros and cons we saw at Lock-In, they kind of showed up the same way again today, but T1, I mean, their trades are cleaner, their executes are cleaner, their comms seem to be better too. They just look much more improved today.
It was a really funny first map as far as like the way the rhythm of the rounds played out. It seemed like T1 was almost done. Like they were ready to just move on to map number 2, and it was going to be a clean sweep. And I was worried for Global Esports, but suddenly it seems like Global Esports was able to catch their second win. They really started to buckle down, and the game of catch-up actually kicked in. I think at the very, very end, T1 really started to play extra cautious, extra safe, and I think navigate a very safe game to close that out.
Yeah, and a big part of it, I mean, Munchkin breaking the 300 ACS scoreline, right? And the casters were talking about it. I know Paperthin and Achilleos mentioned it as well, but when he was IGLing at Lock-In, he looked a little bit lost, right? He looked like he wasn't really able to focus on his own play. And now with that burden moving over to ZETA, Munchkin's back in form, in kind of that superstar form we used to see him in Challengers Japan a while back, where he's able to just carry the team on his back. He's putting up an amazing numbers. If he continues that today, they could very well win 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nick, tell us more about what you were talking about, these well-coordinated movements that we're talking about.
Oh, yeah. We got a highlight clip if we can throw that up on screen for us. But it was basically in the point near the end here where it was either going to be Global Esports actually catching up and closing this out. What they did is they were very patient and smart about how they took their picks. We're seeing actually now that, you know, them kind of rushing over here at this moment and locking on the site. But earlier on, they were up in mid, and you could see they actually managed to basically bait out Global Esports. They closed that in there, had an excellent round, and got the plant. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and you can see the deaths there on the map as well, right? And a big part of it, I mean, sure, Munchkin in-game, the pure stats, his is very high, but Carpe continues to look better every time we see him, right? When we first saw him at the event way back when in North America with Ludwig and Tarek, it was like, okay, like Carpe, we get it, he's pretty good, but there's big questions on if he can adapt. Lock-In, he looks better, and today, he was able to hold his own, and with Sky now as well away from the Sova, so he's adapting.
Yeah, no, he's definitely adapting. There were a lot of key moments there that I think, had he not done what he did, I mean, obviously Munchkin playing very well as well, but Carpe really clutching in so many key moments to actually close that out.
Definitely. I think timing's name of the game in this particular map. I think Global Esports also had some of their key moments too, that where timing really was everything.
Yes, I mean, Global Esports, they showed some kind of glimmers of hope. And if we can take a look at some of their highlights as well, this was earlier on in the first half. And the Astra ult comes in at an angle we're not really used to seeing too often on B site, right? But this was coordinated to take B Link as well. We just saw the kill go down on B Link. And then you're watching Texture really hold that down. So these are the types of set plays where Global Esports, they are prepared. If they're able to execute on it, they have their own ideas. The timing was good on that push on B Link. And towards the end, I mean, T1, this was another round where you can kind of see their own coordination. They understand they need to push that in to try to get the defuse. Eventually, they're not able to really stick it through, as Aaron's going to be able to hold that site down and make sure the defuse doesn't go down. But then we go into the second half as well. And here's another time when Global Esports, they understand what T1's win conditions are. Okay, the lockdown's coming in. You only have 30 seconds left on the clock, so Ronsky throws the fragment. What that does is that the attackers cannot come in during the lockdown to start the plant. They have to wait until the lockdown is finished, which means you're down to 20 seconds. Both teams can reset, and now all Global Esports has to do is spray down the plant. There's not going to be enough time for T1 to plant it down. So Global Esports, their understanding of timing, right? Their understanding of set plays, it is there. It just needs to happen more consistently. And I mean, I think it was Achilleos who was mentioning he had a chat with Rishi from Global Esports over in Lock-In where they've admitted they take a little while to warm up. listen, you've now had one map to do all of that. You really got to focus in on the second map, which is Haven.
Yeah, and I think we saw them literally get warmed up in that first map. It was a disaster, and then they caught their second win. And you know, we saw back there. I like what you were saying, William. The fact that they mastered utilizing the clock. They used their kit in an exact fashion to delay the plant enough so that there was not enough time to really safely come in there and pull that off, and they punished accordingly.
So we saw a lot of big brain timing. I want to see more of this. I think both sides did great. I want to see more of this in the next map. I know the players are getting ready. They're just taking a little break right now before we go into that. Yeah, so
yeah, a bit of a grueling map number one, right? It took quite a bit of time. You know, both sides, the players had to kind of get used to the stage as well, and then kind of a catch-up mechanic coming in from Global Esports where it wasn't as one-sided as perhaps most of us thought it was going to be after the first half. So they're going to have to really kind of calm down the nerves on both sides, but Global Esports, again, you have to have faith that you did warm up, right? You kind of just have to ditch what happened in the first half of that Pearl and say, okay, now we're back in our zone and ready for Haven.
Well, and I also think that they can easily do that, right? I mean, the fact that they played as well as they did, going, what, 0-7 before getting a win is humiliating. And they managed to pull through. They managed to recover. So even though that's a loss, I think you can almost treat it like it was a little bit of a win of its own. Like, hey, we were losing really badly, and we actually really made T1 work for that. And, you know, T1 here, I think they're playing well. I always wonder when I see a team dominating that much early on. I'm like, you rest on your laurels a little bit. You know what I mean? Laurels.
Perhaps
the best word
you are resting on your laurels a bit too much. We were talking about this during the break as well. Do you know all about that? What you know about that hunger?
What you know about that hunger? I'll tell you right now, I have a
playing.
pizza waiting for me underneath this desk right now. That's the hunger that I know.
No,
but you know, when you're that far ahead, when you're crushing that hard, do you kind of think, okay, we got this. This is going to be easy. But then you see Global Esports come back and recover like that.
And they weren't accidental wins. You know, those are very deliberate. Those are very just smartly played rounds. So I think that's solid. I think going into this next map, I still can't predict how this is going to turn out. Do you guys have a quick overview of this?
I mean, listen, obviously, as the match started, I predicted Global Esports. I still think there's a good chance. Now, of course, this is T1's pick, but then again, Pearl was Global Esports' pick, so that is kind of out the window at this point. And considering that Global Esports is warmed up, right? And Vronsky seems to now be warming up to the stage as well. He's starting to get the kills he needs to get. The comms seem to be getting a little bit crisper. And that's going to be very important on a map like Haven. It's all about set plays, right? Haven is all about set plays. And Global Esports did seem to have the edge on that just a little bit at lock-in, and we saw glimmers of that on Pearl as well.
I think T1's looking too strong. I think this is still going to be a 2-0. I hope it's a close 2-0. Global Esports playing as well as they are without Rossi here. I think they probably got it.
I mean, those first 7 rounds were so solid by T1.
Yes.
I can see why you would think that. They looked like
they were so clean.
Precision
exactly.
going in there.
They looked very precise and intentional, right? It was very systematic. Both the reads they had and then the trades, the timings, and we saw the timing part we saw in many rounds, right? We even saw that moment where they pushed through the Aster Wall, right, to make sure that Global Esports couldn't do the defuse in the cause. We heard them counting down 1, 2, 3 in Korean, and they just go in, right? And they only had one flash to work off of it. They're still able to make that work in terms of timing. So T1, obviously, they've started warmed up, but Global Esports now, when they catch up, T1, are they going to get shaken, or do they just say, no, listen, we were still meant to win map 1. There's no reason for us to fear the warmed up Global Esports. We just have to play our game, and maybe, like you said, T1 is able to close this out 2-0.
As long as they don't sit on their laurels, they'll be
laurels.
fine.
Their laurels.
The laurels.
they might be able to sit on their laurels, but not their laurels.
I'll tell you, man, the fact that Global Esports is looking this good, you know, without even having their star player, that's pretty exciting. It shows just how well diversified the team is and all of their abilities and what they're going to do. But again, I still think if it's going to go 1-1, I'm going to be surprised. I think T1 looking strong, looking confident. Munchkin, total new Munchkin coming into this.
That is the biggest thing, I think. Munchkin, I mean, let's be very honest, even though he was IGLing, so he has he had a lot more responsibility at lock-in, his performance wasn't good. I'll just say it like it was, right? His kills, his stats were very low. and now he's at the top of the scoreboard as a Sentinel. Now going into Haven, I mean, he can kind of lock down one site, right? C in Garage or A on his own. If it's on defense, he can really go for those lurks through B whenever they're on the attack side. He could be the difference maker. He could really bring this home for T1 and start the entire season off with a clear victory 2-0 against Global Esports.
I am really keen to see how it's going to be played out on these big mama maps, because that's, you know, for the last two.
Yeah, Haven and Lotus. Let's be real, I do want to go to Lotus. Not just because I predicted Global Esports to win the whole match, but I also just want to see more Lotus because I want to see that map develop. But the jury's still out on what is the meta. For certain teams that lock in, they really wanted to focus on A main and that ult orb, and then some teams were like, yeah, but the ult orb is free on C for the attacker side. And so we've seen this kind of back and forth in terms of comps as well. All sorts of different compositions coming out for Lotus back at lock-in. So it'd be great to just see that more so that more teams are motivated to develop their own, I guess, understanding of it.
Well, I mean, we're eventually going to be able to unpack that at this event, but yeah, it's been a lot of more conservative picks here. Haven, we've had so much of. It's always a great map. But yeah.
I do have a question. Would you guys rather want to see Lotus or Gecko?
I like Gecko for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You just don't like Lotus?
No, I actually hate Lotus. No, I think Gecko would just be, it'd be so fun to see, you know, that Asian pick. I'm sure we're eventually going to see.
पता नहीं ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हैं मेरी आवाज कम आ रही है.
I mean, actually, Lotus, I think I'm happy with. I want to see Gecko, but I want to see Gecko with a team that we know so much about. We know so little about.
अब बढ़िया है. Hello, अब बढ़िया है. Hello.
So, seeing how they play on these maps, I'm pretty satisfied because I have no idea what the outcome is.
But teams like DRX, PaperX, them bringing out the Gecko and really shake things up. I mean, hey, PaperX, you guys.
अब मैं क्या सुनाऊँ बता नहीं. मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं क्या सुनाऊँ.
I mean, I don't think we're going to see a Gecko with T1.
कुछ नहीं हुआ है. वही तो बात है.
Did you hear Benkai from PaperX was talking
कुछ
about
हुआ ही तो नहीं है.
Have you guys heard about this? Basically, he wants to run. He wants
the Sky Gecko.
अरे भाई तेरी वजह से भाई हक दिया मैं.
All the minions.
अरे यार तेरी वजह से भाई.
Go my little army.
Maybe like a zoo deck in a CCG or something.
अरे यार.
Well, Aaron, I mean, he's got a lot that
हक दिया भाई तेरी वजह से. छी भाई छी.
Some of us call on the attack side. I
भाई
mean,
मैं
both teams
काम
struggled
कर
on the
रहा हूँ
attack, but they were a little bit slower.
भाई तू छोड़ भाई तू छोड़ भाई. हग्गू है तू साले तेरी वजह से.
Global Esports, they seem like they're okay with where they are.
Yeah, we did see them play a little bit slow in that first map and a little bit too timid.
भाई तेरी वजह से भाई हक दिया
I like that you
भाई.
pointed out how you know this is the first game that we've seen without SK Rossi here. How do you guys
घटिया इंसान है तू भाई.
this particular
So I'm sorry to change the topic, but Ban is in.
Oh.
Over intro. So there is a roster change for T1. We just saw him on stage.
Ooh.
So yeah, it looks like Ban's gonna be coming back here for Haven. Which that signifies to me that perhaps they've been practicing Haven for a long time with Ban. They haven't had time to really perfect it with intro yet, so they're sticking with what they know. Maybe because they got a win, they just want to make sure everyone's getting used to the system here at VCT Pacific. I don't know, but we'll see what that means. And Carpe on another agent, he's slowly showing us the pool that he's been working on. It's Breach now.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun to see him now over here on Breach. And bringing Ban back in here. T1 obviously still confident they can win with it, you know, a new addition on the team, swapping out intro here. But this is going to be fun to see what he can do. And I guess it's also kind of a safe swap too. If they lose here and they need to flip another player back in, they can do it. They'll still be 1-1.
Yeah, and then in terms of composition, Global Esports going with their own interpretation with KO and Sky for the double initiators instead of the very, very traditional Sova and Breach. I mean, the Sky and KO, they've been used in different combos as well here on Haven, but oftentimes it's always going to be two initiators, but it's going to be much more flash heavy on the side of Global Esports, so I expect them to play much more aggressively than perhaps the side of T1, where they really have to work off of Carpe's utility alone to set up that entry and that attack.
We're so close to getting into this.
Yeah,
as much as I'm confident T1 is probably going to take this 2-0, I would so very much welcome this going 1-1 and really having a long, drawn-out series where we can really explore T1 versus Global Esports and see everything they've got.
And now that we have a little bit of time before we jump into the game, just to kind of go back,
Global
harken back to
Esports
what you were
का
talking
है,
about, Victoria,
team का चल
where
रहा
you
है
asked about SK Rossi and how does that impact Global Esports. I mean, listen, not only is he a star player, but he's been part of that brand, and he's been kind of where that team revolved around, right, as they were rebuilding coming into VCT Pacific. So in terms of just familiarity, I think he's going to bring so much. He also seems to have so much positive energy and just this way of bringing the team together whenever they're playing the matches, whenever they're at an event. So I'm sure, you know, regardless of actual who's performing well and not, and which compositions they use for further matches, I'm sure Global Esports as a whole, they can't wait to have him here in Seoul with them. Like, even just to have him there, no matter who's playing on stage, to really bring the team together, all of their roster. I mean, that's the whole point of having a deep roster, is that they're always there to support each other, to have this availability per match, and perhaps on different matches.
To what you were talking about earlier, Victoria,
YouTube
with
पे live है
not
अभी
being here, I mean, there's so much promise here. For
बंद कर
Global
दे बंद कर
Esports.
दे
I think always the first game in the first
उधर देख
best
लेता हूँ
of
ना
three,
स्क्रीन शेयर बंद कर दे
bad plays can be forgiven, right? And they already made up for that. They already turned it into a fairly close series. But I mean, imagine what it's going to be like when Rossi comes down here. That guy is such an inspiration. He's such an incredible player.
He's also
and,
so young.
and I also feel like he's a guy who's going to thrive in an environment like this.
Yes, yeah, he can really feed off of the energy, right? And he can really drive that home. But again, I mean, Global Esports overall, they look like they're ready to get into Game 2. So hopefully, you know, their morale is in a fine state to really kick things off during Haven.
Yeah, they're looking good. It is still just day one, after all. There's a long road ahead, at least 8 weeks before we go into playoffs. They're doing solid, even without SK Rossi. But it would be good to have him here in Seoul.
Yeah,
South Korea.
And that's the thing with Global Esports. Sometimes I have trouble in terms of trying to figure out, like, what could be the best roster for Global Esports, just because it's like, well, if one person plays, you know, other players have to sit out, and that always feels bad. It's like, okay, well, Ronsky, it's great to see Ronsky. It's great to see him really getting used to it and try to show his highest potential. But then we're like, oh, we miss SK Rossi. SK Rossi plays, we're like, well, now we don't see Ronsky, or maybe another player like Bazzi or whoever. And it's a star-studded lineup from different countries. So, again, that's to their boon. If they can make that work, they can really slot anybody in, and they can become a powerhouse here in Pacific.
But in one way, I guess, for Global Esports, it's really good practice, right? Because, you know, without Rossi being here, they're going to have to use the lineup they've got. This is really good exposure. This is probably one of the stronger teams over here in our tournament. You know, going up against T1 and getting this kind of practice in is really good. But yeah, once we get him back in here, I would have to imagine he's not going to be sitting out in any of the games.
I mean, he thrives off of that stage energy, so it'd be great to
मेरी
see him just
silver
have that
थी अभी यार मैं
opportunity here on
bronze हो
this
गया
amazing stage, by the way.
I mean, it's a really good point, though. I mean,
बस
they
यार
don't have him here as
हार
a
जाते हैं और
crutch,
हार के ही होते हैं और कैसे
or
होते हैं
he doesn't become a crutch, so to speak, and I think that's great.
नहीं भाई
I mean,
माफ करें
the team is waiting now, and this must be
नहीं हम
interesting
किसी
as
को
well
आईडी
for
नहीं
them
देते
to be able to pace
भाई पहले भी दे दी थी
themselves
आईडी प्रॉब्लम हो
out,
गई
going
थी
through best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this a lot.
नहीं
Offline
अरे
experience
आईडी
does
की वो
matter,
नहीं है
right? You often
मतलब
question,
क्या है
like,
ना
well, how much does it really
तू
matter?
प्लस
I
करेगा
mean, it's
ठीक
just
है
a new
फिर वैसे
environment,
बंदे
right?
आते फिर मैं नहीं खेल
Regardless of the
पाता
actual, whether it's the white noise, the crowd, whatever, or just the lights and everything.
मैंने
All of that is very new,
मैंने
right?
RDX को
It's the
दिया
same
था
if you had to
खेलने
play
ठीक है
on your, like, friends
भाई वो
or
खेल
your career
जीत
to
जीत
play
के
at a
इतना आगे ले आया
VCT
अरे
versus
भाई
home. It
नहीं
is
होता
different,
भाई
right? No matter what you say. So whoever is more familiar with it will have an advantage in the fact that the time for them to warm up is just going to be
हाँ
short.
वही तो मजा तभी तो आती है भाई
Everybody was playing this at home when it came out. You know, we were not at live events. There were not big public gatherings during the launch of
तभी तो सीखेंगे भाई
so,
खेलेंगे तभी तो सीखेंगे
you know, I've always felt that at least in Asia, the Koreans had a little bit of an edge in that because not only do we have live events out here, but we have you know, weekly live events. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Global Esports slowly acclimates to this.
Right. And I'm getting input now. We are ready to go. So I'm going to toss this over to the casters, Achilles and Paperthin. Take it away.
सोच रहा था कि आयरन पे ले जाके दब उठाऊंगा आईडी को वापस से
Thank you very much. Ready at least to toss it over to us, give them a little bit of a preview because we have had our fair share of fill time. But
yeah, it was their turn.
We're just, you know, they've been going on. We talked about just about everything we can as far as the game relations are concerned. So we'll come back into the game once we are ready. So we're still just working through the remainder of this tech issue, and hopefully we can get things underway soon. Because obviously, if you get into the evening, we're still raring to go to see how this is going to conclude. Is it going to conclude here? Is it going to be that 2-0 that Tasteless is talking about, that he's expecting to see from T1 now that they're moving over to their map pick? Or will GE be fired up? Will they find their groove a bit as they go into the second map once again?
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit concerned for GE just in that the coordination for T1 is really, really good. It seems like they're really kind of all on a similar page. They all have pretty good confidence. Again, like I've been saying the whole match, what I've seen so far is they have confidence in ZETA's calls, and they are committing fully to these calls. And that's really important to have a team that understands and trusts your leader, and to be able to play off the back of that. Because if not everyone is on the same page, doing the right things at the right time, then the round just unravels in a heartbeat. It has to be a well-oiled machine. It has to be, everybody's has to be all in. And so far, from what I've seen, it seems to be most of the cases. There's been a few shaky rounds here and there that happens, but overall, I thought T1 looked pretty darn good. GE just, again, you can see that they have good protocols in place. It just takes them a little while to kind of get things going. But I also want to say I'm super blown away with Carpe.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason.
He keeps getting better, and that's scary.
There's a reason why they're highlighting him there on the desk. It's because this is the guy who has the most eyes on him coming into the game. Obviously, the other players were very much known quantities. We have seen everybody else on this team perform before. To a lesser extent, maybe some curiosities around that and how he was going to be breaking out in this tier 1 scene, shifting over, given that he is a North American native, now moving over to Korea and whatnot. How that was all going to play out. But Carpe very much was the one of what are the expectations for this guy, given that the entire time that he was competing, or watching, he wasn't playing this game. So it's been a very short turnaround for him, and the fact that he's looking this crisp is impressive. We already knew the game wasn't going to be a concern, but so far it does seem like the usage has just been rapidly built up. It's almost like he stole that magical remote control from that awful movie Click with Adam Sandler, and he's been able to fast forward enough to be able to. Yes, it is. Don't even try to argue with the chat.
I've seen enough of this banter and
full RP start कर दूंगा. अरे दिक्कत पता है क्या है यार RP से मन use a more amicable and less argumentative.
Oh yeah, if we just go for
Dragon Ball, but एक महीने बाद वापस
no one's gonna get upset about DBZ.
No.
But it's been damn impressive because there were so many doubts. As we were looking at things, initial debut for them. But I am being told that we're going to need a little bit more time. So we'll just go ahead, step away to a commercial break, put up a timer, and then hopefully we'll be back here to jump into the game and see if T1 closes this out. So don't go anywhere.
उसका क्या हुआ सिंपल टाउन रोल प्ले का?
चल रहा है मैं नहीं हूँ ना उसमें.
अच्छा. भाई 10 मिनट का ब्रेक रे. हद है यार. 10 मिनट का ब्रेक. अच्छा बेटा अच्छा सही बोल रहा है. लात मार के भगा इसको. ओ भाई.
Hello guys, unsubscribe guys.
हाँ. लात मार के भगा के मारूं, लात मार के भगाऊंगा ध्यान रखियो. अच्छा. ये भी ठीक है. हरामी मानुस.
और बताएं.
और क्या तू बता तू क्या कर रहा है आजकल? बता ही नहीं तूने. कर तो रहा था कुछ. बता क्या मैं नहीं बता रहा अभी. हैं? अरे वो आ रहा है कि गेम काउंटर स्ट्राइक 2.0.
पता है.
भाई खेलना है मेरे को वो वाला गेम. उसमें उसके ग्राफिक काफी अच्छे हैं. मैं कल देख रहा था, राखा कर रहा था स्ट्रीम. तो हाँ तो भाई अच्छा है. मैं खेलूंगा उसको. मेरे को भी खेलना है उसमें. तो जो अभी काउंटर स्ट्राइक चल रहा है वो इतना खास नहीं लगता मेरे को जितना वो प्यारा है. तूने बताई नहीं क्या कर रहा था?
नहीं बताऊंगा भाई.
क्यों बे?
बताओ भाई.
ए, बेटा दाल में काला है या पूरी दाल काली है? पूरी दाल काली है, ठीक है। ये भी ठीक है भाई, ये अच्छा है गुरु। तो किसके साथ खेल रहा है आजकल वैलो फिर?
कहाँ पे?
वैलो किसके साथ खेल रहा है? अकेला खेल रहा है या टीम के साथ खेल रहा है?
जो दिखता है खेल।
अरे मैं भी टीम देख रहा हूँ यार, कोई टीम मिल जाए खेलने के लिए। यार रैंडम में दिक्कत होती है यार, रैंडम में नहीं खेल पाते, बंदे थ्रो मारने लगते हैं, खेलते नहीं ढंग से।
बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
बहुत दुख है भाई जिंदगी में,
बहुत ज्यादा भाई, बहुत ज्यादा।
बहुत ज्यादा। ये कहाँ है ओजस वोजस सारे? अरे ये ओजस वोजस किधर है आजकल, दिखाई नहीं दे रहे।
कौन हो गई?
तू नहीं जानता उसको?
ये भी बोल रहा है भाई।
सिंजोय को जानता है?
कौन?
सिंजोय, सिंजोय।
संजय?
अबे सिंजोय, सिंजोय।
ना भाई, कौन है भाई?
अबे अच्छा हाँ, वो चला गया था आरपी से जब तू आया था, उसमें ब्रोदर यूनाइटेड में। भाई 5.5 मिनट और वेट करो।
क्या करोगे भाई?
भाई मजा आ रहा है टूर्नामेंट में, जो मार रहे हैं ना पकड़ पकड़ के।
मार रहे क्या? किस चीज से मार रहे?
अबे तू देखता ना, बोलता भाई क्या मार रहे हैं, मतलब कि देख ले पूरी साइड खाली छोड़ रखी है डिफेंस में, ठीक है, प्लांट व्लांट सब हो गया भाई, जो रीटेक मार रहे हैं ना, प्यारा रीटेक। देखियो इसका ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का और इसका T1 का मैच देखिए जो अभी लास्ट गया है, बैक करके क्या डिफेंस कर रही थी भाई, प्यारा डिफेंस था एकदम। और इससे पहले जो मैच था DRX का और जेटा का, उसमें भी भाई क्या मार रही थी DRX। देखना 2-0, दोनों दो मैच में दोनों DRX जीती थी। DRX और जेटा का जो पहला मैच था वो तो फिर भी ठीक था, दूसरे मैच में बहुत कुत्ते की तरह मारा उन्होंने DRX वालों ने। और इसका ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का T1 का तो पहले मैच में तो भाई धागा खोल दिया T1 ने, अब दूसरे मैच में देखो कौन धागा खोलता है। T1 का 7-0 राउंड था जब उनका 8वें राउंड में पहला खाता खुला है ग्लोबल का, 7 लगातार राउंड जीता T1।
तू क्या कर रहा है वैसे आजकल?
मैं तो वैले खेल रहा हूँ आजकल, वैले खेल रहा हूँ मैं। थोड़ा लास्ट वीक में बिजी सा था तो लास्ट वीक कुछ नहीं खेला। अरे भाई काम आ जाते हैं, कभी कभी घर के भी काम आ जाते हैं भाई, कहीं आना जाना भी पड़ जाता है।
तू देखा था भाई?
ऐसा क्या? भाई कुछ ना कुछ तो आ ही जाते हैं ना, थोड़े बहुत तो। अब नेक्स्ट वीक आई थिंक मैं बिजी रहूंगा, एक वीक तो लगभग। भाई क्या दिक्कत आ गई, फिर से 13 मिनट का टाइम डाल दिया।
दिक्कतें तो आती रहती
आरपी का मैं भी सोच रहा हूँ, या तो मैं हाइड्रा टाउन में जाऊंगा या फिर नो पिक्सल जाऊंगा, क्योंकि दोनों में वाइट लिस्टेड हूँ ना। अब देखता हूँ, मैं सोच तो रहा हूँ नो पिक्सल जाने का। क्योंकि उस पे अब क्यों नहीं रहती ज्यादा नो पिक्सल पे, इस पे क्यों लग जाती है हाइड्रा टाउन पे, तो दिक्कत होती है। वैसे भी स्लॉट कम कर दिए इन्होंने।
कम कर दिए।
हाँ कम कर दिए।
जैसे 100
हाँ पहले 300-400 तक ले गए थे यार अपने उसको स्लॉट, तो अब 200 कुछ ही कर दिए। आई थिंक या तो एग्जाम एग्जाम के चक्कर में करे हो कि एग्जाम एग्जाम आ रहे हैं तो ज्यादा खेल नहीं रहे लोग, हो सकता है यार।
भाई मेरे को एक वीडियो के ना
क्या एडिटिंग कर रहा है क्या?
अबे तेरे को वो बैनर बनाने आता है क्या?
भाई नहीं आता। मेरे को खुद एडिटिंग सीखनी है यार। पॉकेट पे आते होंगे रे। क्यों क्या हो गया, लड़ाई हो गई क्या?
अच्छे बताता नहीं है तो नहीं बताना है तो फिर ना बोल दियो।
हाँ वो भी बात है खैर। गुंडा क्या कर रहा है आजकल? गुंडा भी एसटीआरपी खेल रहा है। वो गैंग कर रहा है ना वहाँ पे, एसटीआरपी में गैंग खोलेंगे ना वो गुंडा वाई के गेमिंग, मोबियस जानते हो, और पीजी, ये सारे गैंग खोल रहे हैं। यार
आप क्या कर
मैं तो वैलो खेल रहा भाई आजकल, वैलो या कोई अच्छा सा स्टोरी मोड गेम मिलता है तो स्टोरी मोड गेम, नहीं तो वैलो ही चल रहा है मेन तो अब। क्योंकि मेरे को इस एक्ट में प्लेट पहुंचना ही पहुंचना है भाई। पूरा ट्राई है इस एक्ट में प्लेट पकड़ने का। बस टीम देख रहा हूँ यार, कोई टीम मिल जाए अच्छी सी साथ में खेलने के लिए। यार टीम नहीं है ना कोई अच्छी सी खेलने लायक। अब 2-3 है, उनका सीन ऐसा है कि वो 2-3 मैच खेलते हैं फिर बोर होके थ्रो मारने लगते हैं। उनका ये 2-3 मैच खेलो उनके साथ, फिर उनके साथ खेलना बंद कर दो। अपने को चाहिए कि भाई कम से कम 7-8 बंदे, 7-8 मैच तो खेलने कम से कम। कल क्या मार रहा था भाई मैं, कल तो गंदा मार रहा था, बट फिर भी लक ने साथ नहीं दिया, हार गए। वो देखिए मूवी जॉन विक 4, अच्छी है रे। अच्छी है, मैंने कल देखी थी।
अरे तो मेरा ये हो नहीं रहा है भाई, तो बस यार
क्या चीज है, क्या नहीं हो रहा?
रिजोल्यूशन चेंज करना है वीडियो का।
रेजोल्यूशन चेंज वीडियो का कितने उसमें है? वो वीडियो कितने उसमें है जो है तेरी? रेजोल्यूशन क्या है और कौन से रेजोल्यूशन में करनी है वो बता।
रेजोल्यूशन है 360 बाय 540।
अच्छा, और करनी किस में?
512 128।
कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर यूज कर रहा है?
ऑनलाइन ही है।
क्या?
ऑनलाइन।
अच्छा, ऑनलाइन। भाई फिर कुछ नहीं कह सकते। फिर तो अपना बाउंसर है।
कर रहा हूँ मैं तो।
किस चीज की वीडियो है? स्क्रीन शेयर कर जरा। हरामी। हरामी मानुस।
मालूम पड़ेगा।
हरामी हो रहा है तो आजकल है। हरामी तो हो रहा है, बता नहीं रहा है। ठीक ठीक। मेरे को वो वाला गेम खेलना है, फॉर स्पोकन। अच्छा गेम है। फॉर स्पोकन स्टोरी मोड गेम है। भाई चालू करो यार, जल्दी चालू करो। क्यों थका रहे हैं? भाई माइंड खराब कर रहे हैं, स्टार्ट नहीं कर रहे। ढाई मिनट। अरे
तुझे क्या दिक्कत हो रही है अभी?
अरे यार दिमाग खराब कर रहे यार, मजा आ रहा था इतना अच्छा खासा गेम देखने में।
क्या हो गया भाई, थोड़ा वेट कर ले।
वेट ही तो नहीं हो रहा, वही तो दिक्कत है। इतना मस्त मजा आ रहा था ना देखने में, लिटरली।
अरे ऐसे तो क्या मजा आ रहा है, मेरे को तो नहीं आ रहा समझ में।
भाई लाइनअप देखियो इसमें, क्या लाइनअप मारते हैं बंदे।
अब बताएं।
मोस्टली है ना, इनके लाइनअप ही देख देख के कॉपी करते हैं बंदे।
चल मैं आता हूँ, ठीक है थोड़ा।
चल ठीक है, मिलते बाद में। करो भाई, स्टार्ट करो यार जल्दी से। और 30 सेकंड का वेट है गाइस, और 30 सेकंड वेट करनी है। हुआ क्या ठीक है अभी? अरे भाई फिर से यार, फिर से 6 मिनट वेट करो। मैं तब तक वैलो खेलने का मन कर रहा है, मैं वैलो खेलने भाग जाऊंगा। तब तक वैलो खेलेगा, डेथ मैच खेल लेते हैं। जब तक डेथ मैच खेलते हैं गाइस अपन, रुको जरा। जब तक स्टार्ट होता है तब तक हम डेथ मैच खेलते हैं एक।
Match found.
जब तक टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट होता है तब तक डेथ मैच खेल लेते हैं, फिर टूर्नामेंट देख लेंगे।
Never show weakness. Ever.
Fight!
I'll cut through.
अबे दो बंदे आ रहे अरे लमाओ ओह
Still get it. Die.
बस शांति पकड़ो बे ऊपर ही बैठी है नहीं और अबे कैसे बच रही है बस शांति पकड़ो बे ओ हद है गेम दिक्कत कर रहा है मेरा माउस पैड दिक्कत कर रहा है
Kill them.
Oh. एक साथ दो कहां से आ रहे हैं
Sky kill.
भाई मेरे पास स्पॉन हो रहे हैं क्या सारे
Sky killed. Dead.
हद है
Lights out.
भाई कहां से आ रहे हैं अच्छा मार दे देना
Dominating.
एक से बचा दूसरा मार दे रहा है
Back off.
भाई हद है फिर से वो लग गया
Bad luck. Idiot.
एम को क्या होगा मेरे आज ये मैच नहीं होगा आज मैच नहीं होगा इनका दो बंदे हैं भाई
Anyone else? You're done.
10 kills remaining.
हद है। मैं आ रहा हूँ थोड़ी देर में, 10 मिनट डीएम खेल लो। अरे मैं उसका वेट कर रहा हूँ। टेक्निकल इशू आ गया फिर से। क्या गंदी मारा है भाई, ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को गंदा मारा है। अब की बार टाइम लग रहा है बहुत ज्यादा इस वालों को करने में।
5 kills remaining.
गंदा मार रहा है बेटा।
One kill remaining.
अभी सॉल्व हुआ नहीं हुआ। चलो गाइस देखते हैं कितना टाइम और लगता है। भाई इतना डिले यार, इतना डिले। पहले 5 मिनट का, फिर 12 मिनट का, और 3 या 4 बार ले लिया 5-5 मिनट का। इतना डिले कौन करता है रे बाबा। 20 more minute इनकमिंग। भाई उनके उसमें बोल रहे 20 more। आ एक मिनट। गाइस स्वागत है सभी का स्ट्रीम पे। फिर से लगा दिया क्या? ओ हो गया स्टार्ट भाई, स्टार्ट हो गया, रुको। स्टार्ट हो गया भाई।
Series, which is unfortunate. But again, much like we were kind of talking about earlier, as much as this sucks for you guys, as much as this sucks for us, it is far worse for the players. So we're hoping that things can get underway so they can get back in, because obviously you don't want that momentum break in the action. You want to be able to still have the juices flow and get back on that stage, have that mouse in hand, and start clicking on some heads.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. You just want to get into it. You want to play. That's what you came here today to do.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll be resolved soon. I think they're having a tough time with
कहाँ
some of the
gए?
equipment, so
अरे टूर्नामेंट
hopefully
का
it'll
तो
get
गया
fixed pretty quickly
भाई
here.
वापस से।
We're still waiting for that to go.
टूर्नामेंट
But,
में आ गए।
it should be hopefully pretty soon, I think.
देखते हैं अब।
They're
तुम्हारी
getting there,
ग्लोबल
is what
स्पोर्ट्स से
we've been
बहुत
told,
गंदी
so
पिटी है।
I saw a few
अच्छा
confident faces when I
बीच
walked
में
down
मैं
there
छूट
during
गया
one of the
था
breaks,
क्या?
but we'll see if that's
Technical problem.
These are the fun parts about live broadcasting.
Technical
That's for damn
problem.
sure. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, we want to get into this
गंदी
game as
पिटी
much
है
as you
तुम्हारी
guys
ग्लोबल
do,
स्पोर्ट्स।
but for those who have been sticking around throughout all of this, thank you. We hope that you've at least been enjoying
मैं
the music, because
सोचा खेल रहे हो नहीं नहीं
good
नहीं
selections for
bangers
this
floating
season.
around.
ज़्यादा
That's
लंबा
nice.
टेक्निकल इशू
So
हो गया था तो
hopefully
पता चला
you guys
तब
have
तक
been
एक
enjoying
गेम ही
that,
खेल लेते हैं।
and waiting. We're getting some
It's
more
like a
production
club in
right now.
here.
Yeah.
Like where we are, because we're right by one of the speakers, so like it's
Yeah, I feel like I'm in some like private
Yeah,
booth
like-
right now up at the top of the club. You see some bottle service or
That's
something
right,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
So maybe that'll happen. Who knows? Depending on how
आठवें
late
राउंड
this
में
goes,
जाके खाता
might be
खुला
time to
था
crack some
ग्लोबल
brews open.
स्पोर्ट्स का।
We'll find out though. But we are going to go back to yet another delay. I'm
वही
sorry
तो।
that I have to let go and release you once
वही
again
तो सीन है।
onto the timer screen, but that's just the way that it's going to happen, at least for a little bit longer. So hold fast, be strong, and we'll see you guys hopefully on the other side of this break with everything ready to go so we can jump into the second map. Love yous.
भाई फिर से 10 मिनट का टेक्निकल देखो ओ भाई गजब। आज ये नहीं कराएंगे टूर्नामेंट, ये टूर्नामेंट कराने का मूड में नहीं है। जब तक एक डेथ मैच और खेलता हूँ मैं, तब तक एक डेथ मैच और खेलेंगे हम। वेट करते हैं जब तक। गंदा सीन है। गंदा सीन है इनके साथ। एक और डेथ मैच खेलते हैं जब तक इनका टेक्निकल इशू खत्म होता है। अब क्या ही करें, कुछ कर भी नहीं सकते। मेरे से पड़ी। मेरे पे आओ गई भाई।
They want to dance? Fight! Let's go.
पीछे से कौन मारता बे? भाई हद है। अबे स्पॉन तो होने दो। ये भी ठीक है भाई। भाई क्या हद है। हाँ आजा। हेलो मैं वहीं से मारे जा रहा हूँ। भाई अभी भी टाइम आउट नहीं हुआ इनका खत्म। इनका टेक्निकल इशू नहीं हो गया भाई, पता नहीं कौन सा वो हो गया। अबे कहाँ छुपा बैठा था। रुक जाओ बे। दो तरफ से पड़ी।
10 kills remaining.
भाई क्या मार रही है जट। एट्टी वन टैप क्यों नहीं पड़ रहे अब? वन टैप पड़ ही नहीं दे भाई। गार्डन चलाऊं क्या अब? शॉर्ट गन। ओ सोल्व हो गया भाई, सोल्व हो गया। रुको जरा। हो गया भाई, सोल्व हो गया इशू।
Forgot, or if you're just tuning in, because good morning, NA.
Oh, bhai.
Yeah, welcome
the
aboard.
East Coast. Welcome
Finally,
to
start ho
the
chuka hai.
Pacific party. We are now going into map 2. T1 able to take the first map
Chalo, bhai.
Pearl. That was
Let's
the
go.
selection of Global Esports. Now we find ourselves on T1's map pick of Haven. See if they can close this out. Now, one of the crucial things that we didn't really get to discuss too much is that for the side of GE, they're going into this map. They don't have that breach, which is typically ever so present here on Haven.
Yeah, it's a very different comp
Attacking
between these two
global
teams
guy.
because the initiators are vastly different now. A spot here, one ping allowed from the side of GE as they're going to start on the attacker side through all the maps. If we have Lotus. But there's a lot of really interesting things going on here. First of all, the comps are very different, so the way you get information and the distance you have to do so, very, very different. But it's open sight here. ZETA, one of the best Sovas
और
around.
backstep आ रहे
Find some value.
हैं। एक backstep देख रहा
I
है
assume he got a
already.
little bit of damage. Indeed, he did.
Uh-oh, okay. Lurk here from Bazzi. Spots one. Carpe trying to draw it down. Pop flash now at the ready. Bazzi hits that headshot across
No
the
करा।
man. Able to survive with 28
दो down हो गए।
It's still up here in heaven. Yes, we do realize that the UI not there at the moment.
मार दिया
We'll have
इसको
it
भी।
up in just a little bit. Pushing forward, Ban.
ले गया।
And Saya player
Global
falls.
Sport ले गया round को।
Get a couple of eliminations, but 2 players left standing on the side of GE will go ahead and claim a pistol for themselves.
Yeah, to me it feels like there was just enough misinformation at the beginning of this round by GE, expecting that recon dart, again, only revealing one player's position, kind of left the defenses open, and then Batsy here
सही ले गया भाई यहाँ से
position
दो
behind the
बंदे।
box, able to find some big kills, almost got a third with that dink. ZETA trying to do everything he can, did a lot of damage, got a few kills, but not good enough, and you can see that the energy is there, and it remains for GE, even during that long tech pause. They're able to keep their spirits high, keep the energy going, so let's see if they can continue to convert that. But another interesting point that I didn't get to talk about here that you alluded to earlier.
0-0 round?
We haven't seen either of these teams play this map yet. So there's a lot of big question marks on how they're going to approach it, like what kind of... oh, Achilleos is losing his marbles, people.
Gonna have my Joker moment. It's gonna happen.
For my own safety, I'm going to go cast from the coach's booth below us.
Go join the
Koreans. Go hang out with Autumn.
Go join the Koreans. Make it a quad.
Technical pose में चला दिया क्या
Dude,
आगे?
yeah, that would actually be pretty fun. My Korean's really bad, but I could say some funny stuff.
लमाओ भाई।
You could just do the part where you just yell the player names.
I'm good at that.
Commit to that.
Round count ही नहीं हुआ वो।
Proper Korean pronunciation.
वो round count ही नहीं हुआ।
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Like Wrongski?
भाई।
Pronounce that one. I'm not sure.
Udongski?
Wongski? I mean, your guess is
Technical pose में technical pose.
I'm trying to think of that, like the way I'd spell it out with the Hangul, but anyway. Anyway, I might as well talk about this since I have time. I think it's pretty intriguing that we haven't seen either of these teams on this map. Now, we've seen some of these players, but the one player I was kind of curious about that I've always thought played pretty well on this map was Intro. And he's not here. And also, now it just dawned on me that we don't have the Intro versus Texture storyline, potentially, of the old Damwon teammates. But Bon, is very, very good on Omen, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this
भाई इतना इन्होंने
as far as the
tournament room
substitutions continues as
decorate करने में वो कराया ना इतना थोड़ा technically कर लेते
and obviously
कम से कम इतनी दिक्कत तो ना
go
होती
the distance and we end up on Lotus, then maybe we'll see that even further. I'm curious if it's
जितने इनके उसमें आ रहे हैं technical में
agents
इतना
for
time
each
उसमें
of
दे
them,
देते
like maybe maybe they find that, like, you know, as far as the Viper's strength is concerned, it's more in the hands of Intro, so he's going to be playing picks like that. You know, maybe Ban is going to be sticking to things more along the lines of the Omen and the Astra.
Oh,
we'll have to just kind of wait and see here. I'm being told that it's a minor issue, and we should be getting into game soon. You can see that as well, the UI coming back up, so it seems like we got that taken care of. And okay, here we go. We're back underway. So fortunately, a very brief
Side
one.
player ने मार्शल लिया, बाकी save
My
us.
sanity is retained.
And my, my safety remains as well. I'm very happy about that.
Drop the UI, though.
That's no, I need to see this. I'm still reading it. You shut up. I'm busy.
There we go. Side player.
Side player with the
very
Marshall.
forward position.
I like this.
He's not going for the wide swing, though. Just waiting to see if he's going to peek in. Now he starts getting some line of sight, but granted, everybody's already shifted over. Heavy stack for the side of T1.
एक backstep
They can
आ रहा
slow
है.
up this push in. Could be good for them. As Texture going to be dashing in, doesn't get that stun across onto him, and
Go
will
down.
manage to find two. The counter comes
low.
up, Carpe will be able to find a single kill. Nobody else joins in on the site. Side player now hearing the rotations coming through. Whips the shot. A little bit of movement. And the bullet goes
इसको अभी भी है ना?
wide. Aaron, in the meantime, crept his way through Garage. Got the catch onto Carpe. And that leaves Munchkin. Spectre recovered end in hand. Creeping his way in. And Aaron gets the insta-dink and the follow-up kill. So,
ले गए.
2-0 start now for the side of GE as the plant just barely does go through, so they get that extra money as well.
Yeah, it's a really good round for GE in most respects. I mean, you drop a little bit, but not enough to really feel like things went super awry or anything. And there's a lot of utility and stuff here in the face of GE as they enter, but Texture is good enough and fast enough to overcome a lot of it. You know, Aaron, again, he's good on the lurks. He's a good player for kind of watching those weird angles, finding the off angles, finding the flanks.
2-0.
Having a little bit of a barracks, a bit of a UI issue maybe on this one. It looked like it was, I mean, that was just too fast from Texture. They couldn't keep up.
Is this going to be an early timeout? That's what it's seeming like.
ये वाला मैच देखना है भाई.
Nah, they're working on it. They're fixing it. I think we're in a round and we just needed, I think the UI was...
Okay, I guess we had to reset barracks. So yeah, seems like we're in the game right now. Munchkin gonna find one, Texture getting to the back, will find three.
Wow.
As
दो गए टीम के.
Apologies for the delay in
तीन गए
getting that
टीम
shown
के.
to you, but Texture go kill seems to be a pretty good strat so far. We were talking about that map one warm up for GE, and even with all of the delays, it seems like it's looking pretty good. And as you can see, T1 just have to go for the call of saving
इसमें अच्छा attack कर रहे हैं.
already.
Yeah. I mean,
Global
that's
के.
one thing Eraser brought with him, right, to GE was the Texture go kill strat.
Save कर रहे हैं वो.
This is true. Yeah. It's an important one to bring.
भाई हथौड़ा.
Didn't get to see much of it, unfortunately, so all I can say is they cut through and Texture did good.
That he did.
Got a pistol kill in the beginning of that, so.
Boom.
Then grab that gun.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, that was a recovered weapon.
Yes.
To go ahead and shut him down. So big upgrades.
0-3.
Scoop up 3 rifles. Aaron just going to be sticking with the Bulldog for now. So hopefully all of the shenaniganry is over with.
Yeah.
We'll just go ahead and watch this back. Texture's entry. Just cuts around the back. Yeah, I mean, the flash just placed. And taken
पिस्टल से मारा उसको.
with the recovered Vandal.
ओ भाई.
Carpe.
क्या मारा
I
Texture
think
ने
this
भाई.
could be one thing that, you know, maybe T1 is potentially going to struggle with a little bit is, you know, the way that those flashes work, the depth you
Bundle
can
भाई
get with them,
bundle.
the angles you can get with them for Batsy on the sky versus a breach normally, right? The breach flashes are pretty easy to turn. You kind of know the angles they're more likely to come from, whereas it's a little bit more difficult with the guiding light, you know, because you can cut it whenever you want. You can send it so much further in some, well, sort of. It depends, but in some ways you can send it different, more interesting angles. So I think they're just
भाई एंगल
able
तो
to get a deep
ओ
flash into the back.
की
of the
और
flat,
100 की फाइट होने वाली है.
set Texture up nicely and just put a man on his hands and you can,
के
you can do some
गया
explosive
100 गया.
Dog goes out. Zeta pushes up in front of it.
What?
Finds
ले
two.
गया. दो ले गया.
Spotting the head of Batsy there for a second, but yeah, not sure how
भाग
he's
गया
gets
पीछे.
away with his life there.
The first one I thought, okay, he's just gonna get traded,
मेरे
and then he
लगा
just
गया
like
सोवा भाई सोवा दो ले गया
slowly, you know, shimmied to the side while still spraying and got another.
ZETA दो ले गया
No
भाई
matter how this round ends, certainly need to see that one played back.
लो है पर
Zeta,
वो
though, as low as he is, can't
Healer
really
है
afford to play in that position. And obviously,
Healer
kills
नहीं
are
है
nice,
अच्छा
but the
उनके
weapons are
पास
not recoverable. So there's still a chance here for GE, given that there's 3 sheriffs here in the hands of T1. Around the side, and yep, Aaron taking minimal damage. Will find Munchkin. Shoving his way through that B site. Oh, the timing nearly there. Zeta managing to find a third. Crossfire set up. He actually gets the wall bang. Zeta now.
चार ले गया भाई चार बंदे
Over
ले
a big
गया
play, but yes, while Aaron will be able to get this kill, the 2 rifles that were bought in are going to be the ones surviving as we roll over and T1 pick up their first round
चार
victory.
बंदे ले गया भाई
Unbelievable stuff from Zeta in this round. Just absolutely spectacular shooting. I mean, this is
क्या मारा भाई
beyond belief here. Look at that. He just starts moving away and is able to keep that aim stabilized enough. He
क्या
gets
मारा भाई
spotted,
ZETA
and
ने
Monet goes, or Magnette goes for the other one, and then yep,
वॉल
hey,
बैंग उससे
yeah, Magnette there,
Box
you know,
पे क्या
went for the
मारा
first
भाई
one, figured he could transfer for the second, but Zeta's just too fast there. Zeta did express his displeasure with me during the break that I did not predict his team. Maybe he's a little bit angry.
He was cool with me, though.
Yeah, he was fine with you.
I got a fist bump.
I know. I'm a little sad. I only got the look
got
of
the stink eye.
disapproval. Yeah, I got.
3 बंदे गैराज
Sorry.
BOC हैं
Fault line
2 A
already
पे हैं
here. Carpet just holding
I've got your trail.
that potential counter swing. Smoke goes out onto heaven. Fault line does connect. Texture stuck behind, but I mean Munchkin
KJ गया
aggro pushing. Trying to find something is, I mean, now Carpe 18 gets finished off as he tries to re-swing out, find some kind of kill. Side player will get a
nice
blind
sword.
shot through the smoke to finish off Mounier. Aaron out can get the plant down, and there's nothing to disrupt this unless they want to commit with that Hunter's Fury, which they do not. They can use the Hunter's Fury now for that.
ult मार
Looks like
दिया
they're gonna save it.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it.
Sai's got to get out of here at some point.
Sai just gonna detain himself?
Yeah, looks like it. So he'll just back away to a safe spot. Time bought. Shadows traveling. It's because of these flanks that Aaron's been going on.
पता है वो ऊपर ही हुआ है
To watch back towards that C-Link side. And in the end, they're just going to have to exit and hold on to the rifles because the economic situation for T1 is still not great. So even with winning that previous round,
save
not going to be able to string a second one together. So GE will find
1-4
their fourth.
Yeah, it's the thing that really impressed me the most on their Lotus was what we're seeing right now. Is Aaron kind of roaming around the map,
1-4
doing a good job of being an absolute nuisance.
Yeah.
You know, finding really valuable picks, and that's what's happening here again. So
इको तो है इनके पास
T1 can find ways to adjust fine. I think this one was just a little bit of overconfidence on those peaks. I mean, Munchkin there tried to peek into long, and you know, I think they knew
Guys,
they hit
स्वागत
the
है सभी का
stuns,
स्ट्रीम पे
but
लाइक और सब्सक्राइब करना ना
there's a lot
भूलें
of players there. There are a lot of reinforcements. I mean, behind the Seekers and contact off a couple players there, T1 gets really aggressive out of there. And then they try to re-peek again with Carpe, and he just gets shut down. So maybe just a little bit more patience from T1. Try to set up some crossfires, some other angles. There's that Hunter's Fury.
Okay.
Oh,
This is a bit
LT.
wanting, I feel. I mean, granted, yes, the lockdown was used, so you don't have to worry about trying to counteract that.
डैमेज ही नहीं पड़ा पर अल्ट
But
पे
he just shifts out of the lobby. Now they find themselves here on
Deep
B.
plan.
The stun goes across, takes
Oh.
the smoke. Munchkin's dead, and that's gun taken away. Aaron again on this lurk. Do they read it?
बता
is the
दिया है
question.
बता दिया है
Turret set up in window. He's got the nano swarm. Drone's going to go forward, and it will spot him out.
This looks familiar. Aaron and Spawn getting pushed down.
Paranoia doesn't connect. Sai will find the
डाउन को
headshot.
देखे देखो
It's going to be a 1-for-1. Both killjoys down
अगर
on
वो
either
ना
side.
होती तो
Spike has been
शायद
planted
हो
this
जाता
entire time, but it's ticking away. Swing out of the garage. No one watching for it. Texture puts some damage across. He'll get dazed up. Flash from Bazzi again, buying more and more time. And they just don't have it. There's no way to be able to make this work.
टाइम चाहिए बस
Side player will be able to trade an
हो
extra
गया
one, but again, he falls. He's only got 850.
जीत गए
Riding forward into the next
global
round.
वाले
Bazzi will fall, so
1-5
you get a little bit of extra value, but it's still going to be global, picking up a 5th round win.
Pocket's still pretty deep for global. It's not really too huge of a deal.
इस मैच में मार रही है भाई
Just
ZETA वो
a
ग्लोबल
really good readjust here from the side of GE. I mean, and again, now we're starting to see some of these coordinated plays come through where Batsy is really setting players up, particularly Texture. Him and, you know, you would assume that these two have pretty good coordination. given that they're the two Koreans on this squad, and they absolutely have shown us that with a couple of these plays. A flash into the back of Flat onto C earlier in the half, and now here you're seeing the Trailblazer used to set him up as well. So really good stuff. Side player with the Blade Storm pushing forward. He's got a lot of players come out. Ooh, only gets one.
Yeah, only able to find one. Meanwhile, Texture
Do
picks
गए.
up both. That ain't long. Carpe position, back sight. Dash forward, flash goes out. Carpe gets a one-tap on Ye, but Texture will find a third in him. And also rips the board! 30 HP, doesn't matter. Line of sight is blocking the healing, so he doesn't receive any, but now Ban finds himself in a 1v3. Two dangerously low HP players. As, yeah, the alarm bot, it triggered. He fired. He finally broke it. Also breaks that nasty little nano swarm. The second one, however, not going to suffer the same fate, and now the healing has come out, so Texture back up to damn near full HP.
Yeah, he's going to make a go of this, but this is absolutely nasty. It is going to be the ace for Texture. What a round for him.
Second ace of the day. First one from Foxy 9 in the final round of our first series. Now here in round number 7, Texture looking to remind us that he is in fact also a Korean Jet.
Couldn't let the young buck, you know,
Hold
upstage
ya,
him as the Korean Jet. He had to come in here and strut his stuff,
I was
for
gonna say,
sure.
that is 100% not a tech pause. That is a tactical timeout. T1 need to pump the brakes and figure out what in the hell is going on. Here they find themselves on their map pick under similar duress to GE on their selection of Pearl.
Yeah, it's looking really well coordinated here. I mean, and Texture's a big part of this. He's come alive. This is the player that, you know, I know you and I have been very high on for a very long time.
Yeah.
Wondering
अच्छा time out वैसा time
who's
out
going to
है.
find this guy in the offseason
भाई
this year.
6-1 क्या ace था भाई.
Wondering how this was all going to shake out because this guy was so good. Was he going to, you know, try to stick with D+ to try to make that run through the Ascension?
किसरा भाई तुम्हारे team
you know,
comeback
with
मार
phenomenal
दिया
players, of course. Lock
round
and others.
इस game में.
Wow.
बदला ले लिया
I mean,
पहले
an
मैच
incredible
का.
team there for D+. But he decided to make the jump here to GE, take a bit of a risk, take a little bit of a gamble. And when this guy is on, he's got it all. Rifling, consistency, steadiness. He rarely overheats. He's just a really well-balanced player. I've always really appreciated the way he approaches the game.
Yeah. Well, call is made.
पूरा बदला ले लिया भाई.
Decent commitment here in the round. Rifles abound. 2 Bulldogs. Half armor on everyone. Looking a bit like Fnatic. As Bazzi taking some early damage.
Guys 2 like और चाहिए 10 like हो
Down
जाएंगे.
to about
10 like करो
74.
यार.
Cellblazer at the ready. We'll go ahead and scout out through sewer.
A lot of the KJ utility on site this time, so the nanos at the default, along with the alarm bot. Probably pop the nano off that. Oh, gets it in time.
Yep.
Oh, heaven गया.
Site locked down to the ready.
Entry ले लिया एक
Spike
ही.
getting planted.
बस अब defense करना.
Waiting for everyone to get into position. Now goes ahead.
Ult मारा.
Lets that ult
Wiki
go
के
across.
देने.
But Ronsky able to find one. They push
हाथ
forward.
तोड़
They find the
दिया.
lockdown. They manage to break it. Carpe watching for the lurk, but he doesn't win the fight. And he ran on the flank.
3v4.
Comes up with a kill. Bazzi now just waiting. Flashes at the ready. The one does the call come through from T1. Try to back away. They get the reveal out. Side player gets on top of Texture, finds that kill. Monier answers back, but ZETA does much the same.
2v3.
They bring it down to a 2v2. Aaron pushes out, finds one. Now Bat needs to try to get this clutch, but he's just not looking. The smoke will dissipate. Bazzi will finish him off. And even though he's the last man standing, the pockets are so deep right now. The coffers are full for Global Esports as they find themselves with a 7th round win.
So many good things going for both
पूरा
teams.
बदला ले
It's just
लिया जा रहा है
barely going to be
पहले
Global
मैच
that
का.
comes out with this. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to get to, just never quite got there, was that there's not a lot of great counter lockdown utility here on the side of Global Esports' comp, right? You don't have the Sova. You don't have that kind of typical Haven counter to the lockdown. So what do? They're ready for it. Ronsky is willing to sacrifice himself to make sure he gets it done. Still picks up, I think, a kill in the process. And that completely catches him out. Then Aaron's lurk, again, sends him into disarray when he wins that trade. It's an expected lurk from the side of T1, but he still wins the trade.
Oh!
Trying to get that headshot across, but this was a little bit wide. Can't get the damage out. Lonsky's still going to be full HP. Still looking to get a catch here in a lobby. Texture tucked away. Oh. Again. Just backs away, decides to stop challenging.
Hey, man. What's up, bros?
Just a check.
Just curious. The real question is did he see Texture? I think he might have, but
No, Texture just sat right along the stack.
I don't think he did. I don't see any reinforcements coming here for Cyber.
Right me.
Watch the side. I think he did. Yeah, he spotted him.
Oh.
Saya just can't even put any damage out.
क्या
The rest of the
खेल दिया
squad
भाई ये
losing a
वाले
run of it.
मैप पे?
It's that veteran experience. You know, having the wherewithal to know that players hide in that corner and being fast enough and on ball.
Okay, well, Munchkin.
हाँ
Getting a
पकड़
good read
लिया.
there. Would love to grab the weapon, obviously getting zoned away. Rushes out, try. Oh,
Mistimed it.
My eyes. Anyway, a couple kills gonna be found, but once again, it's just band left alive.
Oh भाई
Once again,
साहब
it is
दो
Bazzi
दिया.
putting a
दो
bullet
दिया
through
भाई
his
ये
brain.
वाला गेम तो दो दिया.
8-1 now as Global are absolutely running away with this attack half.
Dominating.
I mean, you take a look back to Pearl. They were only able to win 3 rounds on
वही
the
मौका
attack.
नहीं
It
दे रहा
wasn't until they
defense
shifted
का.
over to the defense that we started seeing them really starting to find some momentum. The defensive holds from the side of T1 were just too great on that map, but right now they are looking lost in how to play this map.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting completely just roped around this map. They're getting led by a leash right now by Global Esports. And on top of that, you know, Texture's on one. And Batsy, by the way, playing really, really well right now in the sky. Setting up Texture well, setting up himself well, getting valuable information, sometimes sending out fake information, things like that. All the little things that you would expect this guy to do, he is doing in spades.
Yeah. I mean, worth mentioning. I mean, this is, you know,
Same
Bazzi versus
इनका.
Munchkin, 2 former teammates.
That's true,
squaring
too.
off against each
The
other.
Crazy Raccoon battle, yeah.
Saya able to find one.
down.
Okay, I told you, he's just...
I mean, Bazzi just, he
3v4.
just kills him. He just collapsed through. It will still be an absolutely just bloody
2v2.
brawl here in a lobby. And suddenly, somehow, we find ourselves at a 2v2. And while that's good here for the side of T1,
Right here.
They can't recover the guns.
exactly. The weapons are just completely unreachable. If you can get tucked alongside the wall here, that could be huge for ZETA to potentially be able to win this out. He needs to at least get one. Pushes out, he almost gets them both. Arid down to 26 HP. And even with just a frenzy in his hand, Munchkin is in with a shout. Arid making
By
the call,
26
shifting all the way across the map,
HP.
moving over towards C. And if Munchkin had the read, if he popped this nano right now, he'd be able to get the kill.
वही पे सोच रहा है अभी.
Got one set up for the plant,
Oh.
but it's just out of range.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Didn't hear it.
No.
Well, he's got the turret and he's got a
City
big
की
health
तरफ.
advantage, so...
Aaron has the
वो
advantage
मिड
of
से आ रहा है.
surprise.
Yeah.
वो गैराज से आ रहा है.
Swarm grenade out.
See if he can convert here.
Ah!
That was their best
मार
chance.
दिया भाई,
and
मार
it
दिया.
does not work out.
1-9
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
भाई साहब.
And I mean,
Yeah.
what do
आज के
you do?
जितने भी गेम हुए ना सारे 1v हुए हैं, एक तरफा हुए हैं भाई.
You know, you just gotta... The thing I would... You know, if I'm a coach, I'm telling them just, hey, just stabilize. We're making some decent plays here and there. Maybe try to be a little more... God, they're loud. I love it. I absolutely love it. Eraser's fired up.
Lord.
Oh!
Oh भाई
I
साहब.
get it.
Running away. Suppression now comes out. And that null command. Hunter's Fury again. It's being used kind of loosely here.
One
Saya will be able to
tap.
peek out on a long finds
Oh
one.
भाई.
If the back is Runsky
Ah,
built and
down.
taken down, but I mean it's just using awful.
Ah.
Carpe narrowly spotting Texture, does get that headshot off the updraft, and it's an instant 2 kills coming in. T1 finally
9-2.
find another round victory. 6 rounds separated from their last.
And in a round where
Last
T1
round.
dials up some pretty heavy aggression early, out the back of that null command, it's kind of the protocols and the discipline here for T1 that wins them the round. They're just decently ready for this. They're in, you know,
2-9
good position potentially to help deal with this. Carpe there.
भाई पूरा बदला ले रहे हैं पर्ल मैप का
From Texture, able to pluck him out of the air. Yeah, they needed that, at least for the mental stability.
Yeah, I mean,
पर्ल मैप का पूरा बदला लिया जा रहा है इस मैप
out of
पे
a 9-3 half. Try and believe in curses.
Well, you and I certainly do with the tech pauses.
That's very true. We are at least certain curses we believe in.
Yeah, well, the ones that are real, you know,
It's like, you know,
unlike the 9-3.
It's like we believe in aliens, but we don't believe in Bigfoot. we're picking and choosing our conspiracies. Loch Ness Monster, no.
No.
But aliens, yeah.
Aliens, yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Crab people, yeah. Oh, wait.
रिवर फैंटम
Maybe I should speak for myself.
Well.
नहीं देख पाया
See if they can get this last round across the finish line. It feels like everything is hinging on that. Even with this map being
ओमन ऊपर है
attacker favored.
They're really leaving C open. T1 has 0 defenses there. I mean, they are 100% expecting an A or a B hit.
He's on foot. And he just
Oh,
barely misses
देख
the
लिया
timing. Paranoia does cut across. He swings back out.
Ah,
Finds that kill.
down
Oh, the lockdown will get destroyed. It's all a fake. They shift their way over here onto C. Munchkin gets a read of this. TP back across from Monnier. Doesn't get hit. They're going to send 2 on a mission into garage. Try to intercept.
दो garage close it
Watch. Starts swinging in, and somehow Munchkin comes away with the kill. Flush on a Monnier.
कर दे down
Finds Munchkin finishing off the kill joint. Now Texture gets Saya player. A 3v3. And he pushes into the back. He gets the shot on the Carpe. What more can he do?
2v
Doesn't get that hit there. On the
2v2
fan. Monnier gonna take him down. Now it's all on Bazzi. He's been working magic this entire time. He finds one. He's going for the spray through. The hold is coming in, but it doesn't happen. Bazzi will get the headshot connection for the clutch and the 10-2 half.
I mean, what a half here for GE. 10-2, and on the backs of some phenomenal plays from Texture and Batsy, as well as Aaron, I think, having a really vital half in terms of causing disruption.
last bullet लगी है भाई इसको last
in a way that we hadn't seen yet in that half where he's selling a fake. Usually he's just kind of lurking, trying to, you know, mess with the post-plant setups that T1 is going for. In this one, it is all just bait, and they had a perfect read on how T1 wanted to play that round, because T1 left C open that entire time. I don't know what magic, you know, what kind of foresight that Aaron has, but he read that round perfectly and called a beautiful one.
Well, has it finally happened? GE, the first map warm-up. Now we find them dominating on T1's pick of Haven. It just feels like lock-in all over again.
Yeah.
क्या मारा भाई क्या मार रहे हैं
I hadn't gotten it yet, but I mean I saw it at lock-in and I thought, well, maybe.
पूरा बदला लिया पर मैप पे जो इनको मारा था ना पूरा बदला लिया भाई
I mean, for the side of T1, they want to be able to, you know, have that timeout for the second half, so they don't call it.
Right.
They don't burn the second one in that initial half, but now
डिफेंस की धज्जी उड़ा दी है
even with the map balance and the way that it works between attack and defend, this feels rough. It feels like we are certainly going from that ring. Notice on that horizon.
Yeah, very, very rarely do you see it. I mean, even though I would say that generally, especially in Asia, Haven's accurate side is very slightly not this is a destructive map for GE. You know, again, like we've been saying, Aaron, well known for defensive-sided IGLing. That's got to be on the back of your mind.
Where we started seeing the run back on Pearl.
चलो भाई अब इनका डिफेंस देखेंगे ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स का क्या डिफेंस रहता है
Just want to say, I saw something very rare on screen, everybody. Extra smile.
Yeah, he's usually fairly emotionless.
Yes.
We saw him.
देखते हैं कितना ले जाते हैं 10-2 से
Usually pretty even.
Even with the smiles, it's still something.
लगता तो नहीं है कि T1 ये मैच जीतेगी
But this is something cool to see. That, you know, coaches talk about it, and I've heard the players, and they stream together. They're having a lot of fun together. Like everybody is air and texture, whoever it may be. They're all seeming to really trying to stay positive, and that's a team effort. It's going really well. I mean, obviously map 1 didn't go the way they wanted, but here they're able to bounce back even after a ridiculously long tech pause. And they're still having a good time. They're still fired up. They're still loud. I mean, that's a really good sign globally. Hello, India. Hello, indeed.
चलो स्टार्ट करो भाई.
One within
Second half
task on their hands.
Start in
Can't really afford
20
to drop
seconds.
anything. And I mean, again, we look back to how things were going at lock-in, how it's been so far for the most part in this series. The pistol rounds have been fairly consistent for the side of Global. They dropped their first one since joining Pacific in the first map, in the first half. And then since then, they've closed out the other two. See if they can go ahead and make this a 3-1 score.
Ghost,
That's so scary.
Fenji,
Pistols are such an important factor.
Classic,
You look at the percentages.
Oh,
exchange.
1v1 down.
Eliminated. Munchkin finding the kill. Ronsky going to be paranoid, pushes into the smoke, and again, Sahlot does actually manage to come away with a kill onto ZETA.
3v2.
Munchkin trades it back once more.
I'm not sure he had enough time to even see.
पीछे जा रहे, पीछे
He
जा
was
रहे.
just spraying with that ghost.
C,
right at the head level.
C.
Managed to find a connection. So through the
वो भी
garage,
C की तरफ जा रहा है
Armada is
अमन.
no longer alive due to
लो है, KJ लो है.
C's owner. Utility is going to alert GE to the presence of T1. T1 is going to be able to get the plant on the backside of the box.
इसका यार ये
Default
full
spot.
speed से पीछे
Wrapping
से.
from two different angles is GE, but Monyet gets cut down. Catch him.
Again.
Yep.
Third
1v3.
kill for him in the round. Still somehow staying alive. Only taking, what, 16 damage, I believe, there. In that exchange, maybe 20. As they spot out Bazzi. Worked miracles from this position in the last one. And narrowly able to get that elimination, but it will be another pistol round going the side of T1. Making it a 2-2 record so far in the set.
Okay, so it's even Stevens. That's fair. So GE maybe not the new princes of pistols.
Still
not yet. Maybe.
Pretty damn consistent.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
And that's important. I mean, they still make this pretty close.
अच्छा smoke में आ गया
And
था
if it
ये.
isn't just kind of a pretty good read here from Munchkin on how Monyet was going to be playing that position on that smoke, he just finds the perfect timing to cut into the smoke himself right ahead of Monyet.
Yeah.
And is able to kind of prevent that from being a decent attempt for GE. Made it a near impossible attempt for Batsy.
Look at this gamble stack.
What is that?
It works a treat. They managed to find one. Munchkin taken down, deadliest player of the last round. Find that elimination. Saya player just taking some pot shots now through the smoke. So, I mean, for a gamble stack here in this eco round, you're not going to feel too terrible about coming away with a kill.
Right here.
Spectre picked up though. Saya player abandoning the Marshall.
4 players all turning a flash in unison. That's some synchronized swimming right there.
I mean, they full 5-man gamble stacked the C-side. It just happened to be correct.
Yeah. I think they kind of suspected that Saya
A पे
player might
plant
be
हो
going for
गया.
Marshall. Pretty
Retake खेलेंगे अभी.
likely to do so, as we saw even in the first half, right? They lost the pistol and he still went for Marshall. So it's like you're basically gambling. All right, is he going to go most likely long C or long A? Sometimes people go, B window or something, but for the most part, you kind of have a pretty good idea. And this time, the coin flip comes up. GE.
4v4 है.
Proactive utility.
थोड़ा hard है क्योंकि इनके पास Spectre है.
The aftershock now gone. Time still ticking away, and I mean, Global they at least find themselves in a prime position to be able to die to this fight, but
nice.
maybe things get a little bit worse for them.
3v3.
The dart out from
2v2.
ZETA, however, on to Ronsky. We'll go ahead and confirm the round victory, but still, I say.
No.
Yeah. Surely not.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no. Not
Okay.
Need an extra 1.5 seconds.
थोड़ा सा और पहले.
But, I mean, can you imagine? If he actually did just
थोड़ा
get in
सा
there and
timing.
I would have actually lost my mind.
Yeah. I think we would just have to leave.
Yeah, I just take the headset off, just set it down, and
Goodbye, folks. You're on your own.
have a good night.
Classic से भी अच्छा मैच निकाल दिया इन्होंने.
Okay. T1, they find it. It's not clean. So you can see a lot of
अब
investment
देखना
now
है भाई.
needing to be put into this third round of the half.
अब देखना है
We'll
कौन
have
round
very
निकालता
few
है.
rifles to try to contend with those of Global. but they need this to be around victory as well as a clean one. Retain as many of these as they possibly can. Texture gonna get tucked away.
Smoke में बैठेगा, पक्का smoke में बैठेगा, मेरे को पता है.
Back of this. Did they get the read?
I think he's just curious to see if anybody's going to try to cut through the smoke. Maybe he can catch him off guard there at that lowered angle. Instead, he's going to back behind the box. Now he's going to have to wait, see if he pops his dash.
Oh
flash and dash there.
my!
Actually not going to bait. They're not going to fall for it.
Double flash over the top. Texture does get clipped there. I'm not sure if Carpe swung fast enough to be able to spot him. Saya now. Uh-oh, spotted. Drops down. Can't stabilize the aim. Ronsky will claim it.
Oh, it's so good.
Here's the push into garage. The flash blocked out by the smoke. Aaron trying to drift down, trying to get this timing. Pushes out, finds one, gets the second, and nearly claims ZETA as well. Bazzi will be there in position, and Aaron be the finisher. I said it needed to be a win, needed to be clean. It was neither. Global play that to absolute perfection. This map in particular have been immaculate.
Yeah, he's looked phenomenal on this map. As has a lot of Global Esports. If they're up, 11 to 4 or 3, whatever it is, like this, Aaron is just screaming. Absolutely love it. Another thing I really want to give a lot of credit to GE for here is the way they played that long A scenario, where they had Texture tucked behind the box. He's checking the smoke. Please take a little while. This is a really interesting way they played this. And so they didn't get much contact. Now, they got the flash at the top, but they didn't really know what was going on the other side of it. Texture couldn't see it, so eventually they're able to sneak Batsy down into sewers. He's able to use the Trailblazer to spot out Saya, who is trying to counter this play, and they're able to pinch onto that. Really well thought out and set up by GE. Really well read.
Drone goes out, gets the spot.
Jet
sends a flash, turns away. Texture shuts down Saya. Carving out, eating some damage. Texture gets a headshot, dashes away as he goes to the reset for the reload, and Ronsky is there to follow up. Munchkin now taking down ZETA, able to find just a singular kill here with the Sheriff in hand, but he will fall shortly thereafter. And Global are now just one round away from taking us to a third and final map of the evening.
That looks like we may be getting it that both teams get their first map win in VCT Pacific history and take us to a third map.
Jet का उल्टाने वाला है.
T1 timeout here
I
quick.
mean,
and
why the hell not?
Timeout.
Use it or lose it.
Everything in the kitchen sink at this.
1 minute का timeout.
We all know that it's not impossible. We are going to load it in. So if I'm wrong, I am happy. Oh well.
I am keen to have 8-round in a row run back out.
मजा आ गया भाई. क्या गेम है.
That's scary. I was telling you the other day that I tried a really one of them definitely.
पर्ल मैप का पूरा बदला लिया. पर्ल मैप का.
Like one of those billion levels.
Let's see if this timeout or any kind of match for T1.
Let's go.
Just delaying the inevitable. I mean, as you can see, going into what is very well likely the last round of this map.
KO का भी उल्टाने वाला है.
With a half armor, a Sheriff with full.
Jet का भी उल्टाने वाला है और
across the board.
इसका एक तो उल्टा ही है. उनके उल्टा नहीं है अभी.
Trying to get Munchkin his ultimate.
पर वो भी उठाना मुश्किल है. Jet फिर भी उठा लेगा और.
See what they're gonna do with Batsy Seekers. How they're gonna play around this. Info check. It's gonna get a pop, but everybody playing very defensively, at least momentarily. Right here. On. Start pushing their way forward, making a.
Goal तो चली गई है.
Going out. This time does connect to get the fault line across onto Bazzi. Still watching, however, from heaven. Bronski Texture with the snap. Burns down Saya, takes out Ban. The blades come out. Saya, or Texture rather, is hungry for victory. Comes to the third, goes jumping over the top, maybe a bit half-baked from him. ZETA will get one last kill. Bronski will finish it. A dominant statement here for Global Esports. After dropping their own map, they are back in a big way. 13-4 on Haven to extend us to
पूरा
our first
बदला लिया है पर मैं तो
three-map
पूरा
series.
बदला.
And the GE staff is still here. They're still out. I can hear them and see them. Very happy to find their first map win.
पूरा बदला लिया है भाई, जिसे कहते हैं ना.
And it's just, you know, it's a lot of really good stuff here. It's Batsy all over the place, setting his teammates up, setting himself up, Texter beat Nectar. I'm telling you folks, this is, I've seen this so many times, I'm just like, yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. ZETA puts up quite a bit of fight for one individually. The bigger picture here for one, just not nearly at the same level. It's well coordinated. It's all really good. A lot of really good playing off of each other. So again, they said they need to play to their own strengths. They need to kind of play within themselves. And this map certainly looks much.
चलो गाइस, मिलते हैं आप सभी लोगों से कल एक और लाइव स्ट्रीम पे, क्योंकि DRX 2 मैच जीता और ये एक मैच जीते हैं. तो मिलते हैं आप सभी लोगों से कल. तो बाय बाय, टेक केयर एंड सी गाइस. मजा आ गया भाई, बट गेम में क्या मारा है भाई, पकड़ पकड़ के. मिलते हैं आपसे एक और वॉच पार्टी ये लाइव स्ट्रीम पे. तो बाय बाय गाइस, सी यू सून.